Looking at Seal's excited face after hearing about the Forbidden Forest, Professor Sprout was speechless. Seal, I thought you would be afraid of the Forbidden Forest at night like a normal child. Charles coughed twice and tried his best to look terrified. I'm scared. I'm so scared, Professor. Don't look at me like this. I'm really scared to death. Professor Sprout sighed. Okay, stop pretending. I think it's good to see that you are not as scared of the Forbidden Forest as the other badgers. A strange look appeared on her face. After all, logically speaking, the Forbidden Forest is our Hufflepuff territory. How can we be afraid of our own territory? Charles was stunned for a moment, then a look of interest appeared in his eyes. The Forbidden Forest is our Hufflepuff territory. Professor Sprout nodded. When the founder Hufflepuff was at Hogwarts, she put a lot of effort into setting up the Forbidden Forest in order to perfect her recipes and also to be able to obtain fresh magical plant and animal ingredients at any time. Many magical animals and plants that were originally scattered around were collected by the founder and placed in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was also transformed by magic into an environment suitable for the survival of most magical animals and plants. At that time, the Forbidden Forest was not called this name. It was called the Hogwarts Breeding Garden. However, as time passed, the trees in the Forbidden Forest grew so well, and generations of students continued to bring in the cubs of various magical animals, so the Forbidden Forest became larger and larger. A few hundred years ago, it had grown so large that Hogwarts was no longer able to maintain it. It was like an independent kingdom, and even many magical animals lived in groups. So they simply renamed it the Forbidden Forest, and prohibited students from entering. It was also from that time that entering the Forbidden Forest at night became a punishment. Even for Hufflepuff students, few in each generation could go to the Forbidden Forest to obtain ingredients like the students before them. This also caused the Hufflepuff magic recipes to fade out of people's sight from that time on. After hearing the history told by Professor Sprout, Charles was also amazed. He really didn't know that the Forbidden Forest was originally a breeding garden for Hufflepuffs. If this is the case, the founder of Hufflepuff really left a huge treasure trove for future generations, which contains countless rare and magical animals and plants that can be used. But today's Hufflepuff students have no idea that this treasure trove exists, and even if they do, they are powerless to go in and obtain those precious materials. Judging from what Seal saw the last time he went to the Hufflepuff kitchen, the house elves there probably couldn't prepare meals from the Hufflepuff magical recipes more than a few times a year, which was really a pity. Professor Sprout smiled. So, I think it's pretty good if you're not afraid of the Forbidden Forest. At least the treasure trove left by the founder will not be wasted. Many materials in the Forbidden Forest are very difficult to find after leaving Hogwarts. They are rare and precious. As he spoke, Professor Sprout handed Seal a list. All of these are precious materials that can be found in the Forbidden Forest. You can look for them when you go to the Forbidden Forest in a few days. There are many materials that can be used to make magical meals. Seal nodded. Then, Professor Sprout hesitated for a moment, took out an ancient map and handed it to Charles. And this is the core area that the founder arranged in the Forbidden Forest. It has been thousands of years now. All the Hufflepuff heads have tried to find what's in there, but to no avail. Perhaps you can give it a try, too. Charles showed curiosity. What the founder left behind has been gone for thousands of years. What is that? There was a strange gleam in Professor Sprout's eyes. Phoenix eggs. Seal was stunned for a moment. Phoenix? You mean, phoenix? Professor Sprout shook his head in categorical denial. The phoenix is? The phoenix, and the phoenix is? The phoenix. Although both have the characteristic of immortality, they are two different things. The phoenix is just an ordinary creature born in an era without the phoenix. How can it be compared with the phoenix? Only ignorant people confuse the two creatures. Although magical animals like the phoenix are rare, they have never been extinct. Dumbledore has one. But the phoenix, even in the founder's time, was already an extinct magical animal. No, perhaps it should be said that it is an extinct mythical animal. The legendary phoenix, also known as the Phoenix of Paradise, possesses divine power far more powerful than that of a unicorn or even a phoenix. The divine flame it spews out can destroy almost all black magic and dark creatures. Its feathers can resist darkness and restore life. Legend has it that it also has magical power to prolong a person's lifespan or even grant them immortality. At that time, the Hufflepuff lady discovered by chance what might be the last phoenix egg in the wizarding world. She spent countless resources to set up magic for it in the core area of the Forbidden Forest, waiting for the phoenix to be reborn. It has been 1,000 years now. Generation after generation of Hufflepuff headmasters have passed down this secret and have gone to the Forbidden Forest to search for it, but to no avail. No one knows whether the phoenix failed to be reborn, or flew away after being reborn successfully, or whether the magic left by the founder lost its effectiveness over the years. In short, no one has ever found the phoenix egg. But the legendary Phoenix of Paradise will choose its master, just like the phoenix, and the standard is far more stringent than that of the phoenix. One must possess extremely powerful divine magic to gain the loyalty of the Phoenix of Paradise. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you showed a strong inclination towards divine magic when choosing a wand. Coupled with your extraordinary talent, perhaps you will be the Hufflepuff with the best hope of finding the Phoenix in 1,000 years. After listening to Professor Sprout's explanation, Charles's heart was also burning. The Phoenix of Paradise with super powerful sacred magic? This is a perfect match with my magic animagus. Originally, Seal's second magic, animagus, was intended to capture the three-headed dog of hell. He hadn't figured out the third one yet and was still struggling between the unicorn, basilisk, and phoenix. Now it seems that if I can find the bird of paradise, I won't have to worry about it. Transforming into the Phoenix of Paradise would definitely increase the strength of Seal's magic power dramatically. At the same time, his holy spells will reach a new height with the blessing of this magical animagus. It can even prolong life and keep youth forever. Isn't this much better than the Philosopher's Stone and Horcruxes which have side effects? Seal took the ancient map from Professor Sprout and decided to go to the Forbidden Forest to look for traces of the phoenix. With the deep blue in hand, as long as the phoenix exists in this world, Charles believes that he must be the person most likely to find it. After giving Seal so many instructions, Professor Sprout, who was already tired from preparing potions for Seal, looked even more tired. She then stood up and gave Charles some instructions before leaving. Although you are not afraid of the Forbidden Forest, there are not many creatures in the Forbidden Forest that can threaten you. But be careful of Lucius Malfoy. His best friend is dead and his son is injured. This dark wizard who was once a Death Eater will not give up easily. Try to put off going to the Forbidden Forest for a few days. Seal nodded and looked at Professor Sprout who was leaving with gratitude in his eyes. After struggling in society for so many years in his previous life, Charles can still tell who has ulterior motives towards him and who is truly good to him. Although Hogwarts has professors like Snape, the other deans are all very good people. Professor Sprout had nothing to say about himself. He treated himself as the successor of Hufflepuff House and even told him about the Phoenix. The favor I owe you today is too great. I must repay it if I have the chance. This thought came to Charles's mind. Then he took a step forward, cast an disillusionment charm on himself, left the infirmary and walked towards the Hogwarts library. No matter what you do, strength always comes first. Even though Charles managed to get rid of Snape through planning this time, and even pointed his sword at Dumbledore in public, leaving Dumbledore speechless, this kind of secret calculation and arrangement should not be used too often. The reason why they have to plot secretly is because they are not strong enough. If I could hang Dumbledore up and beat him, then what would it matter if I pushed him down from the position of Hogwarts headmaster? Why would I have to resort to such petty tricks? The knowledge in the restricted area of Hogwarts will be of great help to Charles in improving his strength. Not only can it provide a large amount of high-level materials and reduce the point consumption in the deduction process, it can also be filled into the memory palace to increase Charles's mental strength, while enhancing the effects of mental simulation and knowledge deduction. Charles would naturally not miss such an opportunity. After arriving at the library, Seal lifted the disillusionment spell and headed straight for the restricted area. Madame Pants, who was in charge of guarding the library, did not stop Charles when she saw him. She only told him to cherish those precious books, and then let him in. It was obvious that she had been warned. Just as Charles entered the restricted area, in the headmaster's office, the haggard Dumbledore's expression moved slightly. Charles Evans went to the restricted section. He shook his head. This child is too obsessed with power. If we don't restrain him, he might go to extremes. I want him to understand that besides power, there are many other things worth pursuing in this world, such as love and friendship. Besides this, Dumbledore had another worry in his mind. That is, the current Seal is already brilliant. In comparison, Harry Potter, as the savior, is simply mediocre. Even Harry Potter is almost becoming Seal's little fanboy. How is this possible? Harry Potter is the protagonist in the script arranged by Dumbledore. Dumbledore is planning to do everything he can to let Gryffindor win all the subsequent House Cups. How can he be overshadowed by Seal? What if Charles obtained more powerful magic in the restricted area and his strength improved further? He doesn't even know what earth-shattering things he will do, so how can Harry Potter gain enough fame? In Dumbledore's view, ensuring Harry Potter's growth and status is the overall situation, which is related to the plan to destroy Voldemort. As for Charles, it was not that Dumbledore was narrow-minded and wanted to retaliate after being questioned by Charles in public, but that he had to suppress him for the greater good. Seal's current strength is more than enough to be a chess piece to help Harry Potter clear obstacles in the future. Plus, the fact that young wizards naturally become stronger as they grow older is enough, and Dumbledore doesn't need Charles to be too strong. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the bookshelf in the headmaster's office. There was a whole row of bookshelves here than before, and they were all filled with books from the restricted area. If you look closely, you will find that the books on the reference list that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick gave to Seal are basically included in this bookshelf. In addition, those books that record truly advanced magic have basically been moved here. Dumbledore showed a strange look on his face. Put these books away for the time being and replace them with some purely theoretical and hypothetical books. This is also for Seal's own good. He should temper his temper, develop in the academic field, and broaden his horizons. Young people should not always focus on those advanced magics. It won't delay anything if he studies a few years later. I will naturally make arrangements for it in the future. Or. Dumbledore's eyes were deep. If Charles was willing to come to him for help, accept some of the tasks he arranged, and pass the tests he arranged, it was not impossible for him to give Charles some of the books. In this way, under his arrangements, he can ensure that Charles is always on the right track. In the principal's office, Phineas, who was known as the most hated principal, couldn't help but ask a question. Dumbledore, are you so sure that Charles Evans will come to you? What if he doesn't come? Dumbledore showed a look of determination. How could such a genius not desire power and magic? That he rushed to the restricted books section as soon as he was able to get out of bed proved the same. In that case, when he couldn't find what he needed in the restricted section, he should know who to turn to. Dumbledore's lips curled up into a smile. No one understands the mind of a genius better than I do. Just watch, Phineas, Seal will be here soon. He slowly made himself a cup of tea, prepared 2 plates of desserts, and then waited leisurely in the principal's office. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Dumbledore remained motionless, still sipping his tea slowly. Half an hour passed. Dumbledore remained calm and composed, and replenished the dessert he had eaten. 2 hours, 3 hours passed. There was a hint of light in the sky outside and the chickens in Hogwarts began to crow. Dumbledore, who had been waiting all night, still did not receive Charles's visit. A cock-crow woke Dumbledore from his doze. He glanced at the time, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Charles Evans hasn't arrived yet. So what is he doing? Soon, news came from the librarian, Madame Pants, and the portraits everywhere in Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes widened even further. Did he really spend the entire night reading in the restricted section? No, he is really not interested in the advanced magic that was taken away. The portrait of Phineas laughed in a gloating tone. Dumbledore, it seems you don't understand genius as well as you claim. Dumbledore frowned, and after being surprised, he regained his calmness as if everything was under control. It doesn't matter if Charles doesn't come. Even seeing Charles like this, he was really immersed in theories and hypotheses that had no practical value, which was more in line with Dumbledore's thoughts. Studying these theoretical hypotheses is not of much help in improving magical power. This will undoubtedly significantly hinder Charles's strength improvement. And as Charles immersed himself in this knowledge, he would naturally cause less trouble, and over time the turmoil he caused in Hogwarts gradually subsided. Everything will return to the track arranged by Dumbledore. This was Dumbledore's conspiracy, starting with giving Charles Evans access to the restricted area. If he doesn't want those advanced magics, then the speed at which Charles improves in strength will be limited. If you want those magics, you have to listen to Dumbledore's arrangements. No matter what, Dumbledore won't lose. Everything is still under control. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. The time goes back to last night, when Seal just entered the restricted area. He wandered through the restricted section, holding the reference list Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had left for him, and headed for the aforementioned bookshelf. But when he came to the nearest bookshelf, Charles saw signs of tampering. The Transfiguration book mentioned by Professor McGonagall has disappeared here, replaced by some Transfiguration miscellanies, which record some interesting but extremely complicated propositions. If you achieve results in these areas, it will not be a problem to publish some top academic papers, but this will not develop your own strength and is far less intuitive than learning a more powerful transformation technique. His expression changed slightly, he sneered, and went to look at several other bookshelves. As expected, all the works mentioned in the bibliography had been taken away, and all that remained were purely theoretical books like this. Without thinking, Charles knew who did it. Dumbledore's attitude towards guarding against advanced magic is exactly the same as in the original book. It can be seen from the original work that no matter how famous Dumbledore is or how high his reputation is, this old man is extremely defensive towards people. Even at the end, he would not tell Harry Potter the truth. He was also worried that Harry Potter would give up his responsibility to destroy the Horcruxes in order to pursue the Deathly Hallows, so he made precautionary arrangements. But if he had the time to arrange these things, leaving a few powerful spells for the Harry Potter trio, or arranging a few magical items that could be used to fight enemies or escape, the process of the Harry Potter trio destroying the Horcruxes would have been much smoother. How could it be like in the original novel, where they got the locket but didn't know how to destroy it, and almost parted ways because of the locket's temptation? You know, even Malfoy's followers Crabbe and Goyle, these two stupid guys, learned how to release the fiend fire at Hogwarts at the same time. The Harry Potter trio didn't learn any powerful magic this year. If Dumbledore had left Harry Potter with a spell similar to fiend fire, wouldn't it have been so difficult for them to destroy the Horcruxes they had obtained? Not only the Harry Potter trio, but also the members of the Order of the Phoenix who followed Dumbledore did not receive any magical help and support. Snape also learned magic from Voldemort and could fly directly. After Wormtail lost one of his hands for Voldemort, he was rewarded by Voldemort with a powerful alchemical arm. From this aspect, it is not difficult to see that although Voldemort lost his mind due to splitting too many Horcruxes, he was really generous in rewarding power. On the other hand, the help Dumbledore received was nothing but love. You want the horse to run, but you also want it to find grass to eat. The Order of the Phoenix had such a hard time fighting the Death Eaters, and this might be a factor. Charles casually opened a book left by Dumbledore, and what came into his eyes was an extremely complex and exquisite spell model. The academic value of this thing is undoubtedly extremely high, but how to apply it in practice is debatable. For wizards who pursue power, studying such theoretical books is undoubtedly a step too far. But a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Charles's mouth. Dumbledore probably couldn't have imagined that the Shire possessed such an unreasonable being as Deep Blue. Such knowledge in niche fields that has no practical value can be converted by Deep Blue into materials for corresponding fields. As for not learning advanced spells, what does that matter? As long as there are enough materials and sufficient points, all will be done by relying on Deep Blue's deduction. Give Charles endless knowledge, and he can move the endless world. Immediately, Charles waved his magic wand, and one banned book after another on the bookshelf floated up and began to turn the pages automatically. As Charles's eyes turned, all that profound knowledge was transformed into materials in the corresponding fields by Deep Blue. The host has obtained advanced materials for transfiguration. The points required for subsequent transfiguration will decrease. The host has obtained advanced materials for spell learning. The points required for deducing most spells have been reduced. The host has obtained advanced black magic materials. One reminder after another sounded in my mind like a screen scrolling by. At the same time, the memory palace in Charles's spiritual world was filled with book after book. Compared to the books he obtained from Flourish and Blots, the knowledge contained in the books in the restricted section of Hogwarts was far greater in both quantity and depth. This also significantly enhances the effect of improving mental strength. There was a fiery look in Charles's eyes. Not enough, not fast enough. He waved his wand, and the speed of turning the pages of these books increased further. At the same time, Charles spent deduction points and relied on Deep Blue to instantly speed read the contents of these books. Unconsciously, one bookshelf, two bookshelves, and many large books that would take ordinary people years, dozens of years or even a lifetime to study were mastered by Charles and turned into accumulations in his memory palace. Charles's mental strength also increased significantly overnight in the restricted area. Just as it was getting light outside, Charles picked up a thick book again. A different reminder than before sounded in Seal's mind. The host has obtained historical materials of the magical world. Charles was stunned for a moment, and his eyes focused on the book. The name of this book is The Lost Age. Judging from the publication time, it should have been published several decades ago and is considered to be one of the younger books in the banned books area. And when Charles saw the author's name of the book, his eyes suddenly widened. Dark side. When Charles saw the author of the book The Lost Age, his eyes widened in surprise. He could never have imagined that this book was written by his old friend Dake. Judging from the publication date, this should be a work written by Dark when he was young. I didn't expect that a terrorist like you, Doc, was actually a cultured person when you were young and even published a book. The books included in the restricted area of Hogwarts are not necessarily dangerous books, but they are definitely not the boring stuff that can be found everywhere. In addition, Shenlan suggested that he had obtained materials about the history of the wizarding world from this book, so Charles became interested and started reading the book carefully. In this book, Dark's writing style and narrative tone are unexpectedly clear and meticulous, completely unlike the madness that Charles saw when he met him. Using sufficient historical materials, Dark proposed a new periodization for the history of the wizarding world. He divided the history of the entire magical world from recent to ancient times into recent antiquity, medieval times, ancient times and ancient times. The division of the modern and ancient times is from the complete end of the Inquisition and the establishment of international wizarding organizations to the present day. The most notable symbol of the Middle Ages was the establishment of 3 major European magic schools, including Hogwarts, and the active founders of many schools. It was an epic era. Countless talented wizards emerged in that era. Subjects such as transfiguration, alchemy, and others in the recent ancient times were all formally taught in the Middle Ages, laying the foundation for today. If the Middle Ages is a soul-stirring epic, then going back further, the ancient times is a bizarre myth. Whether it is Merlin, or the Olympian gods in Greek mythology, or Sumerian mythology, Egyptian mythology, Norse mythology. Those bizarre myths can still reveal the glory of the ancient times and the lingering ignorance and bloodiness, barbarism, and cruelty. As for the ancient times before the ancient times, here, Doc asserted that there was such an era. That era was much earlier than the mythical ancient times. That era did not belong to humans, nor to the ancient gods and heroes. The world belonged to some even older and indescribable existences. In the book, Doc calls them the ancients and the great old ones. They once occupied the sky, the earth, the ocean, the stars, and the void, but for special reasons, the old rulers fell into sleep one after another. When the last of the old ones and their followers fell into eternal sleep, the ancient times ended and the world entered the ancient times. Charles felt a little strange when he saw Doc passionately and freely displaying his talent in the field of history. This meticulous writing style, is it really the same person as the Dark I saw? However, Charles is not particularly interested in history. What attracted his attention was another point mentioned in the book by Dark, that is, the magic of wizards, gods, or demigod heroes is closely related to the times. Doc believed that the older the time was, the stronger the magic power of the special beings in that era was, and even the magic items created had extremely strong magic power. For example, the gods in the ancient mythological era may not even need spells. They can shake the world and cause thunder, lightning, wind, and rain with their own ancient magic power. The objects in their hands do not require any elaborate carving, yet they possess the magical power to shake the sky. Therefore, the ancient times belonged to the gods and their descendants, as well as those ferocious monsters that could rival the gods. Although wizards had appeared, they were not the protagonists of the era. But as time goes by, the strength of magic in ancient times is slowly declining. When the decline reached a certain level, the gods in mythology could no longer perform miracles, and they fell from the altar one after another. They even fought each other for the remaining sources of magic power, and Ragnarok occurred. But even for the survivors among the gods, as time passed, their magic power further declined and they could no longer survive in the world. The divine body collapsed, the divine kingdom crumbled, the glory of the myth faded, wizards became the protagonists of the era, and the Middle Ages arrived. The wizards who had just appeared in history had skills that were crude compared to today. However, since the beginning of the Middle Ages was not far from the ancient times, magic power still maintained a terrifying intensity compared to today. Any spell cast by wizards has a power that most wizards today can hardly achieve in their entire lifetime. At that time, the 3 Deathly Hallows, which are still circulated in the magic world as fairy tales today, were born. Magic items of that strength simply cannot be manufactured nowadays. This is not a problem of technology or knowledge, but the magic today is not ancient enough, which also means it is not strong enough to support magic of this intensity. The closer we get to modern times, the more sophisticated the magic-related disciplines become, but the strength of magic shows an obvious decline with the times. This is a rule proposed by Dark. The only exception is the past 100 years since ancient times. As the strength of magic continued to weaken and people gradually stopped believing in the deeds of those powerful wizards in the legends, the decline in the strength of magic in the magic world began to slow down, as if at the last moment of life, and even began to rise against the trend. Even in the past 100 years, among a group of modern wizards who should have continued to be weak, there have emerged several people with extraordinary talents and magical powers comparable to those of wizards in the Middle Ages. Such powerful magic, coupled with today's increasingly sophisticated and advanced knowledge of magic, has made the combat effectiveness of these wizards extremely amazing, enough to rival the top wizards of the Middle Ages. Dark also gave a separate explanation for this phenomenon, linking it to the religious trials in the Middle Ages. In that fanatical, crazy, and bloody era, incredibly, the Big Four of Hogwarts and the founders of several other magic schools emerged. At the same time, there was a surge in many outstanding wizards, whose strength far exceeded that of wizards in the previous or next decade. They seemed to be the product of an inexplicable force in a specific period and were the favored ones of the times. In this regard, Dake wrote down his own speculation. I don't think that the Inquisition alone, those ignorant mortals, could force wizards to that point. With the strength of the Big Four recorded in the records, they could easily destroy an army. If these giant-level wizards united at that time, their power would have completely overwhelmed the Muggle army. But they were forced to build a refuge and leave a legacy, which means they were in a difficult situation. This is definitely not something that the Muggles during the Inquisition did. At that time, many places recorded special astronomical phenomena, and the stars underwent special changes. I think the threat to the giants was the combined product of the fanatical and crazy atmosphere on the ground at that time and the special astronomical phenomena. In the past 100 years, the births of Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort are very similar to the births of the Big Four and other wizards in the Middle Ages. The celestial phenomena are also gradually changing. The dangers of the past may be coming back. I think it is related to the lost ancient times. The sleeping old ones may be about to wake up. I will continue to pursue the lost times and explore the deepest secrets of the wizarding world. This book, The Lost Era, will become the first chapter of my academic masterpiece. Seal flipped through the entire book and unexpectedly saw a comment in the blank space at the back, which turned out to be from Bathilda, the author of A History of Magic. In her comments, Bathilda accused Dark of being a heretic, saying that his remarks about ancient times were all speculations with no historical facts to support them and were pure insane delusions. However, the research on other eras is detailed and the information is sufficient, which is still very good. Bathilda hopes that Dark can get back on track and not fall into any bizarre delusions, and perhaps achieve greater success in the history of magic. After reading this, Charles had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Is what Dake said really a crazy delusion? At least from the text, Charles couldn't see the madness of Doc at that time. And now, Doc has successfully entered the dream world of Arlai, which proves that he has indeed found the ancient ruins and even become a member of the ancient times. Coupled with the fact that Dark shouted that the era of the ancients was about to return, the credibility of the words he left in the book undoubtedly soared. The ancients are returning. Charles's heart sank slightly. According to Dark, this is a much greater disaster than Grindelwald or Voldemort. Even the birth of these people itself is a resistance to the return of ancient times. But after thinking about it, Charles had no choice. He is still sad about not being able to enter the dreamland of Arlai and not being able to touch the reefs and sea water of Arlai. Stopping the return of the ancients is too far away for him now. However, the generational division method proposed by Dark in the book allowed Charles to have a clearer division of the strength of wizards in the magical world. The vast majority of wizards today have magic powers from the recent ancient times. Even top wizards like Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick have not yet escaped from this level, and have only reached the top in the recent ancient level. But Dumbledore is an outlier. In this modern era, his magic power is comparable to the best in the Middle Ages. If we take into account the more sophisticated and advanced magic from recent ancient times that Dumbledore mastered, Dumbledore's strength in the Middle Ages would be terrifying. It is possible that even the four giants of Hogwarts would not be his match. Grindelwald and Voldemort probably also belong to this level. As for Charles, his magic power is still at the ancient level, but has not yet reached the top level of the ancient times. After all, given his age, even with the feedback from the ancient dragon form, he has not yet grown to his full potential. As for mental strength, it is even higher. Due to 4 deductions of brain occlusion and a lot of knowledge stored in the memory palace, Charles's mental strength has reached the top level in ancient times. Looking back at the ancient times, there were few wizards who could match him in spiritual power. The extraordinary magic power coupled with the top spiritual strength in modern times, especially the various powerful spells he mastered, combined with the superposition, Charles's strength has surpassed modern times. There is a qualitative gap between him and other wizards today, and he has entered the medieval level. But it is still far from the top level of the Middle Ages such as Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Peak Voldemort. Putting down the book The Lost Era, Charles breathed a sigh of relief. According to what Dark said at the end, this book seems to be just his early work, and perhaps we can find Dark's discussions on ancient times later. If so, he might be one step closer to the true history of the wizarding world. Thoughts were floating in his mind, but they were quickly suppressed by Charles. After 4 rehearsals of occlumency, Charles was able to remain calm even when faced with information that overturned common sense. No matter how many secrets you know, without the corresponding strength they are just talk. This information can only be transformed into real benefits if you have enough strength. At this moment, Charles glanced at his total number of deduction points and couldn't help but frown. Before coming to Hogwarts, he searched frantically in the dream world of Arlie. I thought these points would last at least 1 semester, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. After arriving at Hogwarts, I spent them too quickly and was no longer able to make ends meet. There were more than 30 million points, but now there are less than 10 million left. But there are still many places where points are needed. Not to mention the subsequent deduction of brain occlusion, just speed reading various books to improve mental strength requires Charles to continuously invest points to save time. Also, dragon language magic hasn't been improved for a long time. If the plan goes well, Seal will get the transformation of the 3-headed dog of hell, and even the transformation of the phoenix of paradise. No matter which one is not inferior to the ancient dragon, the points required are naturally not much less. Seal sighed. After a big commotion just now, both Dumbledore and Voldemort are probably paying extra attention to me. Now is not a good time to go to the room of requirement and eat the crown. He licked his lips. Just bear with it. Just bear with it a little longer. The trip to the Forbidden Forest should yield a lot of gains. The group of giant 8-eyed spiders alone can provide a lot of points. There are also various magical animals in the deeper parts, such as unicorns and harpy-winged beasts. Seal felt saliva starting to form in his mouth just thinking about it. After our trip to the Forbidden Forest, when Dumbledore and Voldemort's attention to me has decreased, I will eat the diadem. The plan to breed various magical animals and plants can also begin. As for now, forget it, just bear with yourself first. 3-headed dog, here I come. Soon, Charles once again came to the trapdoor at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. After 2 or 3 days, the 3-headed dog Lu Wei's injuries had long since healed, and his previous ferocity had fully recovered. Hearing the creaking sound of the trapdoor opening, Lu Wei immediately let out a terrifying roar. But the next moment, when Charles lifted the disillusionment spell and appeared in front of Lu Wei, the ferocity on Lu Wei's 3 heads gradually turned into confusion, and then all of a sudden turned into fear. It could never forget the last time it was forcibly sterilized by Charles. This little wizard was simply not a human. When Charles came again this time, Lu Wei could clearly smell it from him that Charles had become stronger again. It's much stronger than the last time I came, Lu Wei's 3 heads quickly started to think together. The head in the middle recovered from its fright and let out a series of threatening growls. We are 3-headed dogs, inheriting ancient blood. How can we be subjected to such humiliation by a little wizard? Bite him, kill him. But the other 2 heads curled their lips. You can do it if you want. I won't do it anyway. Keep your voice down, don't let this little devil hear you. Forget it. It seems like we can't beat him. It's just a cut. It will grow back anyway. Just bear with it or... Before Charles could do anything, the 3 heads started making a lot of noise, making Charles's head buzz. Enough. Whoever barks again, I'm not just here to sterilize you, I'm going to chop off your head. Following Seal's threatening whispers and the powerful magic bursting out from the tip of the mithril wand, all 3 of Lu Wei's heads fell into terror. The next moment, all 3 heads showed flattering expressions. The 3-headed dog Lu Wei turned around and spread his hind legs. The 3-headed dog can still tell which is worse, chopping off the small head or chopping off the big head. As for dignity? What is that? We three-headed dogs don't care about it. A few minutes later, Seal came to the Hufflepuff kitchen with a satisfied look on his face, carrying fresh three-headed dog ingredients. After drinking a pot of extremely nourishing three-headed dog soup, more than 60,000 deduction points were earned. Then he came to the door of the common room, knocked on the door knocker and sang Blue and White Porcelain, swallowed the gushing magic vinegar in ecstasy, and gained nearly 100,000 points. This Hufflepuff is really at the right place. I'm not worried about the points in the few days before I go to the Forbidden Forest. I hope the materials in the Forbidden Forest won't disappoint me. In the next few days, Charles repeated this monotonous life. Part of the time is spent on simulations and deductions in the spiritual world to improve combat capabilities and enhance proficiency in common spells. Most of the time is spent in the Forbidden Book area, constantly browsing the materials there and filling the memory palace with knowledge. In his free time, he would either go play with Fluffy or play music at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room to make up for the shortfall in deduction points. But all this is a different picture when seen by those who are careful. Dumbledore was paying attention to Seal's movements every day. He was a little surprised to see that Seal was really reading those gossips that were of no help to his strength in the restricted area. Originally, he was feeling somewhat uneasy, which made him keep paying attention to Charles. Now it seems that I might have thought too much. It seems that although Charles Evans is a genius, he is still a child after all. He likes to solve these complex propositions and miscellaneous discussions to show his ability. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. If Charles continued his crazy pursuit of strength, he would probably be in big trouble. It is quite difficult to suppress such a genius. But since Charles has indulged himself and lost his ambition due to pleasure, then things are simple. Those books containing practical and advanced magic were very precious, but with Dumbledore's connections, he was able to borrow a lot of these miscellaneous talks and weird theories from magic scholars all over the world. If all else fails, go to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to discuss this matter, and you can borrow some of the collection from their library. Dumbledore's lips curled up into a smile. If you like watching these, then take your time. With the collections of the three schools, there is enough for you to see until the end of time. As for going to find the three-headed dog every day, Dumbledore thought about it. Although it's a bit cruel to Fluffy, he always tries to make me send him away, but if it can distract Seal, it's worth the suffering. Also, the Wisengamot doesn't seem to have passed any bill regarding the protection of three-headed dogs, so it's not illegal to sterilize a three-headed dog. Suffer the three-headed dog for a while, and I will bear the infamy in the future. Anyway, I will only suffer for another year at most, and it will only be about 300 times. Just bear it and it will pass. In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, there was a crystal ball in front of Quirrell, on which Charles's movements over the past few days were vaguely reflected. Quirrell reported to Voldemort with a respectful look on his face. Master, Charles has been reading these books in the restricted area these days. I have checked and found that the truly profound magic books have been moved away. What is left for Charles are just some weird magic talks. It's just as the master expected. Voldemort also sneered in his mind. After so many years, Dumbledore hasn't changed at all. Apart from talking about love, he is unwilling to give any real benefits. As for advanced magic, he is extremely cautious. Even those people in the Order of the Phoenix under him cannot even think of learning it from him. He's still trying to do this to a genius like Charles Evans? Stupid, stupid. Quirrell said quickly. Then Master, do you need me to contact Charles and win him over to your side? Voldemort shook his head. People won't cherish things that come too easily. Wait a little longer, leave Charles alone for a while. When he is completely desperate and has no other options, I will intervene. By then, I will definitely be able to pull Charles into my camp. Even Lucius at Malfoy Manor learned about the changes in the restricted area through his own school director. He sneered. Dumbledore, the old bee, finally did something human. How could he allow a mudblood like the Seal to learn the truly advanced magic in the restricted section? This mudblood is so arrogant now. What will happen if he learns more advanced magic? Since Seal had wasted the past few days and his strength had not improved at all after entering the restricted area, Lucius was completely relieved. Tonight, Seal can't delay any longer. He has to go to the Forbidden Forest anyway. I'm going to make this mudblood pay for what he did. At this time, Charles, who was believed to have been wasting his time in the past few days, did not pay any attention to the opinions of the outside world. Only he himself knows what changes have taken place in him in the past few days. The strength of his magic power was indeed stagnant, but in his spiritual world, the area of the memory palace had expanded several times more than before, and the increase in mental strength brought about by this was even beyond Charles's expectations. His temperament now is subtly different from the past few days. It seems as if he has a deep accumulation of knowledge and exudes the temperament of a scholar. Even his eyes are a little deeper. This is exactly the change that a large amount of knowledge brings to people's temperament. The so-called a man of culture is naturally elegant. When Charles filled the memory palace with another large book from the restricted area, the quantitative changes over the past few days finally reached their peak. Boom! His spiritual power, which had reached its peak, suddenly began to rise again, showing a qualitative change. Charles's eyes showed an uncontrollable joy. This is spiritual power has transformed again. Entering the medieval level. The next moment, all the distracting thoughts in Charles's mind disappeared. The huge spiritual power suddenly became more concentrated and as clear as crystal. Seal felt as if his senses were expanding, as if he could even feel every speck of dust floating in the air of the library. The last time he performed occlumency on the Hogwarts Express, Seal felt that the world before him had taken on a whole new look, as if a veil covering it had been lifted. This time, his mental power transformed again, and Charles's feeling became even stronger. He even felt like he was looking at the world through a magnifying glass, especially for fluctuations in magic power. It is much more sensitive than before the transformation. For example, multiple casting requires capturing magic echoes. With Charles's current mental strength, the efficiency of capturing echoes will be more than twice as high as before, and the loss of multiple casting will be further reduced. At the same time, the mental burden that Charles can bear is several times greater than before the transformation. Before the transformation, when his mental strength allowed him to release powerful spells such as the Eternal Blazing Sun spell and the Lightless Sun spell, he could already easily bear the burden, but he could still feel their weight. If multicasting is used, this burden becomes even more obvious. And if he were to use Storm Call, the most powerful dragon language magic at present, in the ancient dragon form, it would be difficult. But now, after Charles felt it a little, he found that the Eternal Blazing Sun spell was already a piece of cake. This feeling is similar to the burden of invoking an ordinary spell before, and it is much easier. Even the triple cast Eternal Blazing Sun spell would not be enough to make Charles feel tired. He could do it 7 or 8 times in one breath without any problem. As for dragon language magic, the changes are even more obvious. It no longer feels like a child wielding an adult's weapon, it's much easier. While the burden has decreased, the power has also increased a lot compared to before. There was a tangible light flashing in Charles's eyes, and his gaze was deep, like an abyss with no bottom, and the emotion in his heart was indescribable. Is this the spiritual power of the medieval level? It is indeed extraordinary, surpassing this recent ancient era. It is a huge improvement on my strength. Even if my magic power is still at the level of the recent ancient times, with the spiritual power of the medieval times and a number of profound and vast spells, I can defeat Voldemort, who is currently possessing Quirrell. Even if Voldemort recovers some of his magic power through unicorn blood, I am confident that I can crush him. I've already beaten Voldemort, who is still a freshman, within a week of entering school. I hope my progress is not embarrassing for the time travelers, right? Then, Charles's eyes became even more fiery. According to his currently known spellcasting theory, mental strength and magical strength are the two major factors that determine the power of a spell. The mental strength has increased so much by advancing from the ancient times to the medieval level. If the strength of magic power also changes, my own strength will definitely undergo further qualitative changes. By then, even among the wizards of the Middle Ages, Charles would be considered an elite. In this recent ancient era, apart from Dumbledore, Peak Voldemort, and Grindelwald, Seal is the fourth person in the open. Even Dumbledore, who was holding the Elder Wand, was really unbeatable. When facing the latter two, most of whose methods were dark magic, Charles relied on his sacred magic that surpassed this era, and the outcome was really uncertain. However, compared to my mental strength, my magical power is much weaker. Currently, I am not even as strong as Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. But as long as I complete the remaining 2 magical animagus transformations, relying on the feedback from the 3-headed dog of hell and the phoenix of heaven, the magic power should be able to completely transform into the medieval level. I have the 3-headed dog. I just need a potion of atavism to get the bloodline of the 3-headed dog of hell. I can't run away. This time when we go to the Forbidden Forest, in addition to harvesting deduction points, we must pay special attention to the traces of the phoenix that Professor Sprout mentioned. Once all this is done, I will go to the Dragon Blood Sea in Romania and confront the being in the coffin head-on. Seal pondered his next move in his mind. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the restricted book area. "Where's Charles Evans? Come out faster. Don't think about delaying it any longer. Your injuries have long been healed. You should have gone to the Forbidden Forest to accept your punishment." Charles frowned and walked out of the restricted books area, where he saw two middle-aged men, dressed decently but with ferocious faces, shouting in a haughty manner in the library. Madame Pants tried to silence them, but they ignored her. "We are friends of Mr. Malfoy from the school board and we work for the school board. What are you, a librarian? Shut up. Where's Charles Evans? Get him out." When Charles saw these two middle-aged men, he had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, and then he suddenly realized something. Draco Malfoy attends Hogwarts with two lackeys named Crabbe and Goyle. It can be seen from the moment they were together on the Hogwarts Express that Crabbe and Goyle were arranged to be Malfoy's followers. The families of these two people should have a close relationship with the Malfoy family. Since they regard Malfoy as the most respected, they would arrange their heirs to be Malfoy's followers directly. This is true for the small one, and it seems the big one is also true. These two middle-aged men must be Old Crabbe and Old Goyle. The son worked for young Malfoy, and they worked for Lucius Malfoy. In the library, Madame Pance's face turned livid with anger, but she didn't dare to say anything in front of the people on the school board. As Old Crabbe and Old Goyle had said, she was just a librarian. Even like Filch, Madame Pance was a squib. Although she cherished the books about magic in the library, she did not have the courage to fight against the people on the school board. There were some other students in the library, and they were glaring at Old Crabbe and Old Goyle. "Why are you so unreasonable? The library belongs to the students of Hogwarts. Even if you are members of the school board, you must abide by the rules here. Also, be respectful to Seal." Old Crabbe and Old Goyle sneered and looked down at the student who had just spoken up for Seal. Until his voice gradually faded away, they laughed more and more contemptuously. "Another Hufflepuff idiot. Since when did a Hufflepuff dare to speak so loudly? When we were in school, Hufflepuffs were a bunch of losers, and that was a well-known fact." Before he finished speaking, while the little Hufflepuff blushed, Seal walked out of the restricted area. With a tap of the mithril wand, Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr.'s insults to Hufflepuff came to an abrupt end. Seal looked calmly at the students and Madame Pance in the library and said lightly, "You two can leave first. I'm here to talk to these two lackeys of the school board alone." He looked around, and even without using any magic, with Charles's current mental strength, he already had a convincing aura. The reason why Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald were able to form a team so easily was not only because of their own ideas, but also because of the infection and appeal brought by their strong spiritual power, which was an extremely important factor. Now, after his spiritual transformation, Seal also possesses a similar temperament. Madame Pance and the students in the library felt as if they were facing Dumbledore. They obeyed involuntarily and left the library one after another. Charles waved his wand again, and the door of the library closed tightly, with some protective magic attached, so that people outside could not hear or see what was going on inside. After doing this, he waved his wand and lifted the silencing spell on Old Crabbe and Old Goyle. The two men's faces were filled with shock and anger at the moment, as if they had not expected Charles to dare to attack them. "Charles Evans, you dare to use silent magic on us? Do you know that you were supposed to be sent to the Forbidden Forest as punishment? It seems that you haven't learned any lesson at all. We are Mr. Malfoy's people on the school board. Do you believe that we will tell Mr. Malfoy and make your punishment more severe?" Old Crabbe even sneered. "It's no use for you to spend all day in the restricted area. We have all heard that there is no advanced magic left for you in the restricted area. I think this is one of the few smart things that old fool Dumbledore did." He lowered his voice and gave Charles a look of malicious contempt. "A mudblood like you wouldn't even have the chance to study magic at Hogwarts back then. You have a filthy bloodline, and you still want to learn advanced magic from the restricted section? Sooner or later, a mudblood like you will be kicked out of Hogwarts." Seal raised his head calmly and stared at Old Crabbe in front of him. Although he is now only 11 years old, he still has to look up to big guys like Crabbe Sr. But somehow, Old Crabbe felt as if he was being looked down upon by a giant, and a creepy feeling rose in his heart. "Old Gore, who was standing by, felt a chill in his heart when he saw Charles's calm eyes, but he still spoke loudly. How? You have already made a mistake. We are here to inform you to go to the Forbidden Forest immediately. Do you still want to fight us again? I remind you again, we are Mr. Malfoy's men from the school board. If you dare to fight us, you will be kicked out of Hogwarts tomorrow, and even Dumbledore can't save you. But at this moment, Charles showed a hint of sarcasm. I have seen your son. He looks very unintelligent. I was wondering what was going on. Now it seems that I have finally found the source. I know you are followers of Lucius Malfoy from the school board, so... So what? Snape is dead, why can't you two losers die? Old Crabbe and Old Goyle opened their eyes wide, and suddenly felt cold all over. They could sense that Charles was not joking. A murderous intent has enveloped them. It feels like the god of death has already swung his scythe. At this moment they finally understood that Seal didn't care about the rules at all. What about the school board? If you provoke Charles, he will attack without any hesitation. This guy doesn't care about school rules or the laws of the wizarding world at all. As if he had read their thoughts, Seal grinned. Don't blame me in your heart. I, Seal Evans, am a good wizard who abides by the law. But if the law can't find it, then it's not illegal. What do you think? For example? Charles waved his wand casually, and an invisible sharp edge swept across the mouths of Old Crabbe and Old Goyle. 2 pieces of their tongues fell off, and blood gushed out like fountains. Then, when Old Crabbe and Old Goyle fell to the ground with their eyes wide open and rolled over, unable to even howl in pain, Charles waved his wand again, and a healing magic fell on them. Although he had never used Deep Blue to perform deductions specifically, Charles had simulated and practiced healing magic many times in his own mental space. Coupled with the transformation of his mental power now, the effect of this healing magic is immediate. The fallen tongue and the gushing blood returned to the bodies of Old Crabbe and Old Goyle as if time had gone back. Charles smiled with satisfaction. There are absolutely no visible marks, no wounds at all. Oh, by the way, don't think about traces or flashback spells. My spells won't leave any traces. So what did you just say? Well, you insulted me as a mudblood, but that doesn't have any lethal effect on me. But why do you have to bring Hufflepuff into this? I owe Professor Sprout a huge favor, so I have to protect Hufflepuff no matter what. So, you have to pay a price for your careless words. Charles had an indifferent expression as he waved his wand again and again, releasing healing magic again and again. Old Crabbe and Old Goyle's eyes were filled with horror. This empty library has become their place of execution. They swore that if they were given another chance, they would never dare to be so arrogant to Seal again, let alone say insulting words to Hufflepuff House in front of Seal. Seal asked, looking at the two of them. Regret it? As the two of them nodded hurriedly, Charles chuckled. Late. From Snape's case, I learned a lesson. Once you make an enemy, you have to deal with all of his relatives and friends. You see, just because I didn't deal with Lucius Malfoy, he wanted revenge and let you disgust me. If I had found an opportunity to deal with the Malfoy family, wouldn't everything have been fine? I am always very good at learning from my mistakes, so this time, since I have taken action against you, I will definitely deal with the matter cleanly. Old Crabbe and Old Goyle stared with wide eyes. Damn, this little Hufflepuff is too dark. Why would such a person be sorted into Hufflepuff? Even Slytherin can't produce such a crazy person. That crazy woman Bella Lestrange wasn't so outrageous when she was in school. The two tried desperately to escape, but Charles's mithril wand had already burst out 2 silver-white rays of light, which fell on them. It was legilimency. These 2 idiots had never even practiced occlumency, so facing Seal's mental magic, there was no chance of them having any resistance at all. All the most subtle secrets of their lives were revealed to Charles, but he was not even interested in looking. With a wave of the magic wand, an order was engraved deep into their consciousness. After you go back, find a quiet place to die in a few days. Don't disturb others. Got it? Old Crabbe and Old Goyle looked at each other in bewilderment. Yes. When you get back, find a quiet place to die. Then, when Seal's spell was lifted, the 2 men got up from the ground, and the confusion in their eyes gradually disappeared. The memory of Charles fighting with them and causing them pain and fear seemed to have disappeared from their minds and could not be recalled at all. Apart from the fear that instinctively emerged after seeing Seal, the two continued talking about the previous topic as if a period of time had been cut out. Charles Evans, the school board's punishment deadline for you has expired. We are here to inform you that you must go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to accept your punishment. Otherwise, the board of directors will pass a resolution tomorrow, which could result in your expulsion from Hogwarts at most." After Charles nodded to show that he understood, the two of them snorted coldly and left the library arrogantly. There was a deep look in Charles's eyes. It seems that Professor Sprout's reminder was correct. Lucius Malfoy seems to be a little unwilling to be lonely. That's right. After all, his good friend Snape died. It's normal for him to be sad and want revenge. Then I will be kind enough to send him back to his good friends. I would also like to see what this great noble has arranged for me. Immediately, Charles walked out of the library. Night fell and darkness enveloped Hogwarts. At the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and others, as well as Hagrid, who was responsible for accompanying Seal into the Forbidden Forest, were waiting here. They looked anxious, wondering what had happened to Charles, when Charles appeared in front of them carrying a bag. "Sorry, I'm a little late. Mainly because I was preparing some things. But I'm not too late, right?" Professor Sprout breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Charles came, otherwise the school board might have further troubled him and would have given Charles a more severe punishment. Professor Sprout asked, looking at the bag in Seal's hand. "What did you bring?" Charles said lightly. "Some necessities for survival in the wilderness. I think they will be helpful to me in the Forbidden Forest." Professor Sprout's eyes showed admiration. What she feared most was that Charles was too confident. After all, although Charles was strong, the Forbidden Forest in the dark was full of dangers. There might be a poisonous snake hiding under a leaf, and if you are too careless, an accident might really happen. But seeing how well prepared Charles was, I could put my worries aside. At this time, Hagrid, who was leading his hound Fang, spoke. "It's almost time to go in." Seal nodded, said goodbye to Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall and others, and followed Hagrid and Fang into the Forbidden Forest. Soon, the tall trees, as if in an uninhabited area, blocked the view of the surroundings, and it was pitch black everywhere. There was no light to be seen except the lamp that Hagrid held in his hand. Charles casually cast a fluorescent spell, and the soft light immediately illuminated a large area of the forest. Hagrid frowned. "Your luminosity charm is too bright. In the Forbidden Forest, try not to use spells if you can. The smell of magic is very obvious to magical creatures, and they will follow the spell to find you." A strange smile appeared on Charles's lips, and he ignored Hagrid. "Fantastic beasts coming, that's really good, otherwise, wouldn't all the time I spent preparing be in vain?" The reason why Charles arrived a little late was that he went to the Hufflepuff kitchen and asked the house elves there for a lot of magical seasonings, including a universal magical sauce created by Hufflepuff. According to the house elves, using this sauce to dip various magical ingredients can stimulate the magic in them and make the ingredients more delicious. For Charles, this is equivalent to increasing the points he can get after eating food. "I brought so many seasonings and pots and pans, it would be a waste if no magical creatures came." Hagrid glanced at Charles, who was still doing his own thing and casting the luminescent charm, and frowned. His eyes did not conceal his dislike for Charles. Generally speaking, Hagrid has a good impression of most of the students at Hogwarts, except Slytherin. But Hagrid really couldn't like Charles because Charles insulted Dumbledore in public. Hagrid was absolutely a die-hard Dumbledore fan. In his eyes, anyone who insulted Dumbledore was a scumbag and a villain. In front of so many people, Charles actually drew out the sword of Gryffindor and pointed it at Dumbledore. In Hagrid's eyes, this was much worse than those bad bastards in Slytherin. If Seal wasn't still a little wizard, Hagrid would definitely have taught him a lesson. Therefore, after walking for a while and being silent for a while, the half-blood giant Hagrid couldn't hold it in anymore and said something in a muffled voice. "You shouldn't have said that about Dumbledore. You must apologize to Dumbledore when you return. Headmaster Dumbledore is the greatest man in the wizarding world." Seal frowned. "You remind me that I have not yet heard Dumbledore's reflection on his negligence, nor have I heard his apology for the harm done to the Hufflepuff students. It seems that after I return, I need to remind Dumbledore again that playing the ostrich will not solve the problem. As a Gryffindor headmaster, don't you even have the courage to admit your mistakes?" Hagrid's face flushed instantly and he became visibly excited. "What did you say? I forbid you to say that about Headmaster Dumbledore. You have no idea what Headmaster Dumbledore has done." Charles looked at the excited Hagrid, his brows furrowed even more, and he took 2 steps back to avoid the saliva that splashed from Hagrid's excitement. He asked back seriously. Then I really want to hear what Dumbledore did to make you so devoted to him and not allow any doubt at all. When Hagrid heard Seal's question, he seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous and even forgot to be angry. He said loudly. You ask me why Dumbledore is great. Merlin, isn't this universally acknowledged? Charles said with interest. I don't like commonly accepted statements because they are often exaggerated and contain elements of misinformation. Just tell me, what do you think is the greatest thing about Dumbledore? Hagrid said without hesitation. Dumbledore is the banner of justice. He leads the fight against you-know-who. Everyone knows that you-know-who is the only person he fears in the wizarding world. Without Dumbledore, the you-know-who would be completely unmatched in the wizarding world. Isn't that great? Charles shook his head. You said Voldemort was afraid of Dumbledore. I admit that. But I want to ask you, how did Dumbledore lead the battle against you-know-who come to be? I did hear that Dumbledore has a secret society. It seems to be called the Order of the Phoenix, right? Hagrid, you should be a member of the Order of the Phoenix, too. How many people are there in the Order of the Phoenix? Hagrid was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to hear the name of the Order of the Phoenix from Charles's mouth. He is proud of the Tau. Yes, I am a member of the Order of the Phoenix. I can't tell you who exactly is in the Order of the Phoenix, but there are at least 10 people in it. Seal nodded, interrupting Hagrid. So the Order of the Phoenix only had a dozen people from beginning to end. I'll assume you have 20 people. You shouldn't have various peripheral members like the Death Eaters. After all, according to Dumbledore's style, you probably don't have much funding, and you have to bring your own food to fight. Then how many Death Eaters are there? The core members are about the same as you, but the peripheral members and those dark creatures are at least several hundred. Your Order of the Phoenix is so strong that you can fight against more than 10 or 20 Death Eaters alone with the core Death Eaters. Hagrid paused. This is not the case. Charles laughed. Then I want to ask, the Order of the Phoenix can only deal with such a small number of insignificant Death Eaters at most. If a large-scale battle breaks out, who will fight the Death Eaters? Hagrid thought about it and said with some hesitation. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic will also join the battle. They have more people and can fight against many Death Eaters. Seal nodded and asked back. The Order of the Phoenix can only play a role in containing a small number of Death Eaters. The hard battles are still fought by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Did Dumbledore lead the Aurors? Did he hold the title of Director of the Ministry of Magic, or act as Minister of Magic during the war? Did he participate in the strategic planning of any major battle? Why do you say that it's as if the fight against the Death Eaters was all the work of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore? Are you taking the credit for the Aurors and other resistance organizations? Without waiting for Hagrid to answer, Seal continued to ask. Voldemort made many moves during the previous Wizarding Wars, burning, killing, and looting. He was so famous that the people he killed dared not even mention his name. Then I want to ask, what did Dumbledore do? Since he is so powerful and the only person Voldemort fears in the wizarding world, Dumbledore should stand up in these troubled times, hold high the banner, and unite all the resistance forces under it. He should have relied on his own reputation to directly take over as Minister of Magic, lead the overall situation, and take the initiative to eliminate the Death Eaters, killing so many Death Eaters that they dare not mention his name. But where was he at that time? Why is he still in Hogwarts? Why do we rarely see Dumbledore taking action? You know who has claimed countless Auror lives. How many Death Eater lives has Dumbledore claimed? Hagrid was speechless for a moment. Because the young wizards of Hogwarts need Dumbledore's protection. This made Charles laugh out loud. Are you kidding? Death Eaters' descendants and relatives' children are also attending school at Hogwarts. Slytherin House is part of Hogwarts. Are they bored? Why do they come to Hogwarts to massacre little wizards before they have dealt with the Aurors and the Resistance Organization? It makes sense that Dumbledore, who is in charge of Hogwarts, took the descendants of the Death Eaters of Slytherin College as hostages to intimidate the Death Eaters and make them surrender as soon as possible. But did Dumbledore do that? It seems that he has not. In other words, what beneficial impact can his presence in Hogwarts have on the battle against Voldemort and the Death Eaters? Voldemort ran around everywhere, killing people everywhere, and everyone was terrified. But Dumbledore, the only person who could fight against Voldemort, spent most of his time at Hogwarts maintaining order. Is this considered a great contribution? Listening to Charles's sneer, Hagrid was shaking with anger. Nonsense, you are talking nonsense. Dumbledore deserves credit for the you-know-who's been defeated. Charles said calmly. The most direct contribution to the defeat of the you-know-who was made by the Harry Potter family. Was Dumbledore present? No, what contribution did he make to defeating you-know-who? Does Dumbledore also have a share of Harry Potter's credit? Hagrid was a little speechless. Seal shook his head. So I've always been puzzled. Why do you, the Order of the Phoenix, talk as if you have made such a great contribution, as if Dumbledore has killed so many Death Eaters and defeated Voldemort so many times? You are really good at flattering yourself. Dumbledore has made a contribution to inspiring the spirit and providing spiritual support to the Aurors and resistance organizations in the wizarding world. I acknowledge this contribution, but is there anything more? If an ordinary Auror had Dumbledore's strength, perhaps he would be able to do much more. Perhaps he will shoulder the responsibility of leading the wizarding world, rather than staying in Hogwarts with all his abilities and not even daring to take on the position of Minister of Magic. Perhaps he will hate Death Eaters even more. Wherever there are Death Eaters, he will be there waving his wand and emitting golden flames. If he encounters a tough enemy, he will solve the problem without ordinary Aurors risking their lives. The death and injury in the wizarding world would be much less, the Death Eaters would act much more cautiously, and the wizarding world would not be filled with despair and fear, to the point that no one dares to mention Voldemort's name until now. Ask yourself, has Dumbledore done what he should have done with his strength? Or let me ask it another way, Hagrid. If you had Dumbledore's power and saw your fellow Order of the Phoenix die in battle, what would you do? Hagrid answered automatically. Of course, to eliminate the Death Eaters and defeat Voldemort. Charles asked back. Did Dumbledore do that? Did he take the initiative to find Voldemort and kill the Death Eaters? Hagrid was speechless and could only say something in a muffled voice after a while. Dumbledore has his own concerns. Some battles belong to us. This made Charles shake his head. So even the final battle that ended Voldemort was contributed by the baby Harry Potter. Then where was Dumbledore's battlefield? Well, I won't repeat how great Dumbledore was when the war happened. Perhaps Dumbledore's greatness is reflected in the post-processing work. Let me ask you, how much compensation do those comrades of the Order of the Phoenix who died in battle receive? Hagrid looked as if he had been insulted. Pension. We're not fighting for that, we're fighting for peace and justice. Charles said calmly. So after they died in battle, how would their families survive? The Order of the Phoenix didn't even show the slightest sign of support. That's fine. I can understand that. The Order of the Phoenix is an unofficial, loosely organized organization with no source of funding. Then they also made great contributions to the fight against Voldemort. Aurors receive pensions and official honors after their death, which is considered a death in the line of duty. Did Dumbledore fight for the members of the Order of the Phoenix who died in battle? In the official records of the wizarding world, are they warriors who died in the fight against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, or are they ordinary victims? These two are different, right? Oh? Still nothing? The great Dumbledore didn't even try to get anything for his dead companions? Oh, how great and noble! That's right, this is exactly the same as his attitude towards Harry Potter. Hagrid, you must know what kind of life Harry Potter has been through over the years, right? When Hagrid mentioned this, anger appeared on his face and his words were choked with sobs. Of course I know. I can't believe that Harry Potter's relatives treated him like that. Charles asked back. What else are Harry Potter's relatives going to do to him? No matter how you treat him, what are you qualified to say? Has anyone in the wizarding world ever taken care of Harry Potter for a single day since he was little? Has anyone ever bought him a diaper or a pack of milk powder? You paid for his medical treatment for all the illnesses he had since he was a child? Don't you know how much it costs to raise a child? Raising Harry Potter healthy, in my opinion, his relatives have fulfilled their most basic moral and responsibility. On the contrary, you, especially the great Dumbledore you mentioned, knew that Harry Potter was there. What did he do? Let's not talk about anything else. Is it difficult to allocate some funds to him? Is it difficult to visit him regularly and care about Harry Potter? So, the strongest wizard who slacked off during the war, who did not provide compensation to his companions after the war, who did not fight for their legitimate honor and reputation, who did not even pay to raise the orphan Harry Potter, and who was thrown to a Muggle family by the Hogwarts headmaster who ignored him for 11 years, where is his greatness that makes you, Hagrid, question me so stubbornly? I really want to hear it clearly. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Hagrid's face turned from red to blue and then pale. He really wanted to yell at Seal and tell him that this was all nonsense. But there didn't seem to be anything wrong with what Charles said, and it wasn't a made-up fact. There is indeed no pension for the members of the Order of the Phoenix who died in battle. Many of their merits and contributions are known only to the members of the Order of the Phoenix and are not officially recognized by the Ministry of Magic. The Weasley family's difficult life, Lupin's awkward situation as a werewolf, and his own situation seemed to have not changed because of the Order of the Phoenix. As for Harry Potter's childhood, it left Hagrid speechless. Only now did he remember that his attitude towards the Dursleys after his visit had been very inappropriate. No matter how mean they were, they actually took care of Harry Potter for 11 years. Although Hagrid had no children, he understood that taking care of children was much more difficult than taking care of magical creatures. Children get sick, cry, need diaper changes every few hours, and need to be sent to school and educated. Hagrid had done nothing, so he had no right to blame the Dursleys. But if he knew that Harry Potter was there, Hagrid swore that he would do his best to raise Harry healthy and happy. Even if he sold all his property, he would still give money to the Dursleys regularly, supervise them to buy new clothes and new glasses for Harry, take Harry out to play, and not let Harry suffer any grievances. What if I could let him know a little bit of news? Dumbledore didn't tell him, but Dumbledore did nothing. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore has to deal with children every day. Doesn't he know that raising children costs money? What happened to all this? Hagrid looked dazed, and walked deeper into the Forbidden Forest with Charles in a daze. He had even gone to the territory of the eight-eyed giant spiders before, hoping that the eight-eyed giant spiders would appear in front of Charles and give him a good scare. Then, perhaps, Seal would repent for insulting Dumbledore. But now, Hagrid was so upset that he no longer had any intention of asking Seal to repent. He wanted to put Charles's words out of his mind, but the scenes of the past kept appearing before his eyes. Yes, I was kicked out of Hogwarts because my wand was broken, and Dumbledore was the only person who was willing to believe in me. Later, he found a job for me as a gamekeeper and accepted me, a half-giant, into the Order of the Phoenix. These are things that make me very grateful. At that time, Dumbledore was not the headmaster of Hogwarts, but the professor of Transfiguration, and was unable to clear himself. But later, Dumbledore had become a world-famous headmaster and the chief of the Wizengamot court. He was fully capable of vindicating himself. At least, I can have a wand of my own again after so many years, right? And Lupin, he left after the war because there were no positions for him to work in. But there were actually a lot of jobs at that time. Many people died in the magic world and there was a lot of work to be done. If Dumbledore was willing to give Lupin a letter of recommendation, act as a guarantee, and make public Lupin's heroic deeds against the Order of the Phoenix, perhaps Lupin would be able to get a job and would not have to leave his hometown. There is also the Weasley family. Mr. Weasley actually missed a lot of opportunities in the Ministry of Magic because of his involvement in the Order of the Phoenix. If Mr. Weasley had participated in the battle organized by the Ministry of Magic at that time, he could have become a temporary Auror. In this way, based on his merits in the war, many positions would have become vacant after the war, and his rank would have been at least 2 levels higher than it is now. If Dumbledore was willing to speak up for Mr. Weasley would definitely be promoted and his life would be much better than it is now. At least the Weasley children didn't have to take turns wearing hand-me-downs or buy everything second-hand. Every time Hagrid saw it, he felt sad. All of these could have been changed if Dumbledore had just said one word. But no, nothing. Hagrid vaguely felt that they were like chess pieces on a chessboard, and as long as they could play their role, it would be fine. As for how their lives were, Dumbledore didn't care at all. Just when Hagrid was in a state of confusion, the Hound Fang beside him suddenly roared, bringing Hagrid back to his senses. Under the illumination of Charles's fluorescent spell, some shadowy hooded figures could be seen in the shadows of the surrounding Forbidden Forest. There were at least a dozen of them, coming from all directions, and had surrounded Hagrid and Seal. Hagrid felt a sudden surge of alarm in his heart. This is the Forbidden Forest. Could any of these people be good people here, either a poacher or a dark wizard? And when he saw a faint golden light passing through the shadows, Hagrid immediately understood what this meant. Lucius Malfoy, I see you. What on earth do you want to do by bringing people to the Forbidden Forest? Lucius, whose identity was exposed by the glare of his hair, simply gave up pretending after Hagrid revealed his identity. He sneered and walked out from the shadows, his eyes flashing with undisguised malice and murderous intent. What? A trial, of course. Snape is dead, my son's bones were broken and he was left with a shadow. It's all the fault of that mudblood. He did something like this and he wasn't kicked out of Hogwarts with his wand broken? Is that fair? I want to represent the Malfoy family and personally seek justice. Hagrid growled, forgetting his previous argument with Seal. He grabbed the umbrella he was using as a wand. I won't let you succeed. Lucius sneered disdainfully. A half-giant, with thick skin and tough flesh. If he had a magic wand in his hand, I would be afraid of him. But just with your broken umbrella. That's perfect. I've long disliked you, a creature with dirty blood. Today, I'll join that mudblood in making you disappear forever. He was condescending and arrogant, as if he had the lives of Charles and Hagrid in his hands. Of course, you can also try to struggle. I have prepared a lot of things for this moment. Look at these dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. I hired them at a high price. Each of them is fully armed with dark magic items. I have prepared several powerful magic items. If I can't even use them, wouldn't I have worked in vain? I look forward to trying them out on you. Hearing Lucius' words, Hagrid's eyes showed a hint of despair. He suddenly pulled out a flare from his arms and turned to give instructions to Charles. I'll create an opportunity for you later, don't look back, run. After this signal is sent out, it won't be long before Dumbledore and other professors are notified. When they arrive, you'll be safe. Then, Hagrid prepared to launch a flare over the Forbidden Forest. Lucius yelled when he saw this scene. Don't let him send a signal. I'm going to give that mudblood a good beating. I don't want it to end so quickly. The next moment, the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley raised their wands. A dazzling red light flashed by, accompanied by whispering sounds. Collapse. Hagrid was hit with a stunning spell. The stun spell seemed a bit too strong, and the half-giant's magic resistance was like nothing in front of it. Hagrid lost consciousness instantly, and the flare in his hand fell to the ground and failed to be sent successfully. Lucius was overjoyed to see this. Nice stunning spell. Whoever sent it, I'll give him extra money. But the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley looked at each other, and everyone's eyes were full of confusion. Did you make a move? No, I haven't had time yet. Besides, I can't use such a strong stunning spell. Which big guy is here? He's hiding very well. At this moment, Seal's thin figure appeared beside the fallen Hagrid. He grinned, his smile was very bright, and his eyes were full of passion. The stunning spell is pretty nice, isn't it? Don't look for it. I put it there. After all, if Dumbledore comes, it will be inconvenient for me. Next, are you going to hand over the magic items yourself, or do you want me to do it? Seal's voice echoed faintly in the Forbidden Forest. The dark wizards in the shadows all around suddenly felt that the voice seemed a little familiar, and an ominous feeling surged in their hearts. Hey, Lucius! The leading dark wizard asked Lucius a question, wanting to know the name of the specific target of this operation. Could it be the person they were thinking of, the one who had become a taboo in Nocturne Alley? But before he could finish his words, Lucius was stunned when he heard Charles's words, and then he burst into triumphant laughter. He laughed so hard that his aristocratic elegance was gone and he nearly fell backwards. You cast the stunning spell just now. Ha ha ha, this is simply the stupidest thing I have ever seen in my life. You stupid mudblood, you destroyed your own last hope with your own hands. It seems that you still don't understand your current situation. You don't think that defeating Snape in Hogwarts Castle means that you are stronger than him in terms of hard power, right? It's just that Snape was careless, and many of his methods couldn't be used in the castle. Watch out, Charles Evans, this is how dark wizards fight. We have experienced wars, and our methods are beyond the understanding of a young wizard like you. Immediately, Lucius raised his wand gracefully, holding a crystal skull in his left hand, his eyes full of coldness. You want the magic items on me? Then I'll show you its power. The next moment, Lucius was about to chant a spell and activate a magic item to let Charles feel what terror was. But at this moment, he felt a pain in the back of his head, the world was spinning in front of his eyes, and he fell to the ground. Lucius was stunned. By the time he came to his senses on the ground, he discovered that it was the dark wizard from Nocturne Alley whom he had hired who had knocked him down. Lucius' heart skipped a beat and an idea popped into his mind. Broke in. Are they trying to rob each other? Lucius said hurriedly. We have cooperated so many times. Is there any time when I didn't give you a satisfactory reward that you actually wanted to attack me? Believe me, my friend, it's not too late to stop now. But before he could finish his words, Lucius saw that the dark wizards around him were staring at him with fear and anger on their faces. The leading dark wizard even cursed out loud. In time? In time, damn! Lucius Malfoy, are you mentally ill? You told us to do a very simple commission. Is this what you call simple? Why the hell didn't you tell us that the target of the mission was Charles Evans? If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have followed you even if our brains were clogged with shit. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Lucius was stunned. You, what are you talking about? Charles Evans is just a first-year wizard, and you are the vicious dark wizards of Nocturne Alley. Why are you afraid of him? The group of dark wizards were speechless. Atrocious? Lucius called them vicious, in front of Charles Evans, a peerless villain who robbed the entire Nocturne Alley, threatened to throw feces in front of Borgin and Burks, and confronted the vampire count with a blood pump. Lucius said that they were extremely vicious? Did he have any misunderstanding about these 4 words? The leading dark wizard was so angry that he laughed. Lucius Malfoy, you have no idea what kind of existence you have provoked. Immediately, a group of dark wizards bowed to Charles with flattering looks on their faces. Lord Seal, we really didn't know it was you. We were all tricked by Lucius. He just told them to come and help us. If we had known it was you, we wouldn't have dared to come even if we had 10 times the courage. Charles raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Is it? But I just heard that you brought a lot of magical items. If it was an ordinary object, why did you bring so many things? You are fully armed, are you really not here to fight me? The dark wizards immediately started crying for their parents. Really not, my Lord Seal. If I had known I would run into you, I wouldn't have taken out the magic items from the bottom of my box. These are all my belongings left. Charles's face suddenly darkened. Okay. What do you mean? The leading dark wizard quickly slapped himself and respectfully took out the magic items he brought from his arms. What we mean is, if we had known we would run into you, we would have sold everything we had to bring more magic items with us. Alas, Sir Seal, you have repeatedly taken care of us at Nocturne Alley, but when you went to school, we didn't even prepare any gifts. This is really wrong. Merlin, we are so lucky to have met you. These are our gifts for you, Sir Seal, for the start of school. Please don't mind them. At the same time, he glared at the rest of the dark wizards, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. If you want to survive, give up your wealth to save your life. The other dark wizards also woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly took out the magic items in their arms and handed them respectfully to Charles. Yes, yes, Lord Seal, this is the back-to-school gift we prepared. I am in a hurry and my gift is very humble. Please don't despise it. Only then did Charles nod with satisfaction and reached out to accept the gifts sent by these dark wizards. After his mental power transformed again and entered the medieval level, Charles's sensitivity to magic power increased a lot again. He could feel that the magic contained in these items was truly extraordinary, and each one was a masterpiece. As expected, it is the best treasure of the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley. The number of deduction points it can provide is probably not small. For Charles, who was running low on deduction points, this was truly a windfall. Lucius, who was lying on the ground, looked at the dark wizards paying tribute to Charles one by one, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. He admitted that since the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley were so cautious, it seemed that his estimation of Seal's strength was greatly wrong. But every one of these dark wizards in Nocturne Alley is extremely vicious and has killed many people. How could they just submit to a little wizard like this? There must be something fishy going on here. They must be trying to let Charles down his guard and then launch a surprise attack. Or maybe those magic items are cursed, and Charles will be cursed without anyone noticing, and die in extreme pain. Yes, that must be the case. Lucius stared at Charles, waiting for the moment he fell. But by the time the last dark wizard had finished offering his tribute and Charles had put the dark magic items into his pocket one by one, Lucius' eyes were almost sore from staring, as he had not yet seen the scene he had been expecting. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No. They can't be serious, can they? Are you really offering sacrifices to Charles Evans? Lucius stared at the group of dark wizards from Nocturne Alley with bloodshot eyes and questioned. You are dark wizards, how did you become like this? What about dignity? Where's your dignity? Where's your work ethic? The dark wizards of Nocturne Alley were dismissive of Lucius's questioning. Dignity? Professional ethics? What a joke, we are dark wizards, what's the use of dignity and professional ethics? Anyone who has seen the performance of that little devil Charles Evans in Nocturne Alley will know that dignity is nothing but a piece of waste paper. This is a man who can hold a blood pump against the vampire lord. How can you talk about dignity and morality in front of him? Are you okay? At this time, Lucius looked at Charles. Although there was horror in his eyes, he still didn't seem to realize how dangerous his situation was. The Forbidden Forest is not a lawless place, Charles Evans, I think you know that. Lucius gasped. I am a member of the Hogwarts Board of Directors. Even Dumbledore has to consider my words. You are just a first-year student, a muggle-born, with no power or influence. If you dare to lay a hand on me, all members of the school board will expel you from Hogwarts. So you'd better let me go, understand? When Lucius said this, the dark wizards around him took a deep breath and then tacitly moved away from Lucius. Dare to threaten Charles, remarkably brave. Lucius didn't notice this and continued talking. Don't think that you won't know what happened in the Forbidden Forest. I am the head of the Malfoy family. If I disappear for one day, it will cause an uproar in the wizarding world, and countless wizards will be tracking me down. I have already made arrangements. If I disappear for more than 3 days, the Malfoy family will offer a large reward of gold galleons for even the slightest clue. Anyone who dares to kill me will face the endless revenge of the Malfoy family. Think about it, how many gold galleons are that? How many wizards can be hired? Having said that, Lucius let out a long sigh, as if he was certain that Charles would not dare to attack him, but he did not notice the way the dark wizards next to him were looking at him. Seal tilted his head and looked at Lucius, curiously. Finished. I allowed you to say a lot more because you brought me so many magical items. Is this what you want to say? Charles shook his head, yawned, and said in boredom. Same old-fashioned threats. Really boring. Then, he waved his wand, and twisting branches grew out of the ground of the Forbidden Forest, taking all the magical items on Lucius, including the wand, into Charles's hands. Looking at these magical items, Charles's eyes were quite fiery. The Malfoy family is indeed a great noble family, and in recent years it has been the most powerful among the wizarding nobles. They have really collected a lot of good things. The value of these magical items is much greater than the tribute paid by the dark wizards from Nocturne Alley. Charles's gaze fell on a piece of torn parchment, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the magic power contained in the other magic items is quite powerful, it is ultimately limited. According to Charles's estimation, it should still be a product of the recent ancient times, but it is only 200 or 300 years older than now. But the magic emanating from this torn parchment has surpassed the recent ancient times. It is much older, at least a product of the Middle Ages. This is only secondary. The most important thing is that Charles actually smelled a familiar smell from it. Although it was very faint, Charles could confirm that the aura lingering on it was indeed similar to the one emanating from dark. Indescribable madness, creepy feeling. Even though the smell was light, the madness that Charles felt from it seemed to be even worse than the dark he saw in the dream world of Arlai, if Dax madness is a deep pool filled with water. So the madness on this piece of parchment, although there is only a drop of water, it comes from a boundless ocean. Charles suddenly turned to look at Lucius, who was still trying to threaten him, and then waved his wand. The next moment, a wooden spike created by transfiguration pierced Lucius' thigh. The excruciating pain made Lucius wail, and he stared at Charles, as if he couldn't believe that Charles had actually hit him. You, how dare you? I'm going to fire you. The Malfoy family won't let you go, and neither will the wizard nobles. Charles raised his finger and made a silencing gesture. Hush, Lucius Malfoy. Otherwise, I will change my original plan and kill your entire family right now. Would you like to take a gamble? Lucius shuddered violently and felt a deep chill rising from his heart. The first thing he said was to kill his entire family? No, what happened to the little wizard now? Even as a Death Eater, he has never killed an entire family. In a trance, Lucius remembered something. He heard that the Sorting Hat seemed to have sorted Charles Evans to Azkaban for the first time. Right, this is very reasonable, Dumbledore, you old fool, why did you put this little devil into the harmless Hufflepuff? isn't this the most aggressive Hufflepuff in history? A moment later, feeling the sharp pain in his thigh, Lucius finally understood why the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley were so silent about Seal. This little monster is really cruel. He really didn't dare to bet whether Charles would kill his entire family. He couldn't tell whether Charles was really capable of doing such a thing. With Charles's strength, the Malfoy family's magical protection could not stop him. So Lucius calmed down and kept his mouth shut. Charles nodded in satisfaction and asked Lucius while holding the torn parchment. Where did this parchment come from? Lucius was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the first question Seal asked him was about this parchment. He frowned, thinking hard, recalling the origin of the parchment. This parchment is part of our Malfoy family collection. It seems to be about 10 years ago. At that time, the war had just ended and many nobles were being plundered. They had to sell their property and collections to satisfy the appetites of those hyenas in the Ministry of Magic. The Malfoy family is in a much better situation than them, so they still have the spare energy to take advantage of this opportunity to acquire some treasures. At this point, Lucius made another excuse. We are not taking advantage of others. My offer is very fair. It is only 70% off. It is much better than the Ministry of Magic. Besides, these things are well preserved by our Malfoy family. It is better than leaving them in the warehouse of the Ministry of Magic and slowly rotting away. Our Malfoy family has made contributions to the preservation of cultural relics. Charles waved his hand, signaling Lucius to stop talking nonsense and continue to talk about the origin of this thing. Lucius then breathed a sigh of relief and continued. At that time, there was a small noble who had fallen on hard times. However, his surname was quite ancient and was said to have been passed down for thousands of years. His family actually had a number of magical artifacts handed down from the time of the founder of Hogwarts. Although I don't know what those things are, they are antiques after all. I think they must have collection value. Especially, I heard that there is a book inside. It seems that there are some records in history that it was written by a mad Arab named Abdullah. Scholars call it the Book of the Dead. It has been sealed at the bottom of the cellar of that nobleman's house. At the time, I thought that although these books were written by a madman, they were very old after all. It would be great if I could collect them and put them on display when distinguished guests came to visit. So I decided to bury them. Unfortunately, I had attended a Ministry of Magic meeting at that time, and only got the news after the meeting. When I rushed there, the little noble's house was already empty, and the things had been sold long ago. It seemed that there was a scramble for them at the scene. Fortunately, I asked Crabbe and Goyle to help me keep an eye out for this kind of things. When I arrived, they gave me this parchment and said that the Book of the Dead was broken into pieces during the fight, and they only got this piece of broken parchment. After that, this piece of parchment remained in my storage box. This time, I wanted to deal with you, and I don't know why I dug it out for no apparent reason. To be honest, I don't know why I carry it. It doesn't seem to have much power. As Lucius narrated, Seal stared at his expression. Lucius's occlumency was not very good, and in the original book, Voldemort could read his thoughts directly. With Seal's current level of legilimency, coupled with his medieval mental strength, his attainments in this area are even better than Voldemort's in the original book. He was able to confirm that Lucius had really not concealed anything and had not told any lies in order to save his life. The Necronomicon, a mad Arab, a mad man. Charles's frown deepened. A torn piece of parchment, blank without any characters or pictures recorded on it, can contain such madness. So how crazy would the complete Book of the Dead be? This thing is a bit weird. Seal can confirm that there is no record of the Dead Book in the original Harry Potter novel. This thing comes from the era of the founder of Hogwarts. Dark also vowed in The Lost Age that the threats faced by the founders of that era were by no means limited to religious inquisition. The madness in the Book of the Dead seems to be a proof of this. Charles looked quite solemn. The water in this magical world seems to be getting deeper and deeper. But then, Charles opened his mouth and swallowed the parchment with a gulp. Instantly, a dense stream of reminders rang in Charles's mind. Deduction points plus 10,000. Deduction points plus 10,000. Just with this small piece of torn parchment, Deep Blue actually converted more than 1,000,000 deduction points for Charles. This made Charles take a deep breath, and the solemnity in his eyes turned into a fiery one. The Book of the Dead. I need to look for this thing carefully. If I eat this book, the harvest will be comparable to eating all the beaches of Arlie in the dream world. Then, Seal looked at Lucius Malfoy, who had a worried look on his face, and his expression relaxed a little, and he said quietly. Originally I wanted to kill you, and then kill your entire family, and it would be best if I could kill all the people you have a close relationship with as well. Hearing Seal's casual words, Lucius' scalp went numb and his face turned pale instantly. What the hell is this devilish statement? Even the Dark Lord doesn't do this, so how can he play the 9 clans elimination game? Then, Charles smiled. Don't worry, don't worry. I've changed my mind now. After all, you really brought me a lot of good things. I won't kill your whole family. After all, keeping you seems to be useful. Lucius Malfoy nodded frantically in approval. Yes, yes, I am very useful, please don't kill me. The Malfoy family has extensive connections, Charles. No, Lord Charles, if you want to find anything, the Malfoy family will do their best to serve you. Charles nodded in satisfaction. You're quite sensible then. Well, congratulations, you survived. Look at you, why are you so pale? I'm not a devil, nor am I Voldemort, right? Lucius felt a pang of sadness. It seems that the Dark Lord is much more merciful than you, Charles Evans. But facing Charles's teasing eyes, Lucius quickly lowered his head, trying his best to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. At this time, Charles was too lazy to argue with Lucius. He just said one sentence. Since you just said you can do your best to serve me, now I have a favor to ask you to do me. Will it be possible to hang upside down? Lucius blinked, his face full of confusion. Hanging upside down. Then, Charles sighed. It seems you don't know how to do it. Never mind. Let me help you. Soon, Lucius was entangled by a vine at the ankle and hung on a tall tree nearby. Blood dripped from the wound on his thigh, spreading the smell of blood in the night air. Charles nodded in satisfaction. Just hang there like this, and help me catch some fish. Is that okay? Lucius's face was pale, and 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart, but he could only force a smile on his face. No grievance, no grievance. It is an honor for me, Lucius Malfoy, to be Lord Seal's bait. The dark wizards standing by felt relieved when they saw Lucius Malfoy's miserable appearance. It was too cruel. Fortunately, they did not anger Charles, otherwise they would probably be hung upside down and bleeding like Lucius. But at this moment, Charles frowned. The Forbidden Forest is so big. If Lucius fishes alone, how long will it take him to catch any fish? He took out the super huge pots and pans he brought with him this time, as well as the mountains of seasonings. I brought so many things. If I can't use them all today, wouldn't it be a waste? As he spoke, Seal glanced at the dark wizards. The faces of the dark wizards turned pale little by little. The next moment, the leading dark wizard shouted. Master Seal, there is no need for you to do anything. We can go up there on our own. Then he took out a knife, gritted his teeth and cut a hole in his palm. Then he waved his wand and hung himself upside down on the tree like Lucius, letting the blood flow down. The other dark wizards followed suit. Soon, more than a dozen baits dripping with blood were hung here. When Lucius saw this scene, he suddenly felt much better. At least I was hung up by Charles himself, which is much better than these cowards who hang themselves. Moreover, with so many people bleeding together, the fish that Charles wants to catch should be caught quickly, or at least it won't die from blood loss. Just when Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, the strong smell of blood seemed to have finally attracted some bloodthirsty creatures in the nearby Forbidden Forest. Swish, swish. The sound of leaves rustling could be heard in the Forbidden Forest. Charles slowly grinned. Deep Blue, we're going to have dinner. In the dark Forbidden Forest, rustling sounds were heard constantly, echoing under the night sky. The bloody smell of Lucius Malfoy and a group of dark wizards was obviously quite eye-catching in this Forbidden Forest, attracting many magical animals that were interested in human flesh and blood. As they were hung upside down, they gradually began to feel uneasy. This is the Forbidden Forest. It is so vast, and God knows what is inside. Can Seal handle it alone? If Charles ran away, wouldn't they become bait for these magical animals if they were left behind? But unlike them who were full of anxiety, Charles was busy at this moment, constantly preparing all kinds of pots and pans. A cauldron large enough to cook a baby dragon was set up. According to the house elves in the Hufflepuff kitchen, this was a must-have equipment for outstanding Hufflepuff students back then, and every student entering the Forbidden Forest was given one. It heats evenly and has a firm texture, and all the magical meals cooked in this pot are even more delicious. Charles also prepared one dipping sauce after another, including red oil, clear soup, and everything else, and added the secret magical seasoning of Hufflepuff House. It smelled incredibly fresh and fragrant. At this moment, the magical animals in the darkness who were coveting blood finally couldn't bear it anymore. Several pythons climbed up the trees and approached Lucius and the dark wizards who were bleeding. But before they got close, the branches of the trees where they were standing seemed to come alive. The dense branches were transformed into steel knives of different sizes and directions, and the leaves were transformed into shapes like sharp barbecue forks. Before the pythons could react, they only stayed there for a moment. The next second, the snake skin, snake meat, snake head, snake bones and other parts were sliced, strung into skewers, and sent to the tray in front of Charles. Charles sorted them into various pots and dipping dishes, followed by a burst of rich aroma. Charles swallowed the snake meat in big mouthfuls. Although these pythons are not magical animals that can be classified, they have lived in the Forbidden Forest for a long time and have magic power in their bodies, but it is relatively weak. But inspired by the magical seasoning of Hufflepuff House, the points provided to Charles were much more than he expected, equivalent to some magic items bought in Diagon Alley. Charles's eyes suddenly lit up. Hufflepuff's magical cooking is truly unique. It's so useful, so useful. When I have extra points in the future, and after those farms are established, I can really spend more points on magical meals. The rewards are really generous. While Charles was feasting on his meal, many animals were attracted from the Forbidden Forest, including some that were truly classified as magical beasts. But invariably, without Charles having to wave his wand, the animals were skinned and boned and became part of boiling pots and fragrant dishes. The bloody smell in the air was almost covered by the rich aroma of the magic meal. But Charles frowned. It's been so long, and no big fish has been caught. What we have attracted so far are just some small stuff, which is not enough to earn tens of thousands of points even after eating for a long time. Is this all the Forbidden Forest has to offer? Although we haven't really entered the depths yet, it shouldn't be. Seal looked at Lucius and the dark wizards who were still hanging upside down and bleeding. It seems that the amount of bleeding you have is not enough. Is it possible that the wounds have healed? Why are several of you not bleeding anymore? Lucius and the dark wizards' faces turned even paler in an instant. Lord Seal. We've already shed a lot of blood. If this continues, we might bleed to death. Charles waved his hand and spoke gently. Don't worry, I'm not a devil. How could I let you die like this? The healing magic I just learned is to avoid this kind of situation. Don't worry, I have tried it and it works very well. There are two outspoken idiots whose tongues I cut dozens of times, but they are still alive. Your injuries are nothing. Do you want to do it yourself or should I help you? Lucius and the dark wizards looked despair and bitter. This is a pure capitalist face. No, that's not right. The capitalist's blood-sucking is just a metaphor. Charles is bleeding people in the truest sense of the word. But the dark wizards still shuddered when they thought about how Charles was able to put the blood pump into the vampire count's chest and make him drain as much blood as a dozen swimming pools. The leading dark wizard looked at Lucius with an admonishing look. Lucius, take my advice and don't let Lord Seal do it himself. Then, he decisively hit himself again, enduring the pain and making the wound bigger, doubling the amount of bleeding. Seeing that these dark wizards would rather do this than let Charles take action, Lucius felt a chill in his heart. He really didn't know what Charles had done in Nocturne Alley. Did he scare the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley out of their wits? But Lucius, who had learned from his previous experience, did not want to try again how ruthless Charles could be. He decisively followed suit and adopted the same approach as the dark wizards. Charles nodded in satisfaction. Very good, that's right. If you could be more sensible, take the initiative, and show some initiative, wouldn't that make everyone happy? How about this, each of you have a sip of soup to nourish you, so that you won't accuse me of mistreating you. Immediately, Charles waved his wand, and a bowl of soup made from various magical animals was brought to everyone's mouth. Lucius and the dark wizards were already feeling uneasy. After all, they had seen all kinds of snakes, scorpions, and other strange and magical animals cooked in this soup. But smelling the rich aroma of the soup, the group of people couldn't help but take a sip. Instantly, the delicious taste seemed to spread to their heads, making them forget the pain from their bleeding wounds. Fresh! This soup is so delicious! A group of people couldn't help but admire in ecstasy. Charles grinned. Even though these soups are leftovers, they are made by boiling a large number of magical animals, and Hufflepuff's magical seasonings are added to them, so the nourishing effect is absolutely amazing. With a bowl of soup for each of them, and with the help of my healing magic, I think they should be able to hold out if I let them bleed for 2 or 3 hours. At this moment, unprecedentedly dense rustling sounds suddenly sounded in the Forbidden Forest. Along with it, there were a series of clicking sounds, as if something hard and sharp was colliding with each other. At the same time, an indescribable smell wafted through the air. The people hanging upside down didn't know what creature the smell belonged to, but the fear instinct that surged from the depths of their blood made them realize that the person coming was definitely not a good person. It must be some kind of famous, human-feeding, extremely dangerous creature. The next moment, shadows larger than the carriage appeared among the trees in the Forbidden Forest. They were giant spiders with 8 eyes. The 8-eyed giant spider. The clicking sound was exactly the sound of the giant claws of the 8-eyed giant spiders colliding. Seeing these black wizards hung upside down and bleeding, the 8-eyed giant spiders revealed almost tangible greed and appetite in their eyes. They circled around Charles and the group of black wizards, as if choosing a suitable angle and part to start eating. But before they pounced, an extremely huge, old, and even blind 8-eyed giant spider walked out from the spider group. This is the giant 8-eyed spider named Aragog, which was first raised by Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest in the original book. It looked at Hagrid, and the 8-eyed giant spider next to it seemed to be reporting the situation to it. Surprise and greed appeared in Aragog's blind eyes, and he spoke the wizard's language. Hagrid once told us to scare a little wizard tonight, but we shouldn't really hurt him. We just need to let him know that he is wrong and that he shouldn't insult the great Dumbledore. As soon as he yells stop, we have to leave. I didn't want to agree to it at first. After all, we Acromantulas are not circus clowns. But Hagrid is our benefactor after all. But now, Hagrid seems to have fainted? Then he can't shout to stop. In other words, we don't have to stop and can continue. Aragog's huge claws kept opening and closing. That's great. We've been hungry and want to eat humans. Those 8-eyed giant spiders also showed their ferocious nature, and their huge bodies were getting closer and closer to Charles and others. Lucius and a group of dark wizards who were hanging in the air had despair and fear on their faces. The Acromantula is a thing that the Ministry of Magic has recognized as an extremely dangerous magical creature, level 5x, the same level as a fire dragon. There are so many 8-eyed giant spiders, even if a few dragons come over, they will probably be eaten by them. Faced with such a monster, ordinary wizards had no ability to resist at all, and they were no exception. The most terrifying thing is that they don't eat their prey cleanly, but instead inject venom into the prey's body, slowly dissolving it, and then sucking it out bit by bit. This is definitely the most horrific way to die. Rather than being eaten like this, it would be better to just commit suicide. Lucius looked at the unconscious Hagrid and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He had long known that this half-giant liked all kinds of strange things, and he had previously guessed that Hagrid probably raised all kinds of magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. But he could never have imagined that Hagrid was raising a group of 5x level 8-eyed giant spiders. Keeping this thing in the Forbidden Forest? This guy must be mentally ill. If these giant 8-eyed spiders could no longer bear the hunger one day and rushed out of the Forbidden Forest and into Hogwarts, I wonder how many casualties they would cause in the castle. Dumbledore, you old bee, who the hell did you choose to be your gamekeeper? Can you be more reliable? Then, Lucius roared at Seal. Put us down now, give me my wand back, and we'll fight together. If it really doesn't work, I'd rather commit suicide than be eaten by these spiders. But at this moment, Lucius looked at Charles and felt a little absurd. Because there was no fear or alarm on Charles's face. Instead, he had a ferocious smile on his face, as if he had been hungry for a long time and finally saw a table full of delicacies. You don't want to deal with these spiders by yourself, do you? Lucius couldn't help but ask. Charles licked his lips as if he hadn't heard anything. I heard that spiders are relatives of king crabs, and the taste of spider meat is very similar to that of king crabs. It's rare to find such a big spider, and it's a magical animal on the same level as a fire dragon. It's a great treat, really great. The most difficult thing is that although the Acromanthus is a magical creature, I remember that according to the classification of magical creatures, due to your bloodthirsty and human-eating nature, you are considered to be naturally affected by dark magic. Part of you can be classified as a dark creature, right? That would be even better. Immediately, Charles slowly raised the mithril wand in his hand, and a dazzling platinum light slowly climbed up along the mithril wand. Only then did Seal speak to Lucius and the group of dark wizards. Since you guys caught a big fish for me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Close your eyes and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. There was no need for Charles to say more. At this moment, Lucius and others had already felt the terrifying aura from the mithril wand in Charles's hand. That platinum-colored light was extremely fierce and sacred. It was just like the sharp edge flowing on the blade of the seraph's sword in the legend. Just looking at it made the eyes of these wizards who had practiced black magic feel sore. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and even plugged their ears. If you know too much, you will really die. Even a cruel and ruthless little wizard like Charles who kills without blinking an eye has been specifically warned, and no one dares to challenge Charles's majesty. At this moment, Charles couldn't help laughing out loud as he looked at the eight-eyed giant spiders that were in chaos. Don't even think about running away. Food, food, all my food. Well, don't you want to continue? Then keep going, don't stop. The next moment, a brilliant platinum light burst out, making this forbidden forest seem like a sacred country. The snapping sounds of the acromantula's claws fell silent. Here, in heaven and on earth, only Charles's voice echoed. It seems like the motto of the gods in the kingdom of God. The Holy Kingdom curse, after Azkaban, broke out again in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. At the same time, the spell of Only I Am the Supreme God also appeared. An indescribable, tall, sacred, demon-like existence rose up in the forbidden forest, overlooking the eight-eyed giant spiders. Aragog let out a low growl of fear. Hagrid. We consider you our friend and benefactor, but you are so deliberate in trying to harm us. What kind of monster did you bring into the forbidden forest? This kind of holy magic, this level of holy spell. If the Dark Lord comes, I'm afraid we will have to fight him hard. You want us to scare him? Who is scaring who? Before the fear in Aragog's heart dissipated, a platinum-colored light extended and spread, covering the nearby eight-eyed giant spiders. That brilliant platinum light is like a deadly sword to dark creatures. Even though he was blind, Aragog could still feel the oncoming sharp edge and the instinctive fear. Not only that, when the Holy Kingdom spell expanded, the indescribable image summoned by the only Supreme God spell also began to move. Tentacles fell from the sky and rolled up the eight-eyed giant spiders one by one. The ancient dragon's skull and the gigantic Charman's face extending from the indescribable image seemed to have seen some delicious delicacy, and they could not wait to swallow the eight-eyed giant spider, which was larger than a carriage, whole. Then came the teeth-aching crunching sound of chewing. The deep blue reminder voice kept ringing in Charles's mind. Deduction points plus 1000. Deduction points plus 1000. Eating a whole eight-eyed giant spider can provide nearly 20,000 deduction points. Although it is still far inferior to the fire dragon which is famous for its huge magical power, it is far more than the other magical beasts. The points provided by an eight-eyed giant spider are more than the total of all the magical beasts that Charles had eaten before. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen eight-eyed giant spiders were swallowed up, providing Charles with nearly 300,000 deduction points. And because the eight-eyed giant spider carries dark magic and has some characteristics of dark creatures, it can also provide growth for the Holy Kingdom spell and the One God spell. The platinum-colored magic power became more and more brilliant and sacred, and the indescribable image became more and more magnificent. New tentacles extended from it one after another, forming a contrast between sacredness and evil. At this moment, the tentacles that were rolling around the eight-eyed giant spider stopped. Aragog thought that Seal was finally going to stop, or that the duration of the spell was about to expire. Just as he was secretly congratulating himself for escaping death, he heard Seal's regretful words. Oh no, how could I forget this? We used to eat it raw, but now we have seasonings. It tastes so good when dipped in the seasonings, and it also stimulates more magic power. You have to change this habit of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Not only am I a civilized person, I'm also a Hufflepuff. How can we Hufflepuffs eat without dipping our food in sauce? Then, the tentacles extending from the image of the One Self-Glorious God mantra, as if reminded, grabbed the eight-eyed giant spiders one by one and dipped them into the dishes of either clear soup or red oil. After dipping it in the magic sauce, the tentacles grabbed the eight-eyed giant spider and threw it into their mouths. After taking this bite, the plump spider meat, abundant magic power mixed with the delicious Hufflepuff sauce made the indescribable image show a look of satisfaction on its face, as if its appetite was whetted, and it grabbed the eight-eyed giant spider even faster. The reminder sounds in Charles's mind kept ringing, and in a short period of time, nearly 50 eight-eyed giant spiders were devoured, and the points provided to Charles reached as many as 1,000,000. The platinum-colored sacred magic power is even more awe-inspiring and arrogant, and cannot be looked at directly. But this is simply a nightmare for the 8-eyed giant spiders. As 5x level dangerous magical creatures, they should have been at the top of the food chain, but now they are like fish on a chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by Charles. By the time Charles finally stopped, most of the 8-eyed giant spiders had been eaten. The brilliant platinum magic power dimmed, and Charles lifted the Holy Kingdom and the Exalted God spell. It's not that he couldn't maintain it, but it was never a matter of Shire draining the pond to catch fish. Acromanthus, what great food! If we eat all the Acromanthus spiders in the Forbidden Forest at once, won't we have nothing to eat in the future? But if we raise them and expand the scale of farming, we can eat them every once in a while. Between having a full meal once and having a full meal every time, Charles would of course choose the latter. At this time, Charles looked at Aragog, whom he had deliberately spared from death, and asked curiously. Hey, your name is Aragog, right? Hagrid's friend. What did you just say? I don't have a good memory. Can you repeat it? Aragog and his group of 8-eyed giant spiders no longer had their previous ferocious nature. They all lowered their heads and looked submissive. Even their previously erected bristles were retracted. They tried their best to look like their better-looking distant cousins, and to appear more handsome. In response to Charles's question, Aragog shuddered and quickly spoke in a humble and flattering tone. Master Seal, Hagrid asked us to prepare a welcoming ceremony for you. We are a simple and honest people in the Forbidden Forest. We are hospitable, especially our Acromantula tribe. We are well known for being harmless to humans and animals. We are a peace-loving tribe that is good at singing and dancing. So this welcome ceremony will be held by our Acromanthus on behalf of the Forbidden Forest. What we are best at is tap dancing. Aragog turned and growled at the remaining Acromantulas. Quick, girls, dance for Master Seal. Then, several of the most charming and hot female 8-eyed giant spiders came out trembling, their 8 legs shaking, and performed a tap dance for Charles that could poke several holes in the trees. While the dance was going on, Aragog shouted to the male Acromantulas again. What are you guys standing there for? Play music! The male 8-eyed giant spiders were stunned for a moment, and then quickly dismantled some trees under the command of Aragog, and then wrapped them with spider silk, trying to imitate human music and play some performances. At this moment, a smile appeared on Charles's lips. Apart from other things, the old spider Aragog is very sensible and saved Seal from having to do anything. Immediately, he waved his wand and let the frightened Lucius and a group of dark wizards down from the tree. Lucius and the others then carefully removed their hands that were covering their eyes, and what came into view was a scene that they would never forget. A group of giant 8-eyed spiders were trying their best to please, some were doing awkward tap dancing, and some were trying to play the violin. Lucius and the others were disillusioned. Was this still the legendary 5x level magical animal, the Acromantula, which was extremely ferocious and dangerous? They are simply a bunch of lackeys. What on earth did Seal do to these 8-eyed giant spiders? Isn't this too cruel? Thinking of the incessant chewing sounds that had been heard before, and seeing that the number of the 8-eyed giant spiders had been reduced by more than half, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Lucius suddenly felt a sense of relief. I thought that Charles's treatment of me was already very cruel and excessive, but now it seems that this is just the beginning. Fortunately, I lowered my head quickly, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to find my bones now. At this moment, in addition to fear, everyone also had lingering doubts in their hearts. This little devil, how on earth did he master such sacred magic? No, shouldn't he be the first one to be eliminated by the holy magic? Seal watched the performance of Aragog and the others and clapped his hands. Okay, that's enough. I'm still very satisfied with your welcome ceremony. I won't eat you for now. As soon as these words were spoken, Aragog and the others collapsed to the ground one by one, thanking Charles repeatedly and expressing their loyalty. Charles asked again. Then do you know what the Acromantula clan will do next? Aragog exclaimed. No. Follow the command and orders of Lord Seal, be familiar with Lord Seal's philosophy, and fight for Lord Seal's noble cause. This is the survival goal of our Acromanthus tribe. Before he finished speaking, he heard Charles scolding him. Fart. Don't flatter me here. I tell you, the only thing the Acromantula tribe will do next is to reproduce. Live as hard as you can. Expand the population as quickly as possible. Aragog was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously. What? Master Kishar, our tribe is monogamous. Based on the current number, if we pair them up, it will take a long time to get back to the original level. Charles narrowed his eyes and smiled. What did you say? Our acromantul is monogamous. What book is it written in? Do you want to confirm again? Although Seal said this with a smile, Aragog felt a deep chill. It turned stiffly and asked the young eight-eyed giant spiders. I am old, and my memory is not very good. I don't know much about the affairs of the young acromantulas. The monogamy I mentioned was from my time. What system do we have nowadays? An eight-eyed giant spider said subconsciously. Aren't we still monogamous? The next moment, its mouth was blocked by a ball of spider silk. An exceptionally strong eight-eyed giant spider stood up. Patriarch, you did remember it wrong. As early as 10 years ago at the development meeting, we unanimously passed the decision to abolish monogamy. Now we have a free marriage system. Everything is for the expansion of the tribe. Aragog suddenly realized something and quickly said to Charles. Yes, Lord Seal, monogamy has been changed a long time ago. If there is any stupid magi zoologist who still claims that we have such a backward system, please protest on our behalf. But then, Aragog gritted his teeth and asked another question. If we reproduce too quickly, there won't be enough food in the Forbidden Forest to support us. If we continue to expand the scope, we will inevitably be seen by some Hogwarts students who come in for a night stroll. If the Ministry of Magic finds out, we will all be doomed. Charles waved his hand and said quietly. It's okay, you don't have to worry about too many people. We Hufflepuffs value ecological balance the most. It is our duty to protect the ecological environment. If your large numbers cause ecological imbalance, I will help you solve this problem. Bring your own dishes. No, I mean, it's free help. Seal didn't say how he was going to solve it, but everyone present and the acromantula already understood. How else can it be solved? It's just eating. Once the population becomes excessive, Charles will come and eat the extra acromantulas. However, this is still acceptable to the eight-eyed giant spiders. After all, spiders have the habit of killing each other. Although the eight-eyed giant spider is a social animal, if it faces a food shortage, it will kill its weak companions to fill its stomach. There was no moral burden for them to offer those weak eight-eyed giant spiders as tribute to the Charles. But the next moment, Charles thought about it, then rummaged through the box he was carrying and found a book. That's what I said. I remember this book has been in my box all the time. Seal threw the Muggle textbook on ecological communities to Aragog. In the face of Aragog's puzzled look, Seal pointed to a curve chart in the book and said to him. This is a colony reproduction rate chart that the Muggles studied. You must memorize it and study it carefully to find the fastest reproduction point for your acromantula colony. Remember, breeding must be scientific. As for the topic of studying the ecology of the acromanthus, I'll leave it to you. Looking at the textbook handed to him, Aragog felt a chill in his heart. This is simply asking myself to study how to kill eight-eyed giant spiders as many times as possible and quickly. It just wants to ask one question now. Which idiot sorted this little wizard into Hufflepuff? Is this Hufflepuff? Even a Slytherin couldn't think of such a cruel thing. Lucius and a group of dark wizards who were watching this scene became even more frightened. So horrible. The horror of Charles lies not only in his strength, but more importantly, this guy does not regard his enemies as human beings at all. He uses all kinds of cruel and ruthless methods that reveal his bones without any care. In a sense, they felt that the Charles was more terrifying than Dumbledore or even Voldemort. At this time, the issue of breeding the eight-eyed giant spiders was settled, and there was another eight-eyed giant spider breeding base in the Forbidden Forest. Charles was in a very good mood. Then the basic goal of my visit to the Forbidden Forest this time has been achieved. But there is one last thing, which is to find the trace of the Phoenix of Paradise. This is related to his third magic, animagus transformation. In order to find the Phoenix of Paradise, the map provided by Professor Sprout is of course very important. After all, that is where the founder of Hufflepuff first placed the Phoenix of Paradise eggs. However, judging from the fact that the Hufflepuff headmasters later gained nothing, there must be some variables involved. At times like this, the natives like the eight-eyed giant spiders who have lived in the Forbidden Forest for a long time can help. Immediately, Charles took out the ancient map provided to him by Professor Sprout and showed the eight-eyed giant spiders where this place was. After seeing the place marked on the map, the eight-eyed giant spiders were surprised and doubtful. This place? Isn't this the territory of the unicorns deep in the Forbidden Forest? Hearing this, Charles raised his eyebrows slightly. Unicorn group. He knew that there were unicorns deep in the Forbidden Forest. After all, there is a special description about this in the original book. Voldemort made a special trip to the Forbidden Forest just to drink the blood of a unicorn to restore some of his magic power. However, Seal had never expected that, according to the words of the Acromanthus, there seemed to be more than 1 or 2 unicorns in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, but a group? At this moment, Charles suddenly remembered one thing, that is, Hagrid, the gamekeeper, seemed to have a lot of unicorn materials. For example, blankets and bags made of unicorn hair. You know, unicorn hair is also an extremely precious material. The powerful unicorn hair can even be used as material for making wands, which is very popular among wizards. Such precious materials were certainly not purchased by Hagrid, but must have been obtained from the Forbidden Forest. If there were only 1 or 2 unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, how long would it take Hagrid to collect enough fur to make blankets and bags? Thinking about it from this perspective, there should indeed be a group of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. But this is the most unreasonable part, because unicorns are not animals that live in large groups. This animal is pure and noble in nature. It lives alone and at most lives in a small family group of 2 or 3 individuals. In a sense, this is also because unicorn materials are too coveted. If too many of them gather together, they will easily attract poachers. Therefore, large groups of unicorns are not seen in the magical world at all. But according to the eight-eyed giant spiders, there are more than 1 or 2 unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. There are at least a dozen or 20, all concentrated in one area. This goes against the nature of unicorns. Unless they are attracted by something, they will do something that goes against their nature and stay in this area. When he thought of this possibility, Charles's eyes lit up. The magic of unicorns is typical divine magic. The magic that can attract them must be of a higher level. As a legendary magical animal, the phoenix's sacred magic power is far greater than that of the phoenix, so it is very likely that it attracts unicorns. In other words, the phoenix must still be in this area and has not disappeared, but it has been covered up by some means and no one has found it. Charles immediately asked the eight-eyed giant spiders to take him to the unicorn's territory. Aragog obediently let Charles climb onto his back, and then they began to travel through the forest. Even though it is blind, spiders don't really rely on their eyes to grasp directions. Having stayed in the Forbidden Forest for so many years, Aragog was familiar with the nearby terrain and traveled along the way as if it were flat ground. In addition, the eight-eyed giant spider is huge in size, and it can cross more than 10 meters with a light step. Its speed in the Forbidden Forest is even faster than that of a car. Half an hour later, they took Charles deep into the Forbidden Forest, until they heard the breath of sacred magic coming from an area ahead, and then the eight-eyed giant spiders showed disgust and stopped. Lord Seal, the disgusting smell of those unicorns has drifted over here. Their territory is ahead. Aragog's eyes showed solemnity and fear. They also wanted the unicorn's territory. After all, this is the center of the Forbidden Forest and the food is more abundant there. But those unicorns are not to be trifled with. In terms of individual strength, the unicorn is inherently stronger than a single Acromanthus, not to mention that it also possesses divine magic power that has a restraining effect on the Acromanthus. A dozen unicorns living together are not something they can easily take down. What's more, every time they set foot on this place, Aragog and the others would have a creepy feeling, as if there was some more powerful sacred magic in this place. Once the magic power awakens, they will be wiped out in an instant like ants. Because of this, the eight-eyed giant spiders usually don't approach this area, and they would not have come here this time if Charles hadn't driven them. At this moment, as the eight-eyed giant spiders gathered, one silver-white figure after another appeared in the Forbidden Forest ahead. The moonlight shone down, shining silver, and rising up silver mist filled with sacred magic, making the area ahead look like a pure land on earth. In contrast, the eight-eyed giant spiders outside this area, and Charles standing on the backs of the eight-eyed giant spiders, seemed to have crawled out of a dirty hell, twisted and evil. The unicorns looked at him with disgust, and an especially tall unicorn stepped out from among them and snorted. Acromantula? Filthy and dark creatures like you are not welcome here. Leave now. After issuing the warning, its gaze immediately fell on Charles again. At first, the unicorns thought that Charles was captured by these giant eight-eyed spiders. But soon, when they saw the Acromanthus respectfully letting Charles get off their backs, the unicorns realized that Charles was the one who controlled these Acromanthus. The Unicorn King growled with increasing disgust. "You born evil little Slytherin wizard, take your minions and leave now." But the next moment, the words that came out of Charles's mouth made the unicorns stunned. Charles said righteously, "Slytherin? How could you slander me like this? I'm from Hufflepuff." The unicorns became agitated for a moment, with human-like suspicion in their eyes. Hufflepuff? When did Hufflepuff get mixed up with Acromantulas? After the commotion, the Unicorn King growled again. "No matter which college you are from, you are not welcome here." When Charles heard this, he sneered and retorted. "I heard that unicorns are the purest and most righteous creatures. Now it seems that they don't live up to their reputation." The Unicorn King's eyes revealed anger. "What did you say?" Seal sneered even more. "You just wanted to expel a Hufflepuff student from the Forbidden Forest? Is there anything more shameless than that? The Forbidden Forest was originally built by our Hufflepuff house. It has been legally owned by Hufflepuff since ancient times. This is our Hufflepuff territory. You are the outsiders. How dare you expel me? Do you have any shame? Besides, this area was left by the founder of Hufflepuff for future generations. You have gathered here and occupied it in groups, intending to take the heritage of the founder of Hufflepuff, which has a clear owner, for yourself. Words like thief and robber are not enough to describe you." The unicorns were stunned for a moment, and then felt guilty. Because what Charles said seemed to make some sense, they were indeed outsiders, and they did gather here because of something hidden here. Even when the previous Hufflepuff head of house came, they were quickly expelled. Now they really have no confidence to refute Charles. But the things here are too important to the unicorns. Their entire tribe has been guarding here for hundreds of years, and they would never let Charles and the eight-eyed giant spiders set foot here. Therefore, the Unicorn King's gaze gradually turned colder. "Little wizard, this is your last warning. Leave here immediately, or we cannot guarantee that we will not hurt you." Upon hearing this, Charles also smiled brightly. "You should have said it earlier. In the end, it all depends on your strength. In that case." He looked at the sacred magic emanating from the unicorns, a bit of disdain in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened. "I want to see, with this little bit of weak divine magic, what right do you have to shout in front of me? What kind of darkness can this little bit of divine magic drive away?" The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the unicorns, Charles waved his wand again. The cold platinum light shone, the sacred kingdom poured out, and the indescribable image of the Only I God mantra also appeared in front of the unicorns. Looking at that indescribable image that was mysterious, divinity and evil intertwined, the Unicorn King felt a sense of terror. "This? What exactly is this?" Seal grinned. "This is the true sacredness. Strong. Cold. Crush everything. Everything that stands in my way is darkness. You guys want to stop me? Then you are also evil and should be crushed." As he spoke, the body of the indescribable demon god was wrapped in a white gold sacred kingdom, and blazing flames seemed to annihilate all darkness. Then, the ancient dragon's head on the demon god was raised high, and the gathering of almost tangible sacred magic power was visible to the naked eye. The next moment, it turned into a proud dragon roar and whistled out. The platinum-colored sacred roar. The boiling holy magic power poured out, submerging all the unicorns. The unicorns cried out in fear. Compared with this extremely powerful divine magic, their silvery white magic is just like children playing house. Perhaps the total magic power of a dozen unicorns is not weaker than this sacred roar, but the difference in the nature of the magic power is too great to be contended with. The sacred magic might not be able to kill these unicorns, but it could make them feel overwhelming majesty, as if they were facing a being far higher and more sacred than themselves. The unicorns' bodies were shaking, but they were all holding on, unwilling to bow their heads. The Unicorn King was still struggling to resist the sacred dragon roar, raising his head and neighing. "You can destroy us, but you can never make us bow our heads or surrender. We have been guarding this place for hundreds of years and will never give up at this moment." When Charles heard the unicorn's declaration, his eyes lit up. Hearing this, it is even more certain. The phoenix's eggs must still be here, and may even be close to hatching, which is why the unicorns are so desperate. But then, his brows furrowed. Compared to the dark wizards and eight-eyed giant spiders who can be easily surrendered, the bones of the unicorn are much harder. It was obvious that they had encountered a force that they were simply unable to resist, but they were still resisting, as if they would never surrender. Maybe they would rather the entire clan die in battle than let Charles find the unicorn eggs. Trouble, trouble, it's really troublesome. That's why I hate it most when this kind of religious being is against me. Even destroying it doesn't seem to achieve my goal. Charles frowned, and the next moment, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. After a moment, he stopped the sacred dragon roar of the only god spell and looked at the unicorns with admiration. Yes, you are very good. Congratulations on passing my test. The unicorns, who had just breathed a sigh of relief from the dragon's roar, looked at Charles with confusion on their faces. What are you saying? What test? Seal said as a matter of course. Of course it's a test of whether you are qualified to follow the phoenix. The phoenix is about to be resurrected. It is a mythical creature, the most pure and sacred being. The phoenix pales in comparison. How can ordinary people follow and serve it? So of course I had to test you, and now I am very satisfied with the result. You have been guarding for hundreds of years. You have made great contributions. You have not given up in the face of an overwhelming enemy. Only people with such character are qualified to follow the phoenix. Congratulations on passing the test. The unicorns became agitated. The Unicorn King was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Don't try to trick us. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to test us on behalf of the Phoenix? Charles said quietly with a look of pity in his eyes. Pathetic. Have you not figured out what I am even now? Use your brains to think carefully, what in the world can possess such powerful divine magic? He knows the information about the Phoenix, and he came all the way here, and he wants to test you for the Phoenix. What's his motive? Now, haven't you figured it out yet? The unicorns pondered over Seal's words. Possessing such powerful divine magic, and caring so much about the Phoenix. The Unicorn King looked dumbfounded and incredulous. Could it be that you are also a Phoenix? The next moment, Charles laughed in appreciation. In an instant, he activated his animagus and transformed into a giant bird with golden feathers, graceful and elegant, shaped like a phoenix. He flapped his wings and flew into the sacred kingdom, standing on the head of the demon god summoned by the spell of the one god. Congratulations, you got it. Yes, I am also a phoenix, and a distant relative of the one you are guarding. The Unicorn King and the unicorns were stunned and started whispering to each other, which seemed to be accompanied by quarrels. The Unicorn King couldn't help but ask questions. Since you are the phoenix, why do you use such strange magic? That thing doesn't look like the magic of the phoenix at all. Why did that sound just now sound like the roar of an ancient dragon in the legend? Charles responded calmly and said it as a matter of course. Have you ever seen the magic of the phoenix? Do you understand or do I understand? Do you know why the immortal bird is the most sacred and powerful magical animal? Because we will keep improving, unlike you who only rely on blood and instinct and don't think about making progress. My magic is eclectic. Since I have seen the ancient dragon magic, of course I have to absorb it. Why, do you know more about the magic of the phoenix than I, a phoenix? The Unicorn King thought about it and it seemed to make sense. I'm not a phoenix, how can I understand this? Such powerful sacred magic could only be possessed by the phoenix. This time, the Unicorn King lowered his head completely. Seal changed back into human form and said with satisfaction. Okay, take me to see my only relative in this world. The Unicorn King hesitated for a moment, but nodded and ordered the other unicorns to stay here. He took Charles to a place in the Forbidden Forest. Soon, when they came to a rock wall, Charles's eyes began to fluctuate slightly. Perhaps an ordinary wizard could not feel it, but with his spiritual power that had leapt to the medieval level, he could clearly feel a vast sacred magic power hidden deep within the rock wall. The Unicorn King whispered. The phoenix's eggs are right here. After the protective magic of the founder of Hufflepuff failed, we sensed the breath of the phoenix and gathered here spontaneously. We brought the phoenix eggs here to guard them. We also used our own magic power to form a shield outside, which not only helped the phoenix hatch, but also isolated the phoenix's breath. Charles suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. No wonder every Hufflepuff headmaster came here and found nothing. The protection measures for these unicorns are really in place. Then, Charles followed the Unicorn King through a crack in the rock wall and headed underground. Soon, a soft silver-white light appeared before their eyes, which was the magic power of the unicorns. And deep in the silver-white light, there is a hint of golden magic shining. The one that emitted the golden magic power was an egg with fire-like patterns on it. The moment he saw the egg, Charles's heart was filled with burning passion. The eggs of the phoenix of paradise have been found. The Unicorn King heaved a sigh of relief at this time and said to Charles, "You came just in time. Actually, there is something wrong with this egg, and there is nothing we can do about it. Phoenix eggs require powerful divine magic to hatch. The founder of Hufflepuff prepared a sacred magic for it, but over time, that magic has become ineffective. Later, we used our magic to create a hatching environment for it, and that did work. But in the past few decades, the phoenix eggs have remained in this state and have not been able to make any further progress. We suspect that our divine magic is not strong enough, so we cannot fully hatch the phoenix. Since you are of the same race as it and also possess such powerful divine magic, it is only right for you to hatch the phoenix." Charles's eyes suddenly became clear. He also understood why this phoenix egg was not mentioned in the original book. It seems that under normal circumstances, this thing cannot be hatched at all. After all, when it comes to divine magic, even someone as strong as Dumbledore is only strong in transfiguration, and the strength of his divine magic is far inferior to that of Seal. If Seal doesn't appear in this world, the phoenix will not have the conditions to hatch. Then, Charles waved his wand and once again unleashed a powerful sacred spell. The platinum-colored light swept in like a tide, drowning the silver-white light emitted by the unicorns and enveloping the phoenix egg. In an instant, Charles could feel the cheers and joy coming from the phoenix's egg. Even the flame-like patterns on the egg were now glowing with golden red light. "If you provide this intensity of divine magic power every day for 3 months, the last phoenix of paradise in this world will be hatched in at most 3 months." Charles clenched his fists. The phoenix of paradise is a myth left over from ancient times and had become extinct in the Middle Ages. Needless to say, the power of its sacred magic is so powerful that it will be an epic enhancement to the Holy Kingdom and the only God spell. Not to mention that its magic power can also prolong life, which is stronger than the Philosopher's Stone. In order to obtain its bloodline to complete the third magical animagus transformation, it will only take 3 months. Charles can wait. At this time, the Unicorn King witnessed the changes in the phoenix egg and became excited. This tribe has been waiting for the phoenix for hundreds of years. If the phoenix was born in its generation, they would be able to follow the phoenix, and their long-cherished wish of hundreds of years would be fulfilled. For this, the Unicorn King can do anything. When the Unicorn King heard Charles say that the phoenix would hatch in 3 months at most, he couldn't help but burst into tears. At this moment, Charles turned his head and looked at the Unicorn King with a strange look in his eyes. "It is true that you can get a phoenix in 3 months. But unicorns are also magical animals with extremely powerful magic, so we can't let them go. There is only one phoenix, and it cannot be bred, but there is a unicorn, and it can provide points continuously. Therefore," Seal spoke to the Unicorn King. "Don't cry yet, I have something going on here." As he spoke, Charles coughed twice. "Hatching the phoenix's eggs is a huge burden even for me. It's not the same as it was back then. My magic power is weakening. I need to damage the source to incubate it, so do you have to provide some nutrition expenses?" After these words were spoken, the Unicorn King was stunned for a moment, then a look of guilt appeared in his eyes, and he dug his hooves on the ground nervously twice. "Nutrition expenses seem like they should be provided. But we don't have any money. We have been guarding the phoenix here for generations, and we don't have any treasures. It feels a little guilty. It seems we can't offer anything." Looking at the Unicorn King like this, Charles was a little speechless. This guy is upright, but he doesn't seem to be very smart. Then, Charles spoke. "You don't need to provide any treasures. How about this? The unicorn's blood contains powerful divine magic power, which can barely make up for my loss. How about setting up a voluntary blood donation station in Unicorn, and each unicorn can come here regularly to donate blood voluntarily, as a nutrition fee for me? What do you think? How about donating blood once every 7 days?" The Unicorn King stood there, seemingly thinking about what Seal had said about the voluntary blood donation. Then when he heard that he had to donate blood once every 7 days, the Unicorn King shook his head repeatedly. "No, no. 7 days is too long. What if your nutrition is not enough and it affects the hatching of the phoenix? 3 days, donate blood at least once every 3 days." When Charles nodded and roared in astonishment, the Unicorn King looked even more excited and said to Charles, "Thank you, we are satisfied as long as we donate a little blood. You are worthy of being the elder of the Phoenix. You are really kind-hearted. You are a great person." Coming out from the depths of the rock wall where the phoenix egg was hidden, Charles had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Only at this point can the trip to the Forbidden Forest be considered worthwhile. The eight-eyed giant spider breeding base and the unicorn voluntary blood donation station can provide him with a steady stream of deduction points. Add to that the Phoenix 3 months later, it's a huge profit. After leaving a time and space mark here to ensure that the Phoenix would not be lost again, Charles turned and walked out of the Forbidden Forest. At this time, Hagrid was still sleeping soundly under the effect of the stunning spell that Charles had cast earlier. Charles also casually cast a legilimency on him with the mithril wand, but he didn't deliberately modify anything, just deleted some of Hagrid's memories before he fell into a coma. In Hagrid's opinion, the trip to the Forbidden Forest with the Charles went smoothly. His plan had been successful and everything was perfect. As for his falling asleep, it was just that he suddenly felt sleepy and took a nap. After Charles modified Hagrid's memory, he tapped Hagrid with his wand, and Hagrid opened his eyes blankly. "Did I just fall asleep? Merlin, I didn't sleep for long, did I? The quality of my sleep just now was really great. I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time." But soon, Hagrid's attention was diverted from his own sleep quality. He remembered that his plan to scare Charles seemed to have succeeded. But Hagrid wasn't really happy. Because what Charles had said about Dumbledore before was still flashing in his mind. The flawless image of Dumbledore in his mind seemed to have cracks uncontrollably, with deep colors revealed beneath the cracks. Hagrid tried his best not to think about it, but the more he did so, the more details of these years emerged in his mind, making him feel depressed and gloomy. After bringing Charles out of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid returned to his hut in a depressed mood. Charles looked at Hagrid's back and shook his head. He was too lazy to care what kind of image Dumbledore had in the minds of the members of the Order of the Phoenix. "I mentioned it to Hagrid a few times, but it was just something I thought about on a whim. As for whether the members of the Order of the Phoenix will continue to be Pua or still willingly serve as pawns of Dumbledore, Charles doesn't care." He returned to his room. Now that the trace of the Phoenix of Paradise has been confirmed, its bloodline will be obtained in 3 months to complete the magical animagus transformation. Before that, he had to quickly get the atavism potion to make the concentration of the 3-headed dog Fluffy's hellhound higher and complete his second magic animagus. During his previous treatment of Snape, Charles had acquired almost all of Snape's knowledge of potions. Although he still lacks some muscle memory and is definitely not as good as Snape himself in preparing potions, in terms of theoretical operations, he is not much different from Snape. Based on the theoretical foundation of a potion master, it may take years of experiments to actually prepare the atavism potion, a potion that has never appeared before. But if you just think of a few theoretically feasible ideas, it is not difficult. After thinking hard all night, Charles came up with several ideas. Although it may take a potion master a lifetime to complete the transformation from theory to practice. But for Charles, who possesses the deep blue, the miracle only takes a moment. Deep blue, based on these theoretical ideas, deduce the formula of the atavism potion for me. In an instant, 100,000 deduction points were deducted. It was as if countless Charles were adding bricks and tiles to several theoretical routes in a parallel world, and various attempts were being carried out at an astonishing speed. One theoretical line after another was rejected, but at the same time new lines were also extended. But in just a moment, among the ideas that crisscrossed like stars, one idea emerged shining brightly, and it was the feasible one deduced by Deep Blue. But the many potion materials used in this idea made Charles stunned. Not to mention how expensive and rare they are, more than half of them are medicinal herbs from the Middle Ages, and there are even some from ancient times. Seal estimated that even if he searched the entire wizarding world, he might not be able to make such a magic potion. After shaking his head, Seal whispered. Secondary deduction, using materials currently available in the magic world as a substitute. Continue, 3 deductions. 4th deduction, further increase my chances of success in reversion. At the same time, Lucius Malfoy also ended this terrifying night and returned to Malfoy Manor with a pale face. His wife Natasha was shocked when she saw Lucius's face and the blood on his body. "Lucius! Are you hurt? What's going on? Aren't you going to teach that little mudblood a lesson?" Natasha's eyes widened. "He even dared to attack you. I will write to the rest of the school board and initiate further punishment against him tomorrow. We can expel him." Unexpectedly, when these words were spoken, Lucius, who had never been angry with Natasha before, was immediately shocked and immediately scolded. "Shut up! Take that word back and never use it again, especially to that person." Natasha stared at Lucius blankly, as if she didn't know what was going on. Lucius smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Don't ask me for details. Even if you ask me, I wouldn't dare to tell you. If I say something I shouldn't, I'm really afraid that our whole family will be wiped out tomorrow. I can only tell you, it's horrible. Remember to address him respectfully as Sir Charles Evans from now on. In front of him, our Malfoy family is nothing but ants that can be easily crushed to death. Don't think about revenge anymore. It's good enough to be able to be his dog and survive." Then, Lucius dragged his tired body to Draco's room in Malfoy Manor. Draco had been sent from Hogwarts to St. Mungo's Hospital, and then taken to the manor to recuperate. Seeing Lucius coming in, Drake showed excitement. He already knew from his mother that tonight would be Charles's journey to the Forbidden Forest, and Lucius would go there to make him pay a price he would never forget, to avenge Draco and Snape. In Draco's view, his father Lucius Malfoy is an omnipotent being. Since he made a promise to himself, he will definitely be able to fulfill it. "Father, is that little mudblood dead?" "The Godfather is dead because of that little mudblood, he deserves to die." Before the excited words were finished, a crisp applause sounded. Draco covered his face in disbelief and looked at Lucius, who had no expression on his face. "Father!" Lucius sighed. "Remember this slap, Draco, and wake your mind from unrealistic fantasies. I couldn't deal with Seal. I failed. It was a complete failure. It was just a little bit short. If I hadn't been useful to him, I would have died today. He would have come to Malfoy Manor without mercy and killed your mother and you in the most cruel way possible, making the Malfoy name disappear completely from the wizarding world. So Draco, stop having these illusions and stop messing with Seal Evans. Treat him with respect, just like Crabbe and Goyle treat you. From now on, the Malfoy family will be Seal's dogs." Draco's mind was buzzing and he showed an expression of disbelief. It was hard for him to imagine that such humble words came from the mouth of his elegant and noble father. Draco became excited. "Being a dog for a Seal? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Father, are you confused? What are you talking about?" Draco said loudly, his face flushed. "I know. Father, you have served the Dark Lord. I already knew all this. Seal Evans, he can't be more powerful than the Dark Lord, how could he allow you, Father, to serve him like this?" Lucius looked at Draco coldly, pulled off his sleeves, and revealed his dark mark in front of Draco. "Oh, you know it, right? It seems you are more sensible than I thought. But since you know about the Dark Lord, I will tell you clearly, Draco. It is precisely because I have served the Dark Lord that I decided not to take any chances and take Malfoy to be a dog for Lord Seal. As your father and the current head of the Malfoy family, I can promise you with my soul, and you should also remember this with your soul. Charles Evans, this little wizard, is more terrifying than the Dark Lord." In the room, Charles closed his eyes, with countless potion knowledge stirring in his mind. Restoring the bloodlines of magical animals to their ancestral form through potions is a subject that no one among the potion masters in the wizarding world dares to tackle. But now, in a short period of time, not only did Charles have a complete idea in his mind, but this idea itself was constantly sublimating, and its feasibility was increasing every second, until the deep blue prompt sounded. The formula of the atavism potion has been deduced 4 times, and the host has obtained the perfect formula of the 3-headed dog atavism potion. This formula completely uses potion materials from recent times instead of materials from ancient and medieval times. At the same time, the success rate of reversion against the 3-headed dog has been greatly increased. After the 3-headed dog drinks this potion, there is a high probability that its bloodline will return to its ancestral lineage and possess the characteristics of the 3-headed dog of hell. At this moment, Charles suddenly opened his eyes, with a fiery look in his eyes. Become. The legendary 3-headed dog of hell was active at least at the junction of the Middle Ages and the ancient times. The most powerful 3-headed hellhound also left its name among the gods of ancient times. This race is not inferior to the ancient dragons, so one can imagine the blessing it brings to oneself. More importantly, the 3-headed dog of hell lives in the legendary underworld and is naturally adept at magic related to the realm of death. The smell of its breath can bring death, and its venom can pollute the earth and even kill the demigods in legendary epics. Perhaps the power of its magic is not as vast and boundless as that of the ancient dragon, but its lethality is not inferior at all. In particular, it can bring Charles resistance to instant death magic and various negative magics, as well as super strong physical regeneration ability, which can take Charles's life-saving ability to a higher level. After taking a deep breath, Seal waved his wand and purchased the potion materials he needed through the reimbursement agreement of the Ministry of Magic. As for some extremely unpopular materials, information was also sent to Lucius through the time and space marks imprinted on Lucius, asking the Malfoy family to look for them among the nobles' collections. After doing all this, Charles stretched with a relaxed look and walked towards the Hufflepuff common room. In the common room, the aftermath of Charles's bullying of Snape and his standing up for Hufflepuff had finally dissipated, and the Badgers of all grades had resumed their normal study and life. Cedric Diggory was waving his wand in the common room, distributing plates of snacks made in the kitchenette to everyone present, while occasionally encouraging the first-year Badgers who were a little embarrassed about their schoolwork. "Come on, we Hufflepuffs are the strongest. Have you seen Seal? He is the strongest freshman in the history of Hogwarts. He is also the genius of our Hufflepuff. You can do it, too." The young wizards were greatly encouraged and excitedly talked about the flying lesson they had just finished. "Did you get the broom up? My broom is so disobedient. I almost shouted until my throat was hoarse, but it still wouldn't budge. I didn't get to fly on my broomstick for a little while until the end, and, God, it was thrilling, but it was an amazing feeling. I heard that Harry Potter from Gryffindor flew so well right away that the professor praised him so much that he was allowed to join the Quidditch team as a seeker in his first year. This year's Quidditch Cup feels very stressful, but we Hufflepuff have Cedric, so we definitely have hope. As for the House Cup, Seal added a full 400 points to us, and all the points deducted by Snape were added back. We have more points than the other three houses combined. This year is the most promising year." Among the little wizards, Hannah was also absent-minded when she heard Charles's name being mentioned from time to time. She hadn't seen Charles for several days. She heard that Charles had gone to the Forbidden Forest. She wondered how he was doing now. After coming to her senses, Hannah shook her head, causing her pigtails to sway. She bit her lip lightly, focused her eyes on the paper in front of her, and began to write seriously. Seal's eyes swept over everything in the common room, and a sudden realization came to his mind. "It turns out that I have been in school for more than a week and the flying lessons have already begun. Although in this life, due to his influence, Malfoy is still lying in bed and cannot fight with Harry in the flying lesson, but it seems that Dumbledore's training of the Savior has not been neglected, and he still allows Harry Potter to become a seeker as an exception. This scene from the previous life flashed through my mind and then disappeared. It's just kids playing house, what's the point in getting involved? I have watched this plot countless times in my previous life. Do I need to watch it again?" Seal took a step forward, walked out of the common room, maintaining the disillusionment charm, and walked towards the restricted books area. He didn't intend to interfere too much in the lives of the Hufflepuff Badgers. It was impossible for Charles to mingle with a group of innocent kids. Whether in terms of ability or ideas, we are not from the same world. If we can't play together, it's better to keep a distance. Entering the library, Charles saw a familiar figure again. Hermione Granger was reading several large books here attentively. Charles took a quick glance and found that they were works on transfiguration. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He remembered that in the plot of his previous life, Hermione's talent in transfiguration was average. He didn't expect that she would be struggling with transfiguration now. "Is it due to your own influence?" "That's right. After all, she is most famous among everyone in Hogwarts for transfiguration, which is also Gryffindor's forte. It seems that Hermione doesn't want to lose to herself in this aspect." Shaking his head, Charles looked at her as if she were a child and walked straight into the depths of the restricted area without disturbing Hermione. As usual, he continued to flip through the various large books in the restricted area and fill them into his memory palace. Even though Charles is now very powerful and complacent in the Forbidden Forest, he knows that he can kill people indiscriminately, raise Dementors in Azkaban, kill Snape, kill Old Crab and Old Goyle easily, and even raise giant eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest, all because of his strong strength. Only with strength can you have everything. Once you slack off, everything you have may backfire. Those dark creatures and dark wizards are not easy to deal with. Besides, I'm afraid Dumbledore has already targeted me. If you want to avoid playing house with this old guy, you have to be strong enough. As a corporate slave who had worked hard in society in his previous life, the idea that hard work pays off was something that students took for granted. But to Charles, it was simply a blessing, and he would be punished by God if he didn't seize it. He flipped through the books intently, feeling his spirit becoming stronger after they were put into his memory palace. He was so focused on the process that he almost forgot the passage of time. By the time I came to my senses, half a day had passed without me noticing. The Ministry of Magic sent a receipt for the potion materials he ordered, indicating that they would be delivered in 2 days. Lucius also said that he had figured out something and that it would be sent to Hogwarts in 2 days at the latest. At the same time, Lucius also provided Charles with a piece of information. It was Seal who asked him to search for information about the Necronomicon. Lucius said that he had asked Old Crab and Old Goyle, who had brought him the parchment fragments, but both of them said they couldn't remember clearly and they would check later. When Charles saw the news, he looked calm at first. It wasn't until Lucius finally mentioned something about the Book of the Dead that Charles's eyes suddenly froze. He immediately marked Lucius. "Who did you ask?" In Malfoy manner, Lucius looked confused and puzzled, not knowing what he had said wrong. He answered truthfully. "Old Crab and Old Goyle." The next moment, in Hogwarts, Charles's expression suddenly darkened. Old Crab and Old Goyle, Seal had already cast mental magic on these two idiots, letting them die on their own after leaving Hogwarts. With their pitiful mental strength and the fact that they had never even practiced occlumency, it was impossible for them to resist the mental magic cast by Charles. It's been almost 2 days, they should have died long ago. How did Lucius get the information about the Book of the Dead from them? In an instant, Seal strode out of the library and apparat to Malfoy Manor in an empty corner outside Hogwarts Castle. Lucius was still feeling uneasy at the moment, and then he heard a loud bang and saw Charles appear in front of him. He opened his eyes wide, full of disbelief. "Isn't Seal in Hogwarts? Apparition is prohibited in Hogwarts, moreover, there is a spell in Malfoy Manor that prohibits apparition. Even Snape in the past could only apparate outside the manor. How did Charles get in?" Lucius felt a chill in his heart. It seems that the methods of Lord Charles Evans are even more shocking than he had imagined. He quickly showed a respectful expression. "Lord Charles, what are you doing?" Charles's expression was cold. "Tell me the details of your conversation with Old Crab and Old Goyle. Is there nothing wrong with these two people?" Lucius was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Seal came here for these two people. He said hesitantly. "There's nothing wrong. They look exactly the same as I usually see them." "Sir Seal, what's wrong?" Seal sneered. "Exactly the same. 2 people I killed appear in front of you, and they look exactly the same as usual." "Haha, that's interesting." Charles grasped the mithril wand and said quietly. "Where is their mansion? Take me there." Lucius took a breath when he heard this. Old Crab and Old Goyle had been killed by Charles. When did this happen? Was it that time when I asked them to notify Charles to go to the Forbidden Forest, and then Charles killed them? Hiss, this little devil is so scary. But then, cold sweat began to seep out of Lucius' back. If so, who were those 2 people I saw? Knowing that something was wrong, Lucius swallowed his saliva with a gulp and hurriedly took Seal to the mansions of Old Crab and Old Goyle. Just like how Little Crab and Little Goyle have a close relationship and are almost inseparable. The mansions of these 2 families are very close to each other, and they are neighbors next door. At this moment, the house was brightly lit and there seemed to be nothing unusual. From time to time, laughter could be heard from inside. Lucius said hesitantly. "Lord Seal, what's going on here?" Charles narrowed his eyes. With the naked eye, he could see nothing wrong with the 2 mansions. But with his current medieval level of spiritual power, he could still vaguely feel a sense of weirdness and chilliness. That's why Charles didn't move forward. He didn't want to put himself in danger when he didn't know what was going on. At this moment, the curtains of the 2 houses were opened a little. As if they had some kind of tacit understanding, Old Crab and Old Goyle poked their heads out from behind the curtains, looked at Seal and Lucius outside the mansion, and smiled warmly. Lucius' scalp went numb. He didn't know what was happening, but at this moment he felt an instinctive fear that made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Seal narrowed his eyes as well. The 2 of them opened the curtains almost at the same time and noticed my arrival. Old Crab and Old Goyle had no such insight. A sneer appeared on his face. "Interesting," Lucius asked tremblingly. "Lord Seal, what should we do now? Should we go in and take a look?" Charles looked at him speechlessly. Are you stupid? We don't know anything about the situation, so we just go in and take a look. Lucius hesitated. If you don't go in and take a look, how do you know what's wrong with their family? Seal raised his wand with a cold look. I don't need to know what's wrong with them, I just know that it's a mistake for them to continue to exist in this world. Since it is a mistake, just fix it. The next moment, a light like the sun burst out from the mithril wand. After a long time, Charles chanted the spell again. Eternal blazing sun. A ball of light quickly flew out from the tip of the wand, then suddenly expanded, enveloping the two mansions and everyone in them, radiating light and heat like the sun. With Charles's current mental and magical strength, the eternal sun spell really feels like the sun descending to earth. Burn everything, especially those dark things. When the light and heat gradually dissipated, the two mansions had been razed to the ground and nothing could be seen inside. Lucius swallowed his saliva when he saw this horrifying scene, and looked at Charles with even more fear in his eyes. There were servants and some unrelated people in the mansions. How could Charles raze both mansions to the ground with just one spell? This action cannot be described as murderous. His expression became more and more odd, and his legs were still shaking when he left here and returned to Malfoy Manor. Seal also returned to Hogwarts with a cold expression, intending to continue reading in the restricted area. But at this moment, a mocking laugh sounded in his ears. Charles frowned instantly and grasped the mithril wand again. This laughter sounds familiar. Doug. It's you. But such inquiries received no response. After a moment, only Lucius sent a message with horror between the lines. Lord Seal. Old Crab and Old Goyle, they sent me an invitation letter, inviting you to attend the banquet of their two families. Charles was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became serious. The next moment, he apparatted again and took Lucius to the outside of the two mansions. The two mansions that had just been razed to the ground by the eternal blazing sun were now as brightly lit as before, as if nothing had happened. Old Crab and Old Goyle drew aside the curtains again and smiled at Charles. The two pointed through the window to the two invitations in Lucius's hand, which invited Charles and Lucius to a banquet in 3 days. The two of them seemed to be reminding Charles not to forget the time of the banquet. Lucius felt cold all over and felt a pain in his heart. What is all this about? How could such a strange thing happen to me? After a moment's silence, Charles drew out his mithril wand, and tapped it repeatedly with an indifferent expression. Eternal blazing sun triple casting. Lightless sun triple casting. One after another, some dazzling and some invisible balls of light flew out, wantonly venting their terrifying magic power and raising the two mansions to the ground again. This time, Charles did not stop even here, and continued waving his wand, as if he wanted to destroy the land under the two mansions. 10 minutes later, under the endless light and heat, the ground beneath the mansion was baked into glass, and no living creature could survive under such conditions. Seal then sneered, and with a flick of his hand, he burned the two invitations in Lucius' hands into ashes, then turned around and prepared to leave. But in the next moment, Lucius, who had breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave with Charles, suddenly stiffened and his voice trembled. Seal. Sir Seal. Charles turned around suddenly, and then saw the two mansions standing intact in the distance. Old Crab and Old Goyle were still standing in the same place, smiling at Charles. But there was already obvious mockery and malice in that smile. The two pointed at Lucius's hand, and the two invitations that had been burned to ashes reappeared. Lucius was almost frightened to death, feeling that what he held in his hand was not an invitation but a death warrant. Charles looked at the laughing Old Crab and Old Goyle and suddenly laughed too. He slowly opened his mouth, picked up the two invitations, and stuffed them in little by little. Gulp, Charles swallowed the two invitations, licked his lips, and looked at the two people in the mansion. A party, hey. Okay, I like banquets. It's just that my appetite is a little big. Please don't let me down. You have to prepare more food, otherwise I will eat the organizer as well. You guys love to laugh so much, I hope you can laugh when the time comes. Old Crab and Old Goyle were stunned for a moment, then their grins widened further and they laughed silently, as if they were mocking Charles's arrogance. Seal was too lazy to pay attention to them and turned away with Lucius. Lucius turned pale. Lord Seal, what is that? Charles shook his head and was about to speak when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The same mocking voice from Doc that he had heard earlier rang in his ears again. The laughter was getting louder and louder. Well, Charles, my friend, you have begun to contact the ancient times. I told you, the time of the ancients will return, and you are the key to open the door. I don't know what method you used to cause me so much trouble, but it's useless. It's all useless. The awakening of the old ones is irreversible. This is the end of all fate. No matter how you try to stop it, it will be useless. It's like a small stone stuck in a gear. Do you think you can stop the gear of fate? No, it will only generate more and more distortions and more power with you as the center, to crush you and make the gears start working again. You see, this is just the tip of the iceberg of ancient terror. There is no point in running away. There will be more and more such things, and they will continue to surround you. Are you afraid? Are you scared? It's useless. It's all useless. Ancient madness is your only destination. But at this moment, Charles also smiled, his eyes burning, revealing bottomless greed and passion. Fear. Fear. Dake, my old friend, why should I be afraid? I'm happy. I'm so happy that I'm almost beside myself with joy. Food, all nutrients. I thought you would hide in the dream world of Arlie and never come out again. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Something like this would take the initiative to contact me. Do you know how happy I am? The feeling of the tentacles twisting in my mouth and then being bitten to pieces and bursting with juice, flowing madly down my throat, what a satisfying feeling it gives me. Charles's face was filled with enthusiasm, and even flushed with excitement. It's great, it's really great. I thought I would have a boring time studying at Hogwarts, but you guys really entertained me. At this time, Lucius standing aside was so frightened that his legs went limp. He could not hear Dak's crazy words coming from Charles's ears at all. From beginning to end, he could only see Charles mumbling excitedly like a madman. Just as Lucius was wondering whether he should run away quickly, Seal had recovered from his ecstasy and glanced at Lucius. Lucius was about to cry. If Charles was crazy, he really didn't know what to do with this weird thing. Lord Seal, what should we do now? Charles said calmly. How to do? I don't care. I won't die or go crazy. But it would be terrible if you were involved. Want to survive with your sanity intact? Then hurry up and gather all the ingredients for the potion I need before those two devils' party starts. Lucius nodded timidly. Next, he also vividly demonstrated the potential that people can unleash when faced with a life and death crisis. The Malfoy family's connections and financial resources were fully mobilized, and the next day, the rarest materials used to prepare the atavism potion arrived at Hogwarts along with the cargo boxes from the Ministry of Magic. Seal looked at the complete potion ingredients with a hint of anticipation on his face. Atavism potion, preparation begins. Configure the potion. In the Hufflepuff headmaster's office, Professor Sprout looked at Seal in surprise. She didn't expect that shortly after returning from the Forbidden Forest, Charles came to her office and wanted to borrow the crucible and the classroom suitable for preparing potions. Of course, Hufflepuff House cannot be without things like crucibles. After all, if you deal with growing herbs, you can't avoid making potions. Professor Sprout himself is also a good hand at preparing potions. Although he is not as good as Snape, he is much better than ordinary wizards. What surprised her was that besides specializing in transfiguration and charms, Seal also dabbled in potions. Is this genius? There is really no way to survive for ordinary people. Professor Sprout sighed in his heart, and then decisively agreed to Seal's request. Not only that, she also dug out an old cauldron from the display cabinet of Hufflepuff House. Charles looked at the crucible with a strange look in his eyes. He did not despise the crucible just because it was old. First of all, it was impossible for Professor Sprout to give him a very rubbish crucible. Secondly, Charles could also feel that the crucible had a strange magic. Professor Sprout then spoke with some pride. This cauldron was donated by a potions master in the history of our house. Although Snape is the most famous potion master in Hogwarts in recent years, in fact, the house that produces the most potion masters is our Hufflepuff. This crucible was once used extensively to refine the Felicity potion, so it has some special properties that can increase the success rate when refining a potion for the first time. It is the best crucible I can find. Come on, I'll find you the best potion classroom, and you can prepare the potion there. A look of gratitude appeared on Seal's face. Perhaps Professor Sprout's strength is not worth mentioning to me now, and the subjects she is good at cannot directly increase my strength, but she is definitely the one who cares about me the most among all the professors in Hogwarts. Professor Sprout would do his best to help achieve any request he made. Just the fact that he told me the news about the phoenix earlier shows that I owe him a huge favor. Now he has found a crucible used by the potions master specifically for himself. This favor is getting bigger and bigger. Seal hesitated to speak, while Professor Sprout smiled. Seal, I know you are different from ordinary children. I don't treat you as a child at all. Your way of thinking and your way of dealing with things are more like that of an adult. Maybe this is genius. But no matter what, you are a Hufflepuff student, and you may even be the best student in the history of Hufflepuff and even Hogwarts. It is my responsibility as the headmaster to train you well, and I don't ask for anything in return. If you feel you owe me something, then wait until you are able to take care of Hufflepuff more. Sprout said half-jokingly. Ha ha ha, even though I usually don't compete with others, I also really want Hufflepuff to dominate the House Cup. It's a pity that I don't have a backer like Snape. Upon hearing this, Charles smiled and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. After helping me so much, the only thing he asked of me was to help Hufflepuff win a few more House Cups. This Dean is really... Even if it's just to repay a favor, Seal will definitely win the Hufflepuff House Cup. Even if it was old Dumbledore the bee who wanted to cheat for the savior, Seal wouldn't mind pointing his sword at him again. Soon, Seal followed Professor Sprout into a potion classroom used by senior students. Professor Sprout said that she had booked this classroom for a full 6 hours, so Seal could prepare the potion here without worry. After Professor Sprout left, Seal waved his wand again and added a few protective spells to the classroom. Although it was done casually, even if the senior students tried their best, they couldn't get in. After finishing all this, Charles took out the materials for preparing the atavism potion and began to process the materials attentively. At the same time, in another potions classroom, the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were looking tense and glaring at each other. Although they didn't know that Snape was dead, it was common knowledge that Snape was imprisoned in Azkaban. In this potions class, Gryffindor and Slytherin met each other. It would be strange if they didn't have an argument over this matter. But just when things were tense, a fat, bald old man walked in and sighed with a smile. The familiar smell of the classroom. The first-year Hogwarts students are still so energetic. Next to him, Dumbledore also introduced the students in the classroom with a smile. This is Professor Slughorn, former head of Slytherin, now temporarily taking over as potions professor. He is a famous potion master with an outstanding reputation. You will definitely benefit a lot from learning from him. After Dumbledore left, Slughorn looked around the classroom. His eyes immediately brightened when they landed on Harry Potter. Although he was born in Slytherin, he was a rare dean who had no prejudice against bloodline or anything like that. On the contrary, he was particularly interested in talented people. When he was teaching at Hogwarts, he was committed to winning over all kinds of talents, and those former students have now become his connections in the upper class. Now that Slughorn has been invited by Dumbledore to return to Hogwarts, part of the reason is that he can't stand the current situation of Slytherin House and wants to restore Slytherin's glory, and the other part is that he came for Harry Potter. It would be an honor to have this famous savior join my Slug Club, and it would be something I could talk about for the next 10 years. Therefore, in this first class, Slughorn decided to show off his skills to everyone and let them see how powerful he is. It has to be said that compared to Snape, who was accustomed to suppressing students, Slughorn's teaching level was more than 2 or 3 levels higher. Not only was he able to explain the principles of potions in a simple and easy-to-understand way, but he also made it interesting, making even the Gryffindor little lions who had prejudices against Slytherin House listen with great interest. Harry Potter was also listening attentively. In this life, since Seal had bullied Snape on the first day of school, Harry Potter was not bullied by Snape in the potions class as in the original book. So, Harry was not as resistant to potions as in the original book. Instead, he found it quite interesting. This is how children are, once they become interested in something, they learn it at an extraordinary speed. In addition, Harry Potter's mother Lily was a potion genius praised by Slughorn. It is unlikely that Harry Potter did not inherit Lily's talent for potions. It's just that in the original book, he was suppressed too much by Snape and was extremely resistant to potions, so even if he had talent, he couldn't display it. Now with Slughorn's guidance, Harry Potter's talent in potions was revealed. Even the knowledgeable Hermione pales in comparison to Harry in terms of actual operation. The few little tricks he performed when preparing the scabies potion made Slughorn's eyes light up, and he loudly gave Gryffindor points. Halfway through the class, almost all students had finished preparing the scabies potion. Slughorn said with a smile. Very good. It seems that I am still as good as ever. To be honest, when I first came here, I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to handle the kids nowadays. Well done, you are all talented, especially Mr. Potter. You are a potions genius. Amid the happy expressions of the little lions and snakes, Slughorn waved to them. Given your excellent performance in this class, we still have plenty of time. Come on, follow me, and let me show you what a high-end potion looks like. He stretched out his tone. I will prepare before you a most miraculous, wonderful, and difficult potion. Felixir. Without Slughorn saying anything, Hermione the know-it-all immediately exclaimed the effect of the Felicis. Upon hearing that this magic potion had the effect of enhancing luck and making everything go smoothly, all the students exclaimed in surprise. Ron, who was in the crowd, was also dumbfounded when he heard the price of the Felicity potion, with a look of desire in his eyes. The price of a small bottle of Felicity's potion might be as much as his tuition and living expenses for 7 years at Hogwarts. Amid the students' exclamations, Slughorn could not hide his pride, and then he asked the students to follow him upstairs. To prepare Felicity's, we need a spacious classroom. Let's go to the advanced potions classroom. Soon, Slughorn led everyone to the door of a classroom. This is the best potion classroom in Hogwarts. I used to make potions here. Okay. Is it occupied? Slughorn frowned, realizing that the potions classroom was already occupied and booked for 6 hours. When he saw the name of the person who made the reservation, Slughorn's frown deepened. Charles Evans. Of course, he was familiar with this name. On the first day of school, he beat up the Slytherin dean and pointed his sword at Dumbledore. Such a student was unique in the 1000-year history of Hogwarts. However, as the former head of Slytherin, it is impossible to say that Slughorn would be happy when he saw this name. At the same time, Slughorn was somewhat surprised. Seal is using the advanced potions classroom. Is he preparing potions? Isn't he an expert in transfiguration and charms? Why is he also working on potions? Does he also have research on potions? But after a moment, Slughorn subconsciously shook his head and denied his own idea. Potions is an extremely profound subject and has nothing to do with wands or spells. It also requires a lot of practical experience. No matter how talented Seal is, it would be difficult for him to reach the advanced level of alchemy without the accumulation of time, let alone compare with a potion master like Slughorn who can brew Felicity's. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, Slughorn's eyes flashed with a strange look and he knocked on the classroom door. He wanted to see what kind of potion Charles was preparing in there. At this time, the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins also knew that it was Charles who was preparing the potion inside. They also started talking in low voices in surprise. Can Seal prepare potions? He is using the advanced potions classroom. What kind of potion is he preparing? After hearing this, the little snakes subconsciously resisted. Seal himself had brought shame to Slytherin House, making them unable to hold their heads up for some time. After all the effort Professor Slughorn came over, they felt proud for once, but it turned out that Seal could also make potions? This made them subconsciously start to deny it. Don't be ridiculous. If Seal is still researching in some field of spellcasting, I wouldn't be surprised. But potions don't involve waving a wand. A transfiguration master is in a completely different field than a potions master. Seal should be studying some basic potions. It's such a waste that he has to take up an entire potions classroom. He should give it to Professor Slughorn. The little snakes began to discuss in a low voice. As for the little lion, Hermione blushed. Don't use your narrow vision to judge Seal. Seal has always been beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But Ron, for the first time, agreed with the little snake's words. Although the Slytherins are bad, what they said does make sense. We can't let Seal take everything. He's so powerful and knows how to make potions. That would be too unfair. Ron really didn't want to believe what Hermione said, that everything Charles did was beyond imagination. He has accepted the fact that Seal is superior in strength and he is not jealous of him. After all, the gap is too big. But potions doesn't require waving a wand, so Seal may not be better than him. If Seal had profound attainments in the profitable field of potions, Ron really couldn't accept it. Harry beside him also nodded imperceptibly. He had just been praised by Slughorn as a potions genius. This was the first time Harry had been recognized in all his years. Harry secretly hoped that he could be better than Seal in potions. While everyone was arguing, Professor Slughorn pulled out his wand, pointed it, and sent a message inside. Mr. Seal, I'm the new potions Professor Slughorn. I see you're using the potions classroom. Can I join you? Ahem, if you have any questions about potions, I'd be happy to answer them. When Charles, who was preparing materials, heard the voice, he showed impatience in his eyes. Fortunately, he is only preparing the materials and has not started to prepare the potion, otherwise there might be some twists and turns, and it might even be possible that a precious material would be wasted. After a moment, Seal opened the door of the potions classroom and looked coldly at Slughorn, who was standing at the door. Before Slughorn could speak, Seal spoke coldly. Hasn't anyone ever taught you to be quiet while someone is mixing a potion? Slughorn was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Charles to be so rude to him. In his opinion, Charles was still a beginner in potions and must have encountered many problems. He would definitely not miss the opportunity to consult him, the potion master. He could also take this opportunity to salvage a little of the face that Slytherin House lost due to Snape's defeat. He said quickly. Mr. Seal, you may not know much about the field of potions. I am Slughorn. Before he could finish his words, Charles interrupted him. I've heard of it, but I can't ask just any Tom, Dick, or Harry for advice. If you dare to bother me again, I will send you to accompany Snape. Immediately, Charles closed the door and cast a few more powerful protective spells. As for what the students outside and Slughorn would think? None of his business. Only the weak need to consider what others think. Now the atavism potion is his top priority, and everything else has to take a back seat. If it hadn't caused him no actual loss, Charles wouldn't have let Slughorn off so easily just for disturbing him. Just as Seal continued to invest in the atavism potion, Slughorn's face outside turned pale and blue. The little snakes were also angry. What is he so arrogant about? The professor was kind enough to teach him, but not only did he not appreciate it, he was even so rude to the professor. He's so arrogant. Even some of the little lions agreed with what the little snakes said. Ron said with some speculation. Perhaps geniuses all have such a high opinion of themselves, and think they can do anything. Maybe he thinks he's better than the potions master. But I think it's more likely that Seal is in trouble and doesn't want to be told what to do. He's afraid of being embarrassed, so he's in a hurry. Although Harry didn't say anything when he heard this, he felt a sense of secret joy and relief in his heart. It seems that Seal might really be average in the field of potions, and I might really be better than Seal. Only Hermione blushed and argued. Seal wouldn't normally be so rude. He must be preparing some very important potion and was disturbed at this time. But except Hermione, no one believed that Seal, a potion novice, could prepare any important potion. Slughorn's expression returned to normal at this time, and he said with some profound meaning. It seems that Miss Granger knows Mr. Evans very well. Let us wait and see what potion Mr. Evans can prepare. But then again, he scheduled 6 hours for the potion to be prepared, and I don't remember any potions in the elementary or intermediate potions textbooks that took so long. Come, let me take you to the classroom next door to watch the preparation of the Felixir. Although we can only complete the first half of the preparations in this short time, I promise that this trip will be worthwhile. Soon, Slughorn led everyone into the potions classroom next door. After 3 full hours, the dazzled students filed out of the classroom with obvious excitement on their faces. Harry couldn't contain his excitement. Did you see the way the professor handles potion materials? It's amazing, it's simply an art. And the professor's process of brewing potions is so precise and elegant. He is worthy of being a potion master. It's amazing. Ron and other students with average talent in potions didn't notice much, but were just discussing with relish the wonderful smell emanating from the crucible. Merlin, the semi-finished product smells so good, I can't even imagine how it will feel after I drink it. At this time, everyone looked at the still closed door of the next classroom with quite subtle expressions. Ron said with some sarcasm. The professor has already finished the most complicated preparation of the Felices. Why is Seal still using the classroom? Could it be that he is preparing a potion that is more difficult than the Felices? At this time, Slughorn also walked out of the classroom and said something meaningful. That's hard to say, Mr. Robbie, right? After all, potions is a very broad and profound subject. It's normal that there are potions that I've never heard of. Maybe Mr. Evans has researched them himself. Let's leave quickly so as not to disturb Mr. Evans or embarrass him to come out. The little snakes also laughed, and nicknames such as Boastful Charles and Magic Potion Shit Charles came into being. Slughorn's mouth curled up, and he was obviously in a good mood. Soon, Dumbledore also learned about this matter in the principal's office. There was also a hint of smile on his face. Harry Potter was praised as a genius in potions by Slughorn, but Seal was ridiculed for his potions. This is unexpected news. Dumbledore was still thinking about how to suppress Seal so as to embody the halo of Harry Potter as the savior, but he did not expect that he would achieve his goal in a potions class. Just then, Professor Sprout walked into the principal's office angrily. "Dumbledore, didn't you hear what the Slytherin students called Seal? How could they be allowed to attack Seal like this?" Dumbledore looked helpless at this time. "Professor Sprout, it's just a joke among the kids. Who among us hasn't gone through this phase? I believe this matter will be over soon. I also think it will be good for Seal's growth to understand that human energy is limited and he cannot achieve great success in all aspects." Before he finished speaking, Professor Sprout showed disappointment. "Being teased like this is beneficial to your growth. Dumbledore, you really have your own way. Okay, forget it if you want to, but I just want to tell you that you will regret it." Soon, Professor Sprout left in a hurry. She still needed to comfort the little badgers who were indignant because Seal was insulted. A few hours later, in the advanced potions classroom, Seal looked at the boiling bloody potion in the crucible in front of him and took a deep breath. The smell emitted by this potion seemed to be able to induce changes in the magic power deep in the blood, which was completely consistent with the characteristics of the atavism potion he deduced through Deep Blue. Charles's eyes showed joy. The atavism potion is done. His face showed passion and anticipation. Once the atavism potion is completed, the three-headed dog Lua will most likely be able to awaken the characteristics of the three-headed dog of hell. My second magical animagus, the three-headed dog of hell, is coming. Behind the trapdoor at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, the three-headed dog Lua was lying there lazily. It seemed that his former ferocity had been beaten away, and replaced by the relaxation unique to a working man. These days, Charles comes to perform sterilization surgery on it almost every day. Lua felt humiliated and angry at first, but later on, he decided to just get sterilized. Anyway, it couldn't beat the little monster Charles, and its request to leave was ruthlessly rejected by that old man Dumbledore. What else can it do? Since life is already so hard, the only thing we can do is to relax our mindset. So now, it is extremely cooperative with Charles. As soon as Charles comes in, it spreads its hind legs to let Charles finish the job as soon as possible and leave, so that it can suffer less. But this time, after the trapdoor made a sound again and Charles came in again. Although Lua had already spread his hind legs, he did not feel the familiar feeling of sterilization. He turned his head and looked at Charles. All three pairs of eyes revealed human doubts. What happened to the little devil today? Is the knife blunt? Then, Lua saw Charles holding up a tube of blood-red potion. Even through the glass bottle, Lua could smell a scent coming from it that made his blood stir. There was a look of desire in Lua's eyes. If the person standing in front of it wasn't for Charles, whom it was already scared to death, it would have pounced on him by now. Charles was also quite satisfied after seeing Lua's reaction. Then, he threw the atavism potion to Lua. Lua subconsciously opened his mouth and swallowed the atavism potion along with the test tube. It looked at Charles with even more doubt, and its heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why was the little devil suddenly so nice to me and even gave me a potion to drink? Broke in. Could this be my last meal? From today on, not only will I have to chop off my little head, but I'll also have to chop off my dog's head, right? Just as Lua was feeling terrified, suddenly, an extreme burning sensation from his belly swept through his entire body. The three-headed dog's blood seemed to be rioting at this moment, rushing through its veins at an unprecedented speed. After the initial burning sensation, what spread along the blood vessels was a chill that seemed to come from the underworld. The filthy, poisonous, and deathly breath began to spread within the body of the three-headed dog. Lua let out a dull roar, and his body also underwent changes at the same time. On the neck where the three heads originally grew, the flesh and blood was constantly wriggling, forming protrusions that looked like tumors. Then, a new head of the same size as the original one broke through the tumor and drilled out. 1, 2. In less than a moment, Lua grew more than 20 new heads in addition to the original 3 heads. On top of the huge body, densely packed heads occupy every corner of the neck and even the shoulders. If there were other people here, they would probably be frightened to death by the scene, and their trypophobia would even come out. But Charles showed a satisfied smile on his face. The atavism potion really worked. Although it didn't turn Lu Wei into a real three-headed hellhound, the concentration of this blood seems to be much higher than before. The legendary three-headed dog of hell, Cerberus, is said to have 50 heads. Lu Wei now has more than 25 heads, making him the closest thing to the three-headed dog of hell in this recent ancient era. By taking its blood and adding Deep Blue's deduction, Seal can integrate the three-headed dog of hell into his own magic animagus and obtain the second transformation. If the ancient dragon brings surging power, then the three-headed dog of hell represents death and the underworld, but at this moment, dozens of Lu Wei's heads turned together, and all the densely packed eyes looked in the direction of Charles, and the brutal animal nature in his eyes began to revive again. The already tireless, thick-skinned three-headed dog became even more terrifying after reverting to its original form. The increase in physical strength alone would allow Lu Wei to easily tear his previous self apart. At the same time, it no longer relied solely on brute force as before. As a new head grew out, Lu Wei found that his breath was filled with the breath of death. It can spray venom when it opens its mouth, and its head can spit out poisonous fire from the legendary hell. All these methods can result in death if touched. Lu Wei feels that he is incredibly strong now. What is Charles? Call Dumbledore, but he will tie up the old man here and make him get sterilized every day. But before that, it had to pay back all the anger it had suffered at the hands of Charles. Lu Wei looked down at Charles, his eyes showing cruelty and mockery. Charles was stunned for a moment, then an amusement look appeared on his face. That's interesting. You think you're good enough now, don't you? You dare to look down on me? Then I'll play with you. The next moment, Seal waved his wand. An indescribable white gold demon figure, with white gold flames swirling around it, appeared in the room. The spell of Almighty God combined with the spell of the Holy Kingdom, after destroying so many Dementors before and dozens of eight-eyed giant spiders this time, coupled with the repeated transformation of Charles's mental strength, the power is no longer on the same level as before. After Lu Wei returned to his ancestral form, the aura of death, filth and the underworld became stronger and stronger, and was being suppressed by the sacred spell. Although the restraint between the sacred and the filthy is relative, and powerful filth can in turn defile the sacred, even if Lu Wei possesses the bloodline of the three-headed dog of hell, he is still far from the legendary Cerberus who guards the gate of the underworld. Trying to restrain Charles's sacred magic is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lu Wei was confused at first. Dozens of heads roared at the same time, making low growls full of fighting spirit. Anyone who stands in front of the three-headed dog of hell will be torn to pieces, even if it is a god. It rushed towards the indescribable platinum-colored demon. The next moment, the sacred tentacles extending from the platinum-colored demon's body merged into an extremely thick tentacle, which suddenly pulled towards Lu Wei, as if pulling a spinning top. Lou Williams was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy in an instant, and fell to the ground while spinning on the spot. By the time it reacted, let out a humiliating growl, and was about to get up from the ground to fight again, the ancient dragon body on the platinum-colored demon stretched out its claws and pressed hard. Boom! On the ground, dense cracks spread like spider webs, and Lou Williams' entire body was driven into the ground as if he were being driven into a pile. Ancient dragons have always been known for their strength. Their magic is violent, and their bodies are equally violent. The body of the Cerberus is indeed very strong, but it is not enough to compare its strength with the ancient dragon. What's more, Lu Wei, who has only partially reverted to his ancestral bloodline, has no chance of wrestling with the ancient dragon. While Lu Wei was still struggling to get out of the ground, the platinum-colored ancient dragon claws seemed to be playing a game of whack-a-mole. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous bombardment and shock hit Lu Wei's head violently again and again, until the eyes of dozens of Lu Wei's heads became clear again and felt the fear of being dominated by Charles. Lu Wei whimpered and begged for mercy, as if to say that he didn't dare to do it anymore and that he was sober. The little wizard in front of him was so perverted that Lu Wei felt that Dumbledore would be beaten into the ground like this soon. I can't afford to offend it. It's just a poor, weak, helpless puppy weighing only a few tons. I really can't afford to offend such a terrifying existence. Then, the ancient dragon stretched out its claws, and pulled Lu Wei out of the floor like pulling out an onion, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood. Seal waved his wand and caught a full bottle of hellhound's blood. Then he looked Lu Wei up and down. This is already a return to its ancestral bloodline. I believe the deduction points provided should be more than when it was an ordinary three-headed dog, right? Seal remembered that among the magical recipes mentioned in the Hufflepuff kitchen, there seemed to be no recipe related to the three-headed dog of hell. It seems that this is an ingredient that even the founder of Hufflepuff never enjoyed back then. As a member of Hufflepuff, how can you miss it? So Charles sterilized Lu Wei again and obtained the whip and balls of the three-headed dog of hell. By the way, he picked a few huge dog heads like picking vegetables, then restored the floor of the room and left contentedly. Lu Wei looked at Charles's leaving figure, and his eyes suddenly became dim. In the past, they only took dog whips and dog balls, why are they now arranging for dog heads as well? I'm so angry, why did they only pick on me, the dog? Lu Wei lay in the corner, stretched out his dog paws, and practiced writing words clumsily. It decided to practice its handwriting well and find an opportunity to write a letter to the Ministry of Magic, asking the ministry to quickly enact a law to protect the three-headed dog. Dumbledore, the despicable old bee, can't be relied upon. We three-headed dogs must take up the weapon of law to protect ourselves. If not, can you arrange for me to go to the zoo? It's simply dog abuse here. Not to mention Lu Wei's resentment, at this moment, Charles had already returned to the room with the blood of the three-headed dog and set up protective magic. Seeing a large bottle of blood in the glass bottle, Charles couldn't help but reveal excitement and anticipation in his eyes. After waiting for so long, the real three-headed dog of hell is finally going to reappear in the world. The next moment, he opened the bottle cap and gulped down the blood of the three-headed dog, while growling in his mind. Deep Blue, analyze the magic power of the three-headed dog's bloodline for me. A moment later, as a full 1,000,000 deduction points were deducted, Deep Blue sent a mechanical prompt in Charles's mind. It has been detected that the host has the blood of the three-headed dog. The magic power of the three-headed dog is being analyzed. The three-headed dog bloodline has shown signs of reversion, and a large amount of hell three-headed dog magic has appeared. The magic is being further analyzed. Analysis completed. The host has gained insight into the magical properties of the three-headed dog of hell. Host, do you confirm the use of the Cerberus as a second magical animagus variation? Without any hesitation, Charles decisively chose to agree. Immediately, he felt another kind of magic power, different from that of the ancient dragon but equally ancient and powerful, beginning to flow in his blood. It was as if there was 10,000 years of solid ice and a bottomless underworld contained in this magic power. Everything about death, filth, coldness, poison, curse, etc. emerged in Charles's mind. Deep Blue also sounded a series of prompts at this time. The host has access to advanced materials related to the death domain, which means the points required to deduce death-related black magic have been greatly reduced. The host has access to high-level curse-related materials. The points required for curse-related black magic have been greatly reduced. For all subsequent black magic deductions by the host, all deduction points will be exempted for less than 3 deductions, and the points for the 4th deduction and above will also be greatly reduced. Seal took a deep breath, and couldn't help showing ecstasy in his eyes. Before the magic animagus transformation began, the magic of the three-headed dog of hell gave him an unexpected and huge surprise. Directly exempt all deduction points required for the following 3 deductions in the field of black magic? This is arguably the most powerful reduction effect that Charles has encountered so far. But think about it, the legendary three-headed dog of hell lives in the underworld. According to legend, the underworld is a place where negative emotions such as death, filth, coldness, terror, etc. gather. Isn't this exactly the element of black magic? Obtaining the magic power from the three-headed dog of hell is naturally an epic improvement to black magic, but now, all of Seal's attention is still focused on the magic of the hellhound itself. He let out a dull growl. Magic Animagus Cerberus transformation. Get started. The next moment, Charles's body suddenly swelled up. Brutal bestiality began to manifest itself in him, and at the same time, a lingering aura of coldness, despair, and death also emerged. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point in an instant, and everything seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. The vibrant world seemed to have turned into black and white, filled with cold and deathly silence. In such an environment, Charles did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt like a fish in water and had a comfortable feeling as if he was at home. His body continued to expand, and in a moment, he turned into a giant dog almost the same size as Lu Wei. But unlike Lu Wei, the aura emitted by the three-headed hellhound that Charles transformed into was even more terrifying. Compared to the vibe that Charles exudes, Lu Wei's so-called brutality is like that of a docile puppy. At the same time, Charles's perspective became extremely wide, a complete 360-degree perspective. He could see densely packed heads growing on his neck, no more, no less, exactly 50, a real three-headed dog of hell, although it is also far inferior to Cerberus, the legendary guardian of the underworld, and one may even be swallowed by it in one bite, but in this modern ancient era, the three-headed dog of hell, like the ancient dragon, represents invincibility and death. Charles opened his mouth, and breath of three different natures, venom, ice, and poisonous fire, instantly gushed out. From the three most powerful heads, filled with the magic power representing death. Seal had no doubt that, in addition to the poison, ice, and fire itself, this breath itself was enough to kill any life that came into contact with it. This is an instant death magic comparable to the killing curse. At the same time, the three-headed dog of hell, which represents death and guards the underworld, will naturally greatly reduce the influence of the magic of death on it. This means that in the form of the three-headed hellhound, Seal is almost immune to all instant death magic. A death curse, the basilisk's gaze? All exempted. This is what Charles values most, after all, although the dragon scales and dragon skin of the ancient dragon have strong protective effects, they may not be able to exempt from the powerful killing curse. It would be fine if he met someone like Dumbledore who didn't use the killing curse, but if he met Voldemort or Grindelwald in their prime, Charles wouldn't dare to use magic protection to gamble whether he could withstand the opponent's killing curse. But the three-headed dog of hell doesn't have this worry, and even Voldemort's killing curse can't do anything to it. Then, Seal cancelled the transformation into the three-headed hellhound and returned to his wizard form. Even after returning from the magical animagus state, Seal's wizard form was still fed back by the magic of the three-headed dog of hell. His physical strength was further enhanced under the influence of the three-headed dog of hell. Today, his physical strength is even beyond that of a half-giant like Hagrid. Hidden under the appearance of a thin and beautiful boy is a ferocious magical animal that can wrestle with mountain monsters. Relying solely on his physical body, Charles can make most wizards flee. As for the strength of his magic in wizard form, under the influence of the ancient magic of the Cerberus, it reached the peak level of the ancient times. Looking at this era, even Professor Flitwick, the dual champion who has some fairy blood, is probably inferior to Seal in terms of magical strength, apart from Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald, who can be regarded as the children of the times. No one can be compared with Seal in the past 100 years. At the same time, Seal's solemnity spell reflects the changes in all his forms. At this moment, 50 huge and ferocious dog heads emerged from the body of the platinum-colored indescribable demon god summoned by the only supreme god spell, and next to the ancient dragon's skull, the entire image of the demon god looked more and more sacred and weird, and its strength was much higher than before. The transformation of the three-headed dog of hell has caused Charles's overall strength to undergo another qualitative change compared to before. Deep Blue still sounded a reminder in Charles's mind at this time. The three-headed dog of hell grows in the legendary underworld and feeds on filthy, evil, and dark things. Eating those strange dead things in the form of the Cerberus can accelerate the growth of the Cerberus form. Hearing this reminder, Charles licked his lips, and his eyes suddenly showed greed and heat. Strange dead things. He seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth widened. In Malfoy manner, ever since he followed Charles to move into the mansions of Old Crabbe and Old Goyle and received the so-called invitation to a banquet, Lucius has been unable to sleep and has been absent-minded for the past few days. As soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to be able to see the two eerie mansions in front of him, and Old Crabbe and Old Goyle were looking at him with sinister smiles through the gaps in the curtains. What the hell is this thing? When did something so weird appear in the magic world? Lucius felt uneasy. Over the past few days, he had checked countless ancient books and consulted many wizards through his own connections who were very successful in exorcising evil spirits, removing demons, or fighting against dark creatures, but no one had ever heard of a similar situation. Especially after seeing Lucius's sunken eye sockets and increasingly dark circles due to not sleeping all night, and hearing his somewhat fragmented and frightened words, several wizards tactfully advised him to go to the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital, suspecting that there was something wrong with his mental state. But Lucius understood that he was not mentally ill. Those weird things are real. Now, he can only place his hopes on Charles. With Charles's terrifying strength, he might be able to deal with those strange and evil creatures in the next few days. Sitting in the chair in his study, Lucius felt his eyelids become heavy without him noticing. The fatigue from not sleeping for days came over him, and he almost couldn't resist closing his eyes. But soon, while he was half asleep and half awake, Lucius heard the sound of knives and forks colliding, and it seemed that there were many people walking around. In particular, a chilling feeling that made him shudder to the core wrapped around him. The cold and sticky feeling woke Lucius up instantly no matter how sleepy he was. And when he saw everything in front of him, despair appeared on his face. He had inexplicably left Malfoy Manor and was now sitting at a long dining table. Old Crabbe and Old Goyle were staring at him with their weird smiles on their faces. The banquet has begun. Lucius was sweating profusely. He wanted to draw out his wand, but found that his whole body seemed to be frozen and he could hardly move. Especially when he turned his head to look at the scene nearby, his face turned pale and he almost fell into fear, despair, and madness. The house was filled with walking corpses. All the people originally living in the mansion are dead. Lucius even saw Little Crabbe and Little Goyle, who were supposed to be at Hogwarts. They seemed to have been called back home and were now dead. Little Crabbe's eyes were gone, but he seemed unaware at the moment. He looked at Lucius with his empty, bloody eye sockets and brought a plate to Lucius with aristocratic etiquette. "Mr. Malfoy, here is your appetizer." Lucius looked livid as he watched Crabbe Jr. uncover the plate. There was a dish of caviar on the plate. Just when Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, the next moment, Caviar suddenly opened his eyes. Lucius looked at those pairs of vicious eyes and realized that they were not caviar at all, but the eyes dug out from the corpses. Old Crabbe said in a sinister tone at this time. "Mr. Malfoy, we have worked hard to gather so much caviar in order to entertain our distinguished guests. I even wrote letters to call all my sons back from Hogwarts, but now, why are you the only one here? Mr. Seal is still in Hogwarts and won't come out. It seems he is not planning to attend the banquet. This makes us very sad. He can't escape. He is destined not to escape. But now, I'm afraid we need another person to attend the party. Then let your child, the Honorable Draco Malfoy, come." Lucius immediately began to struggle violently, with rage in his eyes. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't pull out his wand. The next second, Draco Malfoy walked in from the door with a confused look on his face, and sat down next to Lucius like a zombie. It was only at this moment that his vision gradually cleared up. Draco saw Lucius first. "What happened? Where am I? Am I not sleeping in my room?" Then he saw the strange and terrifying scene around him. Draco's face instantly turned as pale as a deathly person, his pupils shrank to the size of needles, and fear overflowed from his eyes. Both Old Crabbe and Old Goyle laughed. "Now that the guests are here, we can start the feast." Little Crabbe and Little Goyle stood beside the Malfoy father and son, stretched out their bloody hands, each grabbed a handful of caviar, and slowly put it to the mouths of the Malfoy father and son. There was despair in the eyes of the Malfoy father and son. They can figure out what will happen if they eat this caviar, and just when those vicious eyeballs were about to be sent into the two people's mouths. Boom! The door of the mansion was kicked away by a huge force. A waiter at the door was thrown directly against the wall by the huge force, breaking his bones and tendons. Charles walked in. Looking at the weird and terrifying scene in the mansion, Charles grinned. "Opening the banquet. I haven't even arrived yet, what's the point of having a banquet?" Charles's arrival made all the evil creatures in the room stunned. Both Old Crabbe and Old Goyle had sinister expressions. "Respected Mr. Seal, we thought you were going to stay in Hogwarts and not come back. Your presence here truly brings glory to my humble home. Come on, please take a seat." When the Malfoys saw Charles coming, it was like seeing the dawn of hope. Lucius was still filled with despair and resentment, wondering why Charles didn't come and let himself and his son die in his place. Seeing Charles now, he really wanted to slap himself twice, for fear that Charles would know what he was thinking just now and leave. Draco's eyes were even more scorching. He did have a deep hatred for Charles before. After all, the memory of having his wrists and ankles broken by Charles that day was still vivid in his mind, and he would sometimes even feel phantom pain. Lucius told him not to think about revenge, but how could a boy of Draco's age do that? But now, Draco wanted to kneel down and lick Seal's feet. As long as Charles can rescue him, anything is fine. Even if my limbs are stepped on and broken, it's better than being fed caviar by these devils here. At this time, Seal strode to the dining table and glanced at Lucius and Draco. The skin of both of them was pale and blue at this moment, without any blood color. This is not surprising. After all, this house is full of death and evil spirits, and living people here will certainly be corroded. Even if there is magical protection, or a guardian angel is summoned here, it will be quickly destroyed by the strong and strange aura. Because of the feedback from the three-headed hellhound, Charles did not feel any discomfort in this atmosphere even in his wizard state. It even feels like coming home. But not the Malfoys. If we leave them alone, it won't be long before they either go crazy or die here. Charles can still use the Malfoy family's connections and relationships. So the next moment, Charles took out his wand and threw an eternal sun spell at a wall of the mansion. The light and heat brighter than the sun made the house warmer. The sacred light and the evil aura were incompatible and directly annihilated the wall. Although the evil aura here was stronger than one could imagine, even the duration of the light of the eternal blazing sun curse was greatly shortened, as if it was being annihilated by the evil. The wall was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Charles still grabbed the Malfoy father and son one in each hand before it was completely recovered. "What do you guys have to do here? Get out, stay away, don't disturb me from having a feast." Immediately, Charles swung the two men away from the mansion. The Malfoys rolled on the lawn outside like rolling gourds for more than 10 rounds before they stopped, their bodies covered with bruises. But they seemed not to feel it, their faces filled with ecstasy of surviving the disaster. They could never have imagined that Charles actually stayed among those evil creatures and threw them out first. At this moment, both Lucius and Draco could not help but burst into tears. "I originally thought he was a little devil, a being more terrifying and evil than the Dark Lord, but now it seems that the Sorting Hat's judgment is reasonable. Hufflepuff is still Hufflepuff. Charles Evans is just a little overbearing, but he is a good man through and through." The Malfoys wanted to turn around and leave, but when they saw the mansion in front of them was covered by a thick grey fog, they gritted their teeth and grasped their wands. Even though it's terribly dangerous in there, what if Charles could still escape? Maybe they can cast a spell outside to help Charles escape. At the same time, inside the mansion, the wall that had been blown apart had completely healed itself as if it were a living thing. Old Crab, Old Goyle, and the zombies surrounded Charles in layers, as if to prevent him from escaping. Old Crab and Old Goyle looked at Seal grimly. "Mr. Charles, you let our other two guests go. But we have prepared so much material for the banquet. We will be very sad if we can't finish it. Then you'll have to eat them all for them." Little Crab and Little Goyle picked up the caviar again and tried to put it into Charles's mouth. The next second, the two were cut into dozens of pieces by the invisible sharp blade, and scattered on the ground. The coldness around them suddenly became even worse. Old Crab smirked. "Mr. Charles, why don't you eat?" But Charles's answer stunned all the evil creatures. Seal snapped. "Eat? What to eat? Damn it, there's only one dish on such a big dining table, and it's a cold dish. You call this opening a banquet? I feed dogs more generously than you do, who am I looking down on?" Old Gore was stunned for a moment and whispered. "This is just the appetizer, there's more to come." Old Crab added. "When distinguished guests come to visit us, we must of course satisfy them. What would you like to eat, Mr. Charles?" The Walking Dead stood on the dining table one by one as if they were participating in a talent show. The sharp knife cut their flesh and all kinds of internal organs and blood were scattered on the table, making this place look like hell on earth. Just as smiles appeared on the evil creatures' faces, Charles shook his head, sighed, and disappointment appeared in his eyes. "That's it. It's far worse than the rural banquets I've eaten. Aren't you nobles? Can you be more particular about your food? If you really can't do it, why don't you learn how to make roasted birds from them? Even though it's a stupid thing, at least they have all kinds of names for it. You guys are just like killing pigs, who would like to eat it?" Old Crab and Old Goyle fell silent again. "Then how do you want to eat?" Charles said calmly. "You're asking the right person if you ask me this. The first thing is to choose the ingredients. You have to be particular about choosing the ingredients. Do you understand? If you choose the right ingredients, no matter how you cook them, they will taste good. First, give me 10 pounds of lean meat, without any fat or fascia on top. Give me another 10 kilograms of pure fat meat. It has to be all fat, no lean meat at all. Another 10 pounds, 5% lean and 5% fat. Not a bit more or less. I want 10 kilograms of cartilage and 10 kilograms of crispy bones. Deep fry them until they are crispy and burnt. That's how they'll smell." Then, Charles seemed to remember something and pointed at the plate of caviar in front of him with disdain. "Have you dealt with this thing? Damn, there's eye boogers all over it, and you want me to eat this? Also, you guys are too careless in selecting ingredients. These are all crooked and ugly. They don't look fresh at first glance. Many of them are old, and some even have unclear eyes. It's obvious that they are too fat and have poor brains because of what they eat every day. If you want to serve this thing, you should first serve smart people, who have clear eyes and good appearance. Or you can just be good-looking boys and girls. They are full of youth and taste good. Understand? This dish is not up to standard. Take it away. Oh no, forget it. Just throw it in the trash can. Don't keep it. While Charles was talking, the evil creatures around him looked at each other and fell silent. But the look in their eyes revealed one thing. Is this little wizard Charles Evans sick? Is this crazy? Old Crab and Old Goyle were silent for a while, then forced out a smile. Thank you, Mr. Charles, for your valuable advice. You are indeed a favored person. We will consider it carefully. It's just that this time it's too hasty, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to handle. Before he finished speaking, Charles showed a sinister smile, grabbed the huge dining table, and slammed it on Old Crab and Old Goyle. Difficult to do. If it's difficult to do, then don't do it. You made me wait for your banquet 3 days ago. Ah, do you know how much I was looking forward to it during these 3 days? I saved my stomach for your banquet and was hungry for a whole day. I thought you would give me something good to eat so that I could be full, but this is how you prepare the banquet. Forget it. I can't count on you anymore. If I want to have enough food and clothing, I have to rely on myself. I'll open this seat myself. Old Crab and Old Goyle were hit on the head by the huge and heavy dining table. Their heads were broken and their brains were all over the floor, but they were not annoyed at all. Instead, they smiled even more brightly. Mr. Charles, I'm afraid it's not your turn to decide how to eat. Since you are here, you must abide by the rules of our banquet. Perhaps you are very powerful among ordinary wizards, but you don't understand what you are facing. As they spoke, the brains of the two men flowed back. See it. You can't hurt us at all. All struggles are useless. Come, after eating this feast, you will gradually feel the glory of the ancients. Do not resist any more, let our ancient times return to this world. Charles grinned. I don't understand what I'm facing. What a joke, how could I not understand? Food, 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 all food. I've been craving it since I first came in. How could I not understand? You guys don't seem to understand what you are facing. As soon as he finished speaking, Charles's body suddenly began to swell, and the original little wizard's body swelled to the same height as the ceiling of the mansion. 50 hideous heads extended from his neck, and the eyes of each head revealed hunger and greed. At the same time, there was also a deeper and colder atmosphere than that in this mansion. The changes of the three-headed dog of hell are revealed here. This sudden change left all the evil creatures stunned. Both Old Crab and Old Goyle could not help but widen their eyes. What is this? Wait, this is the three-headed dog of hell. How is this possible? The ancient times have just begun and seem to have returned. How could the three-headed dog of hell from the ancient times appear at this time? Before they could finish their exclamation, Charles let out a hideous laugh, and dozens of ferocious dog heads swarmed towards Old Crab and Old Goyle as if they were greedily fighting for food. In a matter of moments, these two evil creatures, which even Charles had not been able to kill with his previous eternal blazing sun curse, were torn into pieces by the three-headed dog of hell and swallowed piece by piece. For these evil creatures, the existence of the three-headed dog of hell is simply their natural nemesis, and they even eat them. After devouring these two evil creatures, Charles could feel an even colder and more powerful magical power surging in the body of the Cerberus, and the size of the Cerberus also expanded slightly. At the same time, a deep blue reminder sounded in his mind. Deduction points plus 10,000. Deduction points plus 10,000. Intensive reminder sounds rang out. These two evil creatures provided Charles with more than 500,000 deduction points. All of Charles's eyes were turning green. It can enhance the magic power of the Cerberus and provide so many points. Where is this place? This is paradise on earth. He let out an excited growl, and 50 heads suddenly stretched out from his neck, reaching out towards the remaining evil creatures in the mansion. In a short while, more than a dozen evil creatures were brought back by the three-headed hellhound's head. Many of them were bitten by several heads at the same time and torn into pieces. The next moment, the three-headed dog of hell opened its bloody mouth, and the heads with food made swallowing and chewing sounds. As for the heads that had not yet found their prey, they were constantly dripping with poisonous saliva, stretching out from their necks and biting towards the remaining evil creatures in the mansion. "This is mine! This is mine!" For a moment, in the mansion, compared to those evil creatures, Charles's three-headed hellhound seemed to be the most evil existence. What made Charles dissatisfied was that there were so many evil things in the house just now. How come they all disappeared in the blink of an eye? Fuck, the transformation of the three-headed hellhound is good, but there is one thing, 50 heads and 50 mouths, it wastes too much food. I haven't even started eating meat for several years, and it's gone already. As for the deduction points prompt that sounded in his mind, the number also made Charles feel dissatisfied. Old Crab and Old Goyle gave him more than 500,000 deduction points in total, and he originally thought that the other evil creatures were the same. That would be enough to earn about 10 million points, but who knew that the points provided by other evil creatures were far less than those of Old Crab and Old Goyle. It only costs 2 million to clear out all the evil things in the house? Charles still remembered the torn parchment he found on Lucius. It was just a small piece with nothing on it, but it could provide him with 1 million points. Such a strange scene could appear in this mansion. The thing behind it must be more powerful than the broken parchment, right? This is only 2 million, this is totally unacceptable. Then, Seal looked at the wall of the mansion and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Brothers, we have not had enough meat, but this is the first time the three-headed dog of hell has appeared in the world, so we must make use of our canine expertise. Let's tear down the house." Immediately, 50 heads extended out again. One bit the beam, another bit the pillar, and another gnawed on the wall. Charles's dog paws were not idle either, digging the ground with a wheezing sound and swallowing up the cold and splashing soil. The next moment, the intensive deduction point prompts sounded again. "It is even worse than swallowing those evil things." Charles's eyes showed ecstasy. I knew it wouldn't be just that." He let out a low roar, and 50 heads swept across, sweeping away everything within his field of vision. A weird bloody picture. Eat, a cabinet inlaid with human hands. Eat, a bleeding toilet. Eat, 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 eat. The mansion began to tilt and collapse slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a cake, being devoured by Charles from the inside. The income from deduction points in Charles's mind soared directly from 2 million to over 15 million. Seal laughed heartily. "This is called a banquet. Great, great." Just as Charles was feasting on a feast in the evil mansion, the walls collapsed and even the thick grey fog was sucked up by Charles as a drink. The Malfoy father and son, who were waiting anxiously outside, also saw this horrifying scene in the mansion. The huge three-headed hellhound stood, with 50 heads stretched out, swallowing everything. When Draco saw the three-headed dog of hell, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. "Then, what is that? Where are those things?" Lucius grunted, his eyes full of horror. Why does this scene feel so familiar to him? Even though he had his eyes closed when they were in the Forbidden Forest, he could still hear the creepy chewing sounds made by Seal when he was dealing with the eight-eyed giant spider. Now that those evil creatures have been swept away, a terrifying, all-consuming monster has appeared in the mansion. Draco seemed to have realized what was happening as well, and spoke in a trembling voice. Could this be? Before he could finish his words, Lucius covered his mouth. Lucius said tremblingly. "I don't know. We don't know anything and we haven't seen anything. Hurry, if you don't want to die, close your eyes and forget what happened today. Knowing too much can kill you." As the two men closed their eyes and shivered, Charles bit off a large piece of the mansion's foundation, chewed it up and swallowed it like a biscuit. Under the foundation, in a storage room, an ancient parchment with writing on it caught Charles's eye. The material of the parchment was exactly the same as the one Seal had devoured from Lucius. Charles also understood the whole story in an instant. When the Book of the Dead appeared in the world, Crabbe and Goyle told Lucius that the book was broken and they only got a piece of torn parchment. This is not true. They also got a page with complete handwriting, but they were obsessed with it and kept it away. Originally, everything was fine, but as the ancient era that Doc mentioned was about to come, the strange parchment from the Book of the Dead was gradually reviving. This strange thing happened when Old Crabbe and Old Goyle committed suicide because of Charles's mental magic. The root of everything is this parchment from the Book of the Dead. When Charles's eyes fell on the words on the parchment, those strange words seemed to come alive, flowing like tadpoles. In Charles's ears, he could vaguely hear Dac's crazy roar, the sinister voices of Old Crabbe and Old Goyle, and some older, higher, more maddening voice. At this moment, He had already surpassed Snape's occlumency and suffered an unprecedented shock. Crazy, crazy, it seems like some ancient and majestic figure is about to emerge before my eyes. Behind the dark sky, above the stars, it seemed as if eyes were opening. Until the next moment, one of Charles's heads suddenly stretched out and bit the parchment of the Book of the Dead. Seal growled at Deep Blue in his mind. Dark Blue. As always, Charles was not disappointed. As long as he ate it, Deep Blue would be able to transform everything. The parchment disappeared, and the influence of madness suddenly disappeared. What followed was an unprecedented explosion of deduction points in Charles's mind. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. A piece of parchment from the Book of the Dead brought Charles a full 70 million points. The deduction points of Charles, which had been plummeting during this period, were completely recovered at this moment. And adding to the points he had previously gained from swallowing evil creatures in this mansion, his total number of deduction points reached an unprecedented number. Seal's eyes widened as he looked at the 9-digit total number of deduction points. Breaking 100 million. When Charles saw his total number of deduction points, he was a little bit unbelievable. With his current mental strength, counting numbers would only take a moment and there was no way he could make a mistake. But this time, he couldn't help but count it again and again before finally confirming that he was not mistaken in his reading. Hundreds of millions of deduction points, this is definitely the fattest fortune in the history of Seal. There was a fiery look in his eyes. The Book of the Dead is really a good thing. It also has something that can be related to ancient times. The deduction points it provides are really extraordinary. It seems that I need to pay more attention to collecting information related to the Book of the Dead in the future. In addition, the future industrial upgrading direction of the breeding farm has also been determined. In the future, it will gradually change from breeding magical animals to breeding those evil things. A Acromantula, basilisk, and the like are weak. Tentacles represent the direction of advanced productivity. Thoughts flashed through his mind as Charles glanced at the Malfoy father and son outside. Seeing that they all covered their eyes and ears consciously, for fear of seeing something they shouldn't see, Charles's eyes showed a hint of surprise. It must be said that Lucius has a really good eye. Before, he was still thinking about revenge for Snape and venting his anger on Draco, but now he has become sensible. This is similar to what he showed in the original work, highlighting that his stance and principles are very flexible. But to say that he is so bad that he is oozing with pus is not the case. Charles originally thought that the father and son would take advantage of the time when he was holding back the evil spirit to escape, but he didn't expect that the two were actually waiting outside with wands in hand, hoping to help him. All I can say is that human nature is indeed quite complex. However, this did change Charles's attitude towards the Malfoy family, making him a lot gentler. He took a step forward and walked in front of the Malfoy father and son. Then, Lucius and Draco cautiously opened their eyes. When they saw that it was Charles who appeared before them instead of the gloomy faces of Old Crabbe and Old Goyle, both father and son had tears in their eyes. A smile appeared on Seal's lips. "Why, I thought you were expecting me to perish with whatever's in there. You're crying again." Lucius' usual elegance was gone at this moment. What happened today really scared him to death. If Charles hadn't thrown him and Draco out, he felt that he would have gone crazy in there if he didn't die. Hearing Charles's words at this moment, Lucius burst into tears and said half flatteringly and half sincerely, "There is no two suns in the sky. Sir, you are the only sun in my heart. How could I wish for the sun to fall? There would be no light in the world." As he spoke, Lucius expressed his loyalty directly. The Malfoys swear allegiance to Lord Seal until death. Seal nodded slightly and said nothing more, but directly gave Lucius the task. "Use your connections to get me information about the search for the Necronomicon, or any incidents similar to this one." Just one simple sentence made Lucius' face show ecstasy. "This means that I have been accepted by Charles. At least I don't have to worry about being silenced by Charles at any time," Lucius hastened to make the promise. "Even if I lose everything, I will definitely find the information that Lord Seal needs." Seal waved his wand, and Lucius' sleeves rolled up, revealing the dark mark branded on his arm. Then, under Lucius' shocked gaze, Seal waved his wand, and the dark mark that no one in the entire wizarding world could erase disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a platinum-colored indescribable demon pattern. Lucius' eyes widened and his body couldn't help but tremble. Voldemort has disappeared for many years, during which time he has tried more than once to wash off the dark mark on his body. After all, this thing is definitely a time bomb. If someone finds it out someday, he will be in huge trouble again. However, no matter how many wizards in related fields he looked for, they were all helpless against the dark mark. This was set up by Voldemort himself, even Dumbledore can do nothing about it. But now, Lucius couldn't believe his eyes. Seal just washed away the dark mark with a casual wave of his hand? What does this mean? Lucius felt a surge of shock in his heart. He thought that although Seal was formidable, it might take some time for him to grow to be as powerful as Voldemort was at his peak. But today it seems that his judgment may have been extremely wrong. Perhaps Seal has surpassed peak Voldemort. An 11-year-old little wizard has surpassed the most terrifying Dark Lord. So, when he continues to grow, what will he reach? Dumbledore? No, Dumbledore was unable to defeat Voldemort, so it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed by Charles. The 4 founding members of Hogwarts, Lucius felt that Seal might be more than capable of this, and that the Big Four might not be much stronger than Dumbledore. Even at the age of 11, they would have been beaten by Seal. A name then popped into Lucius's mind. Merlin. Perhaps Seal could be compared to the legendary wizard Merlin. Thinking of this, Lucius' breathing couldn't help but quicken, and a huge sense of joy overwhelmed his heart. Being a dog for an 11-year-old wizard might sound a little embarrassing. But being a dog for young Merlin? If this is placed in the epic, it would be the supreme honor. I have won the jackpot. Then, Seal waved his wand again, leaving the same demon mark on Draco's arm. He said lightly. When you are in desperate situation, press the mark and I will come. But don't expect me to be your babysitter. Unless you do something great, you only have one chance to save your life. When Lucius heard Charles say that this mark could be used to ask for help from him, he was even more moved. As expected, he is Lord Seal who is comparable to Merlin. Look how grand the plan is. He is so generous and considerate to his subordinates that he will even give them a chance to ask for help and save their lives. Look at the dark mark left by Voldemort. It is basically a one-way notification. Whether you can follow the mark depends on Voldemort's instructions. And as for the aesthetics, the dark mark doesn't look like a good guy at first glance, he has no aesthetics or temperament at all. It's nothing like Lord Charles's mark, which is so elegant and aesthetic, and you can tell at first glance that it is not something common. By the time Lucius came back to his senses, Seal had already disappeared from his sight. Draco was still in a dream. Father, so from now on we are really working for Seal, no, Seal-sama. Lucius's expression also turned serious. This is a rare opportunity. Even if you look through the annals of history, I'm afraid there are only a few people who have this honor. I must do a good job of the task assigned by Lord Charles. Draco, you will be responsible for getting information at Hogwarts first. Some of your classmates have distinguished families and may have relevant clues. And I will organize a special team in the magic world to investigate the Necronomicon and various evil events that Lord Seal asked us to investigate. In order to conceal their identities, this organization will use a school as a cover, using academic research as a pretext, and call it Miskatonic University. The members responsible for investigating these incidents are collectively referred to as investigators. While Lucius was busy arranging matters related to the search for the Book of the Dead, Charles had already put what had just happened behind him. Since you have subordinates, there is naturally no need to ask about everything. Just ask about the progress every once in a while. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like the boss working for his subordinates? Lucius was able to make the Malfoy family successful, so Charles believed that he didn't need to worry too much about this aspect. The purpose of hiring subordinates is to reduce your own troubles and allow yourself to spend more time on self-improvement, so naturally you shouldn't put the cart before the horse. Now, I should think about how to use these hundreds of millions of points. Charles thought intently. His strength is now very strong. If he plays all his cards, he will be considered elite in the Middle Ages and will be able to defeat the half-dead Voldemort. Add to that his powerful holy magic and the three-headed dog of hell's ability to restrain the killing curse. Even if Voldemort in his prime came, he would probably be in a terrible state because of his restraint. But when Seal calculated, he realized that most of his strength was in the magic animagus. Whether it is the ancient dragon form, the hellhound form, or the paradise phoenix form that will be obtained with a high probability in 2 months, they are all far superior to the wizard form. This made Charles shake his head. He still didn't like having any shortcomings. Even though the wizard form was already unbeatable in the ancient times, Seal still felt unsafe. What if I encounter an enemy one day and don't have time to transform into a magical animagus? I can't predict the battle perfectly and transform in advance every time, right? Although the transformation only takes a short moment, for someone at Seal's level, this short moment could give the opponent a chance to kill him, therefore, there was no rush to upgrade his already powerful magical animagus form, and Seal focused on his own wizard form. First of all, it's destructive. The Eternal Blazing Sun spell and the Lightless Sun spell derived from the Luminescent spell seemed very powerful before, but now they feel a little bit inferior even with the triple casting. It's a bit too light for my current mental strength. I need something stronger. Charles's eyes flashed, and after a moment he made a decision. Deep Blue, perform the luminescent spell 6 times, and continue to strengthen the lethality of spells such as the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lightless Sunday. Explosion, what I want is an instant explosion. When Seal decided to deduce the luminescent spell for the 6th time, a full 2 million deduction points were deducted. You know, at this time, Seal has collected a huge amount of high-level materials in Hogwarts, and learned some about the nature of spellcasting from Professor Flitwick. The materials obtained from them can reduce the deduction points required for all magic. With these materials accumulated, Charles estimated that he would only need to spend 1/10 of the original points to deduce spells such as the luminescent spell. But even so, it consumed a full 2 million points. This means that without the support of materials, 20 million points are required to complete this deduction. This is already the level of dragon language magic of the ancient dragons. There was also anticipation in Charles's eyes. The reason why he chose to continue to deduce the fluorescent spell first, instead of re-deduce other spells, was because according to his previous experience, the more he deduced, the greater the qualitative change would be each time. Even though the starting point of the luminescent spell as a basic spell is slightly lower than other spells, but after being deduced 5 times, the power of the 6th deduction is definitely not something that an ordinary spell can catch up with after 4 or 5 deductions. Now it seems that we should look forward to the results of this simulation. At this moment, countless knowledge began to flood into Charles's mind. Charles had already understood the path after the Eternal Blazing Sun in his previous deductions. The next step was to simulate those celestial bodies to enhance the lethality of the spell. In the final analysis, solar fusion, gamma-ray bursts and even black holes are possible. Even the physicists in Seal's previous life before he traveled through time did not dare to say that they could fully understand these astronomical phenomena, let alone the wizarding world in 1991. But Deep Blue has infinite possibilities. The image of the sun suddenly appeared in Charles's mind, and on the surface of the sun, which was already extremely hot, there were areas that were countless times hotter than other places. There, high-energy particles burst out with tremendous energy. Its name is solar flare. Charles subconsciously waved his wand, and the blazing light and heat gathered on the mithril wand, and the Eternal Blazing Sun curse was about to be triggered. But at this moment, Charles did not release it as usual, but kept recalling the scene in his mind. The next moment, the gestures changed, the spell was whispered, and the corresponding spell structure formed in the outside world also changed accordingly. On the dazzling sphere formed by the Eternal Blazing Sun spell, one area began to become more and more dazzling, as if it had gathered the energy from all other places. Immediately afterwards, a solar torrent erupted from the flare, and the blazing white flames swept forward like a stream of light. Everything in front of Syar, the earth, rocks, soil, rivers, and even the air, evaporated in an instant. A deep blue reminder sounded in Seal's mind. 6 deductions of the luminescent spell have been completed, and the host has obtained the spell Solar Flare. Concentrate the power of the Eternal Blazing Sun at the flare point, unleash a torrent of solar fire, burn everything in front of it, and possess an instantaneous explosive power 10 times higher than that of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Feeling the power of the solar flare, Seal took a deep breath. Even if his ancient dragon form could withstand that attack just now, he would definitely have suffered serious damage. After all, no matter how powerful the ancient dragon is, it is impossible to withstand the power of the solar flare. Even if this was just a simulation using magic power, it was definitely not something a flesh and blood body could resist. This is just simple spell casting. If I use the multiple spell casting skills I learned from Professor Flitwick, 3 solar flares will erupt in an instant. Just thinking about that scene, Charles felt terrified. So far, after 6 deductions, solar flare has become Seal's strongest attack method. However, his deduction this time has not yet ended here. So far, the magic I have mastered, whether it is transfiguration, holy magic, or a series of fluorescent spell derivatives, should be considered as white magic. But as the most bizarre and dangerous part of magic, black magic can compete with white magic, so it naturally has its own unique features. It just so happens that I can rely on the three-headed dog of hell this time to directly exempt the points of the first 3 deductions of black magic. I can completely improve the black magic to an extremely advanced level in a short period of time. Especially that magic. Charles's eyes showed anticipation. The killing curse, the most lethal spell in the magic world, what would it look like if it were performed more than 3 times, or even 4 or 5 times? However, while he was looking forward to it, the shortcomings of the killing curse also emerged in Charles's mind. Although the killing curse in the original book is very powerful, it is certain to cause death in the hands of a wizard who can unleash its power, and there is almost no protective magic that can be effective against the killing curse. But its shortcomings are also obvious, that is, there is no lock, no range effect, only extreme single-point lethality. This resulted in the fact that in many of the battles in the original novel, the number of people killed by the killing curse was actually not that large as the characters were constantly moving. In the hands of Voldemort, the wizard who knows the killing curse best in the magical world, the killing curse can be called the Finger of Death, which can kill anyone who points it. But that was only true when facing wizards who were far below him in rank. In the original book, when Voldemort was fighting Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic, the killing curse, which was said to be fatal, was completely useless. Instead, he made extensive use of transfiguration to fight against Dumbledore. This is actually a reflection of the shortcomings of the killing curse. At this level, the battle pace is too fast, an apparition is used extensively, and the reaction speed is astonishingly fast due to the strong spirit. There is no difficulty in avoiding the green light of the killing curse unless you are restricted by other spells. As for the shortcomings of the killing curse, everyone understands it, and it's not that no one wants to improve it. But the killing curse is a spell that is extremely advanced in itself. How easy is it to improve it? Even Voldemort himself, after so many years, was unable to create a better killing curse. At most, he made some minor improvements that only he could make. But for Charles, with the existence of Deep Blue, even the killing curse can be deduced and improved to make up for all these shortcomings. However, Charles was not in a hurry to start deducing the killing curse, but planned to deduce the rest of the black magic first. After all, in the process of deducing other black magics, new knowledge will be acquired, which may be used in the subsequent deduction of the killing curse. Anyway, after Charles gained the transformation into the Cerberus 3-headed dog, the first 3 deductions of all black magic did not consume any points. This was completely enough for him to become a top master in the field of black magic. Charles's eyes lit up. Dark blue. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, the Shadowless Curse, the Fiery Curse. All the black magic I obtained, all 3 deductions. Following Charles's whisper, the next moment, his mind was flooded with seemingly endless knowledge of dark magic like a tide. Torture, manipulate, chop, burn. All kinds of strong malicious thoughts emerged, but they had no effect at all in front of Charles's brain-blocking surgery. A look of understanding also appeared on Charles's face. After coming into contact with black magic, he also understood why black magic was called black magic. Because unlike white magic which requires positive emotions, black magic requires strong evil thoughts in people's hearts. It requires the caster to have a strong desire to torture, kill, burn, or manipulate others like a puppet. Compared with positive emotions such as protection, beauty, and kindness, such evil thoughts will be clearer and stronger. This results in a situation where 2 wizards with the same magical power and mental strength, one using white magic and the other using black magic, often the spell cast by the one using black magic will be much more powerful. But at the same time, releasing black magic comes at a price, and that is that the mind will gradually become distorted. Just like killing someone, friends who often kill people know that the first time is the hardest and it is difficult to take this step. But once you take the first step, it will become easier the second and third time. Using the killing curse, even if no one is killed, is mentally equivalent to releasing an extremely strong murderous intent, which is more powerful than the mental impact of killing 3 or 5 people. It may not be a problem to use it once or twice, but if you use this kind of black magic for a long time, your spirit will inevitably be alienated. Killing people indiscriminately and torturing people are the inevitable consequences of using the killing curse and the Cruciatus Curse. Other black magic can also bring about mental distortion, so most wizards immersed in black magic are extremely vicious. Charles also felt a strong mental shock at this moment. Although his occlumency could block these influences, no one could guarantee that under the long-term impact of black magic, occlumency could completely isolate all influences. Just look at Voldemort. When Voldemort first appeared, the formation of the Death Eaters was actually just a political party, which was not particularly extreme. But as time went on, the behavior of the core members, including Voldemort himself, became more and more extreme, so that the reputation of the Death Eaters is now completely ruined. So Charles immediately designated the direction of deduction for the first 2 times of these black magics. First, enhance the stability of the spell, just like deducing the Patronus charm. I don't need a spell that can't be performed without a certain emotion. Secondly, remove the mental impact of the black magic. I don't need this kind of spell that will affect me. A spell is a tool. How can a person be changed by a tool? In that case, is it the person who controls the spell, or is it the spell that controls the person? After pondering for a moment, Charles designated the direction of the third deduction. Finally, deduce it in a more extreme direction. I think the effects of dark magic in the wizarding world are still too mild, especially the unforgivable curses. Is this unforgivable? The Imperious curse can be resisted, and the duration of the curse is not long, and there are no side effects. It is a bit watered down to be an unforgivable curse. Give me the Mirror of Samsara deduced by combining legilimency with it to strengthen the control effect of the Imperious curse, while also having the effect of permanently modifying memory, consciousness, and even personality. And Cruciatus, it's not working, it really isn't working. It's okay for those with weak wills, but for those with strong wills and deep hatred, even piercing their hearts and cutting their bones won't be enough to scare them. For example, Neville's parents never gave in when they were tortured by the Death Eaters with the Cruciatus curse. In the end, they were even driven crazy by the curse. This kind of torture is really not acceptable. It's too rough. The Cruciatus curse I want not only tortures the enemy's body, but also their mind. It seems that it can also be combined with the Mirror of Samsara to interweave the pain of the body and mind. I don't need to cast the curse so many times. Only one time is needed to make the enemy feel what it means to be in excruciating pain. And the other black magic, the same goes for Deep Blue, they're all fucking black magic, let's do something extreme. As Seal spoke, Deep Blue was spinning frantically. Every minute and every second, the knowledge of dark magic that flashed through Charles's mind was enough to horrify those dark wizards who claimed to be proficient in dark magic. Because even if all the dark wizards in the wizarding world were gathered together, it is unknown how long it would take to complete so many improvements in dark magic. And the things that flashed through Charles's mind were too evil and too extreme. Compared to these things, even the most ruthless dark wizard is as docile as a sheep. After all the black magic spells that Charles knew had been deduced 3 times, when Charles opened his eyes, he felt as if he were in another world. This deduction is the longest one in history. Although there are only 3 deductions, there are so many spells to be deduced, and the knowledge and materials involved in the process are also vast, but the gains after this deduction are also terrifying. The Deep Blue prompt sound rang out like a screen refresh. The Imperious curse has been deduced 3 times. The host has obtained the mental spell Soul Reconstruction. Based on the Imperious curse, combined with the derivative spell of legilimency, the Mirror of Samsara, it constantly controls the life and mind of the cursed person in reincarnation after reincarnation. Each reincarnation will permanently modify the other person's memory and consciousness. The greater the difference in mental strength, the more significant the modification effect. For a cursed person whose mental strength is more than 1 generation inferior to the host can even modify him into another completely unfamiliar personality. The Cruciatus curse has been deduced 3 times, and the host has obtained the mental spell Pain Penetrating the Soul. Unlike the Cruciatus curse, which purely creates extreme physical pain to destroy the spirit, this spell also combines the host's other materials in mental spells, which will multiply the mental pain of the cursed person. The one who is cursed will feel the extreme pain that destroys his spirit. All the pain of his life will appear before his eyes, and even the strongest spirit will suffer a heavy blow. After the side effects of black magic were removed, they were pushed to more extreme directions. At this moment, Seal can be regarded as one of the only 3 masters of dark magic in the recent ancient times. Although his absolute depth of dark magic may not be as good as Grindelwald and Voldemort, his breadth of dark magic is not comparable to those 2. After all, human energy is limited, and Grindelwald and Voldemort are no exception. It is impossible for them to master all aspects of the dark magic. But Charles is different. He is proficient in almost all the black magic currently available: fiendish fire, malicious deformation, evil spells, curses. Charles knows everything, especially in the rather niche field of black magic, curse magic, Charles's attainments can be said to be unparalleled in this era. After all, this thing doesn't cause direct damage. Compared with the killing curse that can kill the enemy directly, it is still too inefficient. Therefore, among the few dark wizards who would study curses, there have not been many since ancient times. In today's wizarding world, the most famous curse is still the curse that Voldemort cast on the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts class. He traveled around Europe that year, underwent several transformations through dark magic, and after his strength soared, he failed to get the position of Professor of Defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, so he cursed that no one could stay in this position for the next year. To be honest, this curse is a bit of a joke and it has been quite a long time since then. But now, the effects of the curse are still continuing. Even Dumbledore had no way to deal with this curse and could only change the Professor of Defense against the dark arts every year. Not even the protective magic of Hogwarts could stop this curse. This is enough to prove that the field of curse magic is too niche, and even the top wizards have no solution to this problem. And now, Seal's attainments in curse magic are definitely more than one level stronger than Voldemort's back then. In this field, there is absolutely no problem for him to call himself the strongest in the world. Even in Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's nose, Charles could cast a curse that left Dumbledore helpless. A smile appeared on Charles's lips. Also, I remember my time-space marking magic, which allows me to curse the marked being from thousands of miles away. It's just that I never had the opportunity to deduce the curse before, but now I can finally take advantage of this feature. You know what, this guy is really good at disgusting people. If that old B. Dumbledore disgusts me again, I will use curse magic to teach him a lesson. In addition, Charles's mental strength also soared after these black magic deductions. So many spells are being deduced 3 times at the same time, which also means a vast amount of knowledge. At this moment, Charles filled all the knowledge generated in the process into the Memory Palace. The area of the Memory Palace has expanded by nearly half compared to before, which naturally has a significant impact on Charles's mental strength. Even though he hasn't deduced the killing curse yet, just the deductions of black magic have made Charles's strength reach a higher level compared to before. After digesting these gains, a fiery light ignited in Charles's eyes. Then it's finally time for the killing curse. Deep Blue, deduce for me. The direction of the first 2 deductions is the same as before, removing unstable casting conditions and side effects. As for the third one, Charles thought for a moment. The instant death in the killing curse is already extremely powerful. Even if the power is increased, a person cannot die twice, right? Therefore, there is no need to continue to deduce the power for the time being, but instead we should work on the hit rate. Therefore, Charles gave an order to Deep Blue. For the third deduction, I want to greatly increase the hit rate of the killing curse. It would be best if the killing curse has the function of automatically searching for the enemy. Even Voldemort would have scolded Charles for being greedy if he heard such a request. The killing curse automatically locks the enemy. What good things are you thinking about? But Shenlan said nothing and silently took everything. A moment later, a deep blue reminder sounded in Charles's mind. The 3 deductions of the killing curse are complete. The host no longer needs to have murderous intent when casting the killing curse. The host will no longer suffer side effects such as mental distortion when releasing the killing curse. The killing curse released by the host will be linked with the time-space mark curse. The killing curse will constantly track the location of the time-space mark and correct its route until it hits the target or the magic power is exhausted. Seal took a deep breath, a look of surprise on his face. He also didn't expect that although Deep Blue failed to make the killing curse itself have the function of searching for enemies, he could achieve it indirectly with the help of the time and space marking curse that he had deduced. The time and space marking spell was the most irresistible spell in Charles's hands. Even the ancient being in the Dragon Blood Sea in Romania could only watch as Charles printed the word demolish on his coffin. I'm afraid even Dumbledore can't do anything about the time and space marking spell. In other words, it is very simple to cast a time and space marking spell on the enemy. With the help of the mark of time and space, the killing curse can continuously search for the enemy and greatly increase the hit rate. The next moment, Charles looked up at the sky and his sight fell on a flying bird. With a wave of the magic wand, a mark of time and space was instantly imprinted on the flying bird. Then, Charles chanted the unforgivable spell. Avada Kedavra. A dazzling green light suddenly whizzed out and then flew into the sky on its own. This magical power with the breath of death was so terrifying that even birds felt terrified. They kept flapping their wings faster and faster in an attempt to escape. But the green light of the killing curse seemed to have life, chasing the flying bird, drawing arcs, and then hitting it accurately. In an instant, the bird lost its life and fell straight down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Charles nodded with satisfaction. In this way, even if the enemy is riding a broomstick or various flying props, your killing curse can hit accurately. Unless the enemy flies too far in such a short time and the magic of the killing curse dissipates too much, he will be killed. If Voldemort in the original book could develop the killing curse to this extent, Harry Potter would have been finished long ago, but then, Seal licked his lips. He still has a lot of points now, and he didn't even consume any points to deduce so many black magics. The killing curse is totally worth further deduction. The accuracy of the killing curse has been resolved, but there is still a problem. It can only target a single target and cannot attack a group of targets. A classic spell from some fantasy games in his previous life emerged in Charles's mind: lightning chain. As long as it hits one enemy, the spell will chain jump and hit more enemies. If the killing curse could be like this, wouldn't it be a truly magical skill for clearing the field in large-scale battles? With one killing curse, the battlefield is cleared out instantly. When this idea came into his mind, Charles couldn't stop. Deep Blue, the fourth deduction of the killing curse. Push it in the direction of strengthening group attack. The idea is lightning chain. Send me a killing spell, lightning chain. The next moment, the killing spell, which had just completed a miraculous leap and had the function of searching for enemies, began to deduce in an incredible direction again. Group attack, chain, even Voldemort would find such an idea too extreme. They want power, hit rate, and now they want range. How can there be such a crazy idea in the world that wants all of this? How could it really be achieved? However, Deep Blue is like an emotionless deduction machine. Once it receives Charles's order, it will go all out to achieve its goal. Can the killing curse be chained? At least from Charles's current understanding of the killing curse, it is very difficult to simply make the killing curse achieve a chain effect. This requires extremely high attainments in the fields of death magic and black magic. Even Voldemort couldn't imagine that level. After all, the death power in a killing curse is limited, enough to kill only one person. It is almost impossible to kill many people with one killing curse. But if you use a shortcut, it may not be impossible to achieve. After Charles had performed curse magic 3 times before, he had obtained a curse called Death and Decay. Its effect is that after the cursed object dies, its corpse will burst out with magical power filled with death. If the killing curse kills an object cursed by death and withering, then the killing curse, which should have exhausted the death magic, will be replenished at this time and filled with death magic again, so as to continue to kill the next object. As for the effect of chain tracking, it requires the combination of time and space imprints and curses. First, mark a target group with a time and space mark, then use the time and space mark to inflict the death and withering curse, and then release the killing curse. The death curse will continue to chain between the marks of time and space. At the same time, because the death and withering curse can replenish death magic, it can maintain its peak lethality, thus creating a chain effect. This ingenious idea became clear in Deep Blue's deduction. Countless details that require dark wizards to devote their entire lives to studying are also being polished to perfection at an astonishing speed. Finally, a Deep Blue reminder sounded in Charles's mind. The fourth deduction of the killing curse is completed. The host has obtained a chain of killing curses that integrates the mark of time and space, the curse of death and decay, and the killing curse. At this moment, Charles's eyes burst into a fiery look. The serial killing curse worked. From now on, he has an extra terrifying trump card in his hand. Voldemort and Dumbledore would probably feel their scalps tingling when they see this. At the same time, Charles can also proudly declare that no one knows the killing curse better than him. Immediately, Charles took a deep breath. He originally wanted to find a few birds to try out the chain-killing curse, but after the dazzling green light earlier, there seemed to be no living creature nearby, and all the birds, beasts, and insects were scared away. At this moment, Charles's expression suddenly changed slightly. He felt that the mark magic he left in Azkaban was triggered. The Dementors brought word that there seemed to be a disturbance among the prisoners in Azkaban. Charles's eyes suddenly turned cold. Azkaban is now his Dementors' breeding base, and the prisoners inside are valuable resources for breeding Dementors. He was still waiting to harvest a new wave of Dementors, but something went wrong at this time. The next moment, Charles's figure flashed. With a loud bang, he appeared on the sunless island of Azkaban. After Seal showed up, the Dementors gathered around in panic. Charles soon realized what was happening. They are the drug lords who were captured by themselves. Since they were all muggles, they had low resistance to dementors, and they were used to a life of luxury and debauchery, so they simply could not survive in Azkaban. At this point, more than half of the drug lords had already begun to give up their enthusiasm for magic and were trying to leave in a panic. Due to the large number of people, the dementors did not dare to handle it on their own and could only ask Charles to come over. Charles showed a sarcastic expression on his face and looked towards the central fortress of Azkaban. After hearing the feedback from the ancient dragon and the three-headed dog of hell, his body and 5 senses were far superior to those of ordinary people. Even here, he could hear the passionate speeches coming from inside. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed drug lord was now pumping his fists and shouting while surrounded by a crowd of people. Let us go. Human rights, we want human rights, and the magic world cannot ignore human rights. We're going to sue the Ministry of Magic. We're going to the Wizengamot. Let us go. During this period of time, they have learned a little about the situation in the wizarding world. The wizarding world has a government and a court, and the person sitting in the court is said to be the most powerful wizard of this century. Although Seal is powerful, can he really fight against the wizard named Dumbledore? As long as they made a big fuss and brought up Dumbledore's name, Charles would definitely be wary and would have to let them go. Charles couldn't just kill them all, could he? That's too cruel. They really couldn't survive a day like this, so they didn't care about anything in order to leave. However, those former Death Eaters and Sirius Black looked at this group of noisy muggles as if they were looking at dead people. Ridiculous muggle, did he actually think Dumbledore could scare Seal? This lawless little wizard even killed Bella Lestrange, the Dark Lord's lover, which shows how unscrupulous he is. How could Dumbledore, who imposed numerous restrictions on himself, intimidate him? The only question now is how Charles will kill these muggle drug lords. Was it his miraculous transfiguration, or the terrifying magic that he had once displayed that shattered the clouds, or some unforgivable curse? Just when these wizards were full of curiosity, the next moment, marks suddenly appeared on the bodies of those noisy drug lords. Along with it came a strong smell of curse. Before the Death Eaters and Sirius could figure out what was happening, they saw a horrifying scene that almost made their hearts burst. Green light, a green light whizzed out in an arc, flew into the central fortress, and landed on the blonde drug lord who was leading the group. Is this a killing curse? When will the killing curse turn, and can he hit accurately in a crowd? This is scary enough, but even scarier things are yet to come. After killing the first drug lord, the green light did not dissipate, but instead jumped among the crowd like a green lightning. Wherever the green light passed, the drug lords who were noisy just now fell down like wheat being cut. In the blink of an eye, all the people turned into corpses and fell to the ground. The voice of Seal instructing the Dementors came faintly. Just throw the body away, don't take up space here. If there's any more trouble, don't alarm me, just kill them directly. Immediately there was a loud bang of apparition, announcing that after just a short moment, Charles had left Azkaban again. However, the awe, fear, and daze of all the wizards present did not diminish in the slightest after Charles left. The scene of the green light winding and jumping was more terrifying than a nightmare to them. The killing curse. It turned into a group attack. What the hell kind of version of the killing curse is this? Dolohov, one of the most powerful Death Eaters, now had an expression of doubt about his life. While we were imprisoned in Azkaban, was there some kind of magical revolution happening outside? Hasn't the current magic level increased several times compared to when we were arrested? How did this killing curse become like this? Even if it was the Dark Lord's killing curse. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted anxiously by several other Death Eaters. The Dark Lord. What Dark Lord? Don't talk nonsense, Dolohov. There is only one Dark Lord in this world, and that is Sir Charles Evans. After a loud bang, Seal returned to the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, then walked slowly towards the castle, humming a song. After completing the transformation into the three-headed dog of hell, he made rapid progress in the field of black magic. He also had the chain-killing curse, a magical skill that could clear the field. His overall strength had soared by an unknown amount compared to before. At the same time, thinking about what else he could plan in Hogwarts, Charles felt a strong sense of anticipation. With the instant death resistance brought by the transformation of the Cerberus, the basilisk can hardly pose a threat to Charles anymore, so there is no need to worry about accidentally making eye contact with the basilisk and being killed. Then the matter of setting up a basilisk breeding base in the secret room can be put on the agenda. The basilisk venom alone can bring in abundant deduction points in an endless stream. In less than 2 months, the Phoenix of Paradise will hatch again, and Seal's last magical animagus transformation will be completed by then. The strength of his magic will inevitably be upgraded to the medieval level by then. At that time, the overall strength will be able to soar significantly again. Even though he probably still couldn't defeat Dumbledore who had the Elder Wand, at least the odds could be turned from one-sided to 70-30. As for Grindelwald, he has been imprisoned for too many years, and prison life has destroyed his body and mind. His condition is far inferior to Dumbledore, which will greatly affect his strength. Today, Grindelwald is already far behind Dumbledore. Charles can even say that he is confident enough to defeat or even kill Grindelwald. In other words, it won't be long before Seal can say that he is second to none and superior to anyone else in the wizarding world, and that's no exaggeration. This progress is much faster than what Seal had expected before entering school. Charles was naturally in a very good mood. But after entering Hogwarts Castle, Charles's good mood disappeared. The Slytherin students in the corridor all had a badge on their robes, with a line of words flashing and scrolling on it. Professor Slughorn is the master of potions, the Shire is a potion idiot. Just like in the original book in the previous life, during the Triwizard Tournament, the entire Hogwarts supported Cedric Diggory and looked down on Harry Potter. However, this trick was used on Charles several years earlier. Seal frowned, his eyes seemed to pass through the ceiling of Hogwarts and fall towards the headmaster's office. He murmured to himself. Dumbledore, are you really that bored? I remember I have warned you, but you still seem to think of yourself as some high and mighty god who can never make mistakes. You are playing your own tricks and don't take my words to heart at all. I have no objection to your game of cultivating a savior, I respect and understand it, but why do you have to involve me? Charles sighed softly, and his eyes grew colder by the second. All right. You want to play, right? Then you must not be unable to afford it. At the same time, Draco had returned to Hogwarts from Malfoy Manor on crutches. After experiencing the horrific and bizarre scene with Old Crabbe and Old Goyle, and witnessing Seal's terrifying power, Draco's original resentment towards Seal had long since disappeared, and was replaced by extreme fanaticism and admiration. He could ignore the pain in his body, and what he wanted to do most now was to collect information about these strange events for Charles. But as soon as he returned to Slytherin House, he saw a scene that horrified him. All of Slytherin wears badges that insult the Shire. When they saw Draco coming back, some people applauded Draco enthusiastically and handed him a brand new badge. The student who handed Draco the badge winked at him. Draco, we saved this especially for you. There's even a gold border around the words Charles the Shit, which fits your status. Come on, if it's inconvenient for you, I'll pin it on your chest. Just these words made Draco let out a frightened cry like a goose. Do not come. Don't come here. Take the things away from me, away, don't let me see it. The Slytherins were stunned for a moment, and then someone suddenly realized, do you think the word shit is too vulgar? This person is a bit regrettable. But it took us a long time to come up with this homonym. How cool is that? But it doesn't matter. We have prepared other versions here. Although they are not as bad as big shit, they can still help you vent your anger. As he spoke, he took out a few badges and wanted to help Draco pin them on his chest. But the next moment, Draco swung his cane angrily at the student, screaming with anger, trembling and terrified words. What did you do? You don't understand at all. If you want to die, don't involve me. When these words came out, the little snakes in the Slytherin common room were all shocked and looked at Draco with an "Are you crazy?" look. Is this still the proud Draco Malfoy they remember? It's like he's become a completely different person. It is no exaggeration to say that the feeling revealed by Draco at this moment is extreme awe for Seal. This also made the little snakes look strange. The heir of the Malfoy family was frightened and subdued after being beaten so badly. This is really interesting. You know, a large part of the right to speak in the aristocratic circle is actually closely related to the performance of the heir. If the heir of a noble family performs mediocrely, the family status will inevitably be affected. The Malfoy family is now considered the leader of the aristocratic circle, but over the years, some nobles who were originally in danger after the war have recovered and are very jealous of the Malfoy family's status. Now that Draco showed such fear and awe towards the enemy who humiliated him, some of the little snakes had other ideas in their minds. Many people showed amusement on their faces, and some even made fun of him directly. Did Charles Evans not only break your bones, but also your guts? This is Hogwarts, and Charles Evans has just been punished. What would he dare to do? Draco, are you so scared of him? Some people even extended an invitation to Draco. No one seems to have seen Seal in a while. We wanted to surprise him at the dinner, but we never had the chance. Now, we heard that he finally reappeared. How about we have a big dinner tonight and sing a song about the Shire's big shit? Draco, do you want to take the lead? Draco took a deep breath, gripped his cane, and looked at the Slytherins with a serious warning. As we are both Slytherins and in the same circle, I advise you to just do nothing if you don't want to get into trouble. Otherwise, even Dumbledore may not be able to save you. Immediately, Draco turned and left the Slytherin common room. But behind him, there came the mocking sounds of the little snakes. It seems that he was really frightened by Charles. He doesn't even have this little courage. To be honest, I hate Gryffindor, but now it seems that everyone in Gryffindor is better than Draco. Dumbledore may not be able to save us? Haha, would Seal dare to do anything to us again in Hogwarts? He has just been punished. If he dares to do it again, the school board will definitely expel him. I don't know what Draco is afraid of. Hearing such laughter, Draco shook his head repeatedly. You are a bunch of fools who think you are smart. You know nothing about power. Draco was a little hesitant at first, but now he has finally made up his mind. I can't hang out with these idiots in Slytherin anymore. If I continue like this, I'll be implicated and killed by them sooner or later. Transfer to another house. I want to apply for transfer from Slytherin to Hufflepuff. At this moment, not only was there a dispute in the Slytherin common room, but there were also quarrels in the Gryffindor room. Hermione's face flushed, her eyes fell on the badges worn by many Gryffindors, even Ron, one of the trio, was wearing this thing on his chest. I can't believe you would wear such an insulting badge to the Shire. Seal is not some potion-speaking bastard, he's a one-of-a-kind genius. He also taught the head of Slytherin a lesson. He defeated Snape and challenged the injustice of Hogwarts. You applauded at that time. How can you do this now? Hermione's excited words did not elicit any response. After all, the Gryffindor in the original book. Maybe it's because they have been bullying the Slytherins since they entered school, and they are all very masculine. The House Cup was deducted points, and Harry Potter was looked down upon, completely ignoring the fact that Harry Potter had won the victory for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. If they were all young at that time, then in the Triwizard Tournament a few years ago, there were Gryffindors wearing badges that read "Support Cedric" and "Potter stinky shit." This only goes to show that Gryffindor and Slytherin, two houses that dislike each other and regard each other as mortal enemies, are actually very similar to some extent and are both bullying in nature. It's just that one follows Voldemort's ideas, and the other follows Dumbledore's ideas. When Hermione kept trying to get the Gryffindors to take off the badges on their chests, Ron just exploded. That's enough, Granger. All you talk about every day is Seal Seal. Today you say how talented he is, and tomorrow you say how great he is. You don't look like a Gryffindor at all. Besides, the Charles you mentioned doesn't seem to be as knowledgeable and amazing as you said. At least when it comes to potions, he's definitely not good enough. He's far worse than Professor Slughorn. After he lost face, he went into hiding and disappeared. I'm afraid you and the Hufflepuffs are the only ones who are still defending him. I really don't understand. Harry is obviously the potions genius, our Gryffindor potions genius. He is also the first person to become a Seeker in the first year. Yet you brag about Seal Evans every day. Are you a Gryffindor or a Hufflepuff? Since you like and admire Seal so much, why don't you go to Hufflepuff? We Gryffindors don't like people who are disloyal, Miss Know-it-all, I'm talking about you. As soon as these words were spoken, there was cheers and applause in the Gryffindor common room. Gryffindor also applauded Seal once, because Seal defeated Snape, humiliated Slytherin, and exposed the injustice of the House Cup. But now Snape is gone, and the new head of Slytherin is Slughorn, who is much more likable than Snape, and both the bonus and deduction points are fair. Now that Snape's contradiction has disappeared, the current contradiction is that Charles is not respectful enough to Dumbledore. And Hufflepuff seems to have seriously threatened Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup. This year is the most promising year for Gryffindor. During this period, Gryffindor's anti-Seal and Hufflepuff sentiments naturally increased. Amid the applause, Ron's face flushed with excitement. To him, this meant recognition. From childhood to adulthood, he had his older brothers in front of him and his younger and more in need of pampered sister behind him. Being stuck in the middle, he really didn't get much attention and recognition. This time, the applause made Ron feel so happy. He made the badge on his chest more conspicuous and said with his head held high. I'm not afraid of Seal Evans. Gryffindors have nothing to fear. He's back, isn't he? Not only do I have to wear it here, I have to wear it in front of him at the dinner tonight. This statement caused another round of applause. Many Gryffindor people who like to have fun expressed their support for Ron. But Hermione didn't care about that anymore. What Ron had just said hit her like a punch to the heart. What does it mean to be disloyal? What does it mean to be a Gryffindor or a Hufflepuff? What is Miss Know-It-All? Is this the nickname that Gryffindor classmates gave themselves? Oh, 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 here it comes again, here it comes again. Just like in a Muggle school, just because you are excellent, because you are studious, and because you want to answer questions, you will be looked at strangely and given all kinds of nicknames? Why didn't you mention it when you were giving extra points to Gryffindor? Why didn't you mention it when you asked me to borrow your homework? Tears welled up in her eyes. For the first time, Hermione regretted coming to Hogwarts and Gryffindor. It was no different here, and even worse than the atmosphere of a Muggle school. At least there are many excellent and studious people around me. But here, Hermione could no longer hold back the tears that were about to burst out, and ran out of the Gryffindor common room crying. The little lions didn't care about this. Well, come to think of it, the Gryffindor lion emblem is indeed worthy of its name. Lions are social animals, and here, everything revolves around the king lion. If you are too weak, you will be bullied, if you are too strong, you will be exiled. Only those individuals who are just right and sociable can survive safely. Harry Potter felt uneasy when he saw Hermione leaving. But soon, Ron grabbed Harry Potter's hand and held it high. Harry is a potions genius, a Quidditch genius, and the pride of Gryffindor. Whatever Miss Know-It-All wants, let her do it. The Gryffindors surrounded Harry Potter and dispelled the thought of caring about Hermione in Harry's heart. Now, he is in the center of the crowd. Maybe Hermione regretted coming to Gryffindor very much, but for Harry, here he felt the attention and the feeling of being the center of attention he had never felt before. The uneasiness and confusion I felt when I first arrived in the magical world have long since disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of belonging. At this time, just for Hermione, the know-it-all lady whom he had just met, he would leave in such an tactless manner? Maybe we could wait a while and let Hermione calm down and reflect on why she was so unsociable. In the principal's office, Dumbledore knew exactly what was happening in the common room. A smile appeared on his face. The treatment and attention Harry Potter receives in Gryffindor now is what he wants to see. Of course, he would not let Harry Potter go smoothly all the time, lest he become proud and complacent. It was also necessary to arrange the right blow at the right time. But for now, let Harry Potter enjoy himself. As for Hermione Granger, the situation she faced reminded Dumbledore of his own school days. When I first came to Gryffindor, I was also excluded, but I remember that this period of time did not last long and the impression was not very deep. Compared with the eventful life that followed, this brief unhappiness seemed so insignificant. Endure it for a while. Let Miss Granger suffer for a while. There will definitely be an opportunity for her to return to her savior Harry Potter. As for Charles Evans, Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps this incident can also teach him a lesson, letting him know that he is not omnipotent. Everything is moving in the right direction. It's finally on the right track. At this moment, Charles looked at the students in the corridor who were wearing badges and had sarcastic expressions, and his eyes gradually became colder. So, those ignorant kids are the most annoying. Especially behind these naughty kids, there is a naughty parent who knows everything but doesn't care about anything. The degree of annoyingness is really doubled. Dumbledore, oh Dumbledore, what makes you think you are in control of everything? After Ariana and Grindelwald, can't you change this bad habit? Since you like to make arrangements so much, how about I make some for you, just don't cry or get upset. After all, this is what you love to do the most. Seal slowly grasped the mithril wand. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.